And here, if I go back a bit further, this is me at the ESRF doing my PhD research. I was actually a PhD student in China at the time, and I'd shared some beam time with a UK group. This guy is Murad Ataz, I think. He's now a professor in metallurgy at the University of Birmingham. Sorry? Maybe. Okay. Sorry, I've probably got his name wrong. I should look it up. But yes, at this time, also doing a PhD in material science, I didn't know that I was going to become a nuclear engineer and move to Australia. And I guess if we go back even further, this is rather an interesting picture. I don't know if any of you know what this building is. Who knows what this is? Yes, it's the Atomium in Brussels. So I was not even a scientist here. I was actually a rope access technician, and I was sticking mastic in the panels of the Atomium. And in this picture, I've decided to fly a kite, which you can see up there on the roof of the Atomium. I don't know if anyone's ever done that, apart from me. And again, this was an interesting time. And this was really a sort of decision point for me, is actually at this point I decided to do a PhD, and so, but it was really unsure if I would. At this point I actually had to decide whether to do a PhD or whether to go and become an NDT technician working on oil rigs, because that's something I thought would combine rope access with material science. But anyway, look, how can I finally reflect in, 20 seconds? I don't know. I mean, that's all.
Okay, I got to know what is jet lag yesterday. So let's welcome at the stage the one who 100% doesn't have the jet lag, Lisa Marshall, the former president of the American Nuclear Society. Woo!
It is fantastic. It is fantastic to look into the audience and see so many of you, right? I am a product of many who poured into me, and it's my life mission to pour into others. So that's why I chose to be in education, and I found my way, or the journey led me to nuclear engineering. I didn't start out there. So I want to tell you a little bit about my journey in 6 minutes. And it's going to be abbreviated, so to speak, right? So born and raised in Trinidad by my grandmother, who we think, based on the conversations that I've had with my aunts and my uncle, that she had a 6th grade education. But education was key for us, and she made sure that the environment was set for that to happen. And along the way, I met a number of different mentors that poured into me before I realized that they were doing that. And I was wise enough, I think, to go with the flow, or it just seemed like a good journey, why not? And I followed them. And I'm very pleased that I did so. And I had the opportunity to thank one of them in particular, who is retired now, a political science faculty member that encouraged me to follow and to remain diligent to the interdisciplinarity or the multidisciplinarity back in the day when they really wanted to shove you into a particular silo, right? You had to choose. She nurtured that I didn't have to choose and to take that road that was less traveled, and I would find my particular place. What I learned from that is more about the journey than the destination, and then I learned to leap, and I learned to ask for assistance in that leap. And I got that from a number of the different mentors. And some of those mentors also helped me to understand that it wasn't just about mentorship, but I had to find the advocates, or that I had to do the ask, that leap in a very specific manner, so that then I could enter into those rooms that I was not in. When you look at the nuclear industry, there's a little bit of invisibility of folks that look like me, and then hypervisibility in the rooms that I do enter into. And what my mentors and my advocates have taught me is that I am not to kick the ladder down, but to open that door even wider. And to ask specific questions so that we have more individuals and we have fuller participation in this wonderful field, especially as we look to move into areas, or actually not for us to move into, but other nations and other individuals are looking to join and see what this particular technology has to offer to them. I'm going to take a look at my notes because I want to stay on track. Right? So what kind of actions do you want to have? What kind of leader do you want to be? And I think you've heard before that you don't have to have the title to do that. And when I started off in this industry back in 2001, I didn't have that title. But I was willing to roll up my sleeve and do whatever was necessary for that particular mission. And individuals were watching. And those particular individuals became friends. And then I did the ask, right? And then I entered into spaces that that leap became more and more comfortable. But then also you have to look for those uncomfortable locations to do the further leaps so that you advance as a person and do the reflection that is necessary so that you continue that joyful journey to wherever that destination is. But you don't want to go to that destination, right? Because there are many different paths that you want to take and the excitement that comes from the journey itself. So, what are my takeaways? Journey versus destination, mentors and advocates. You've got to do the ask. Journaling, reflections. I love to journal. And then there's a little part of it where you take the journal pages, you tear them up, and then you put them in something ceramic, preferably, or clay, and you burn it, right? And I've been doing that forever. And that's my particular ritual to say that, okay, I've talked about and I've done, and what's next? And that rebirth comes from the burning of those particular pages. Be comfortable in the uncomfortable, and who will you inspire? Don't ever forget that component. Pay it forward. And be nice. Well, the difference between be kind and be nice. You really don't want to be nice. You want to be kind, right? You want to find that right way of saying and adding to the conversation. And I'm going to end talking a little bit about the industry itself. We pigeonhole ourselves. We talk about safety and security first and foremost. It always exists. We do that job and we know it. But if we, from my perspective, if we are to win the hearts and minds and bring individuals along this journey that we're on, that's not where we have to start by starting a conversation. When you get on the plane, they don't tell you about the statistics about the successful flights. Why are we doing that? And then also, in way of energy, and we put them into these silos similar to our education. It's energy and non-energy applications of the technology. The nuclear enterprise is huge. There is not a corner of this world that we have not influenced in some way, shape, or form. And we want to continue to have that influence in a positive manner moving forward. So, you are nuclear professionals in a number of different ways. Some have chosen the technical side, some have chosen the social, I'm going to call the other side the social or the non-technical side. And then there are a few of us, and that group is growing, that are right down the middle and refuse to pick a particular location, right? And that's what I see when I look into this audience of individuals that are doing law, political science, that are doing material science, nuclear science, etc. So, enjoy the journey, expand your network, and pay it forward. Leap.
Me, inspired. You? Okay, Linnie Matthews, but I please ask you to be slow, because National Nuclear Skills and Workforce Strategic Consultant and former Destination Nuclear Program Director, EDF UK. Please, welcome.
I need to plug it in.
I need some help.
Sorry.
Please, someone.
I need to just. Sorry, talk amongst yourselves, is that?
It's all right, it's all right. Okay.
You have slides. Can we put someone else?
Oh, yeah.
Or can you connect slides directly?
Poo poo poo.
Oh, okay. That's fine. It's all right. It's not a whole massive PowerPoint presentation.
If you're coming on, yeah, okay, because if we need a minute, we can switch things around.
Okay. No, but I need you to plug it in. Oh, sorry. Should we switch round so that we're not holding it up? Sorry.
I think the battery is.
Yeah,
Do we want
that's
to
why
put the
somebody
next
needed to
person
plug
in?
it in.
Okay, then. Then, Michal Preus, professor at Monash University. Applause, please.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, welcome, and thanks for having me here. So I really stumbled into nuclear. I'm a material scientist. I come from Germany, and Germany is not very, very favorable of nuclear. And I grew up in an area in Germany, in the southwest, where people were really anti-nuclear, extremely anti-nuclear. My teachers were really anti-nuclear. So I never thought I would go into nuclear in my career. And really, what attracted me was material science. And really, I think we heard a little bit. Some people were saying it's actually, well, people say nuclear is quite big, but compared to other sectors, it's actually not at the moment. So one thing I would like you to encourage to think about is that nuclear sector is a part of, many other things, and that whatever you do, that you also try to look at these other sectors. Me, as a material scientist, I work a lot with metals, and I really developed my career initially working on materials for aero engine applications, so the titanium and the nickel alloys. And the only reason why I got into nuclear was because the UK, so I was based at Manchester for 21 years, and I'm still affiliated with Manchester. Still, I've kept this link, even though I'm now at Monash. So the UK. 25 years ago, they couldn't find an academic who can lead zirconium research. So the best they could find was somebody who understood something about titanium. And because actually these materials, even though one is used in air engines, the other one is used in a nuclear reactor, very different environment, but fundamentally very similar materials. So, and a lot of the work I've done with the team, with all these researchers, all the PhD students, it was always about, keep your eyes open. When you do work on the material here for nuclear, also look at what do the other sectors do. And you can learn a lot across the different sectors. I think what really attracted me into the field of nuclear, as also aerospace, was working as an academic with industry. And that you can really learn a lot from that, and you work very collaboratively. Now, I have worked with very specific people in industry, because to be honest with you, I always felt life is too short, and I can't work with people I find very difficult to work with. So there are people in industry who really appreciate the work we do as academics, who want us to develop new understanding and not just generate data. And I think that has been at least for me, very important. And also then, that we work collaboratively with industry and with other academics, because the challenge we are talking about here is so massive in nuclear and in other fields that we can't solve the problems on our own. We all need to recognize we have very limited understanding. We are good in one field, but the challenges are so complex that we need to work collaboratively. And I think we did a good job with this, and we've done a good job with this in the UK, Robin. And all this also now needs to happen here in Australia and elsewhere, of course, as well. And we need to, it was mentioned a lot, we need to work at an international scale. It's very, very important. Now, what are the other stories I can maybe tell, the next generation? One thing which I think has influenced me, now this is just my story, right? You might do it in a completely different way. But I actually learned a lot, not through, school, secondary education or university education. I learned a lot from, I spent some time in Japan, I spent some time in the US, and that was all at the undergraduate level. I did an industrial placement in Japan, I did my final year research project at MIT, and I wasn't a star as a student, to be honest with you, really not. I don't know how I managed to get to MIT for 6 months and do a project there. I think it was just there were some places there, and at that time, it was in the what was it, the mid-90s. There weren't actually that many students yet thinking about going abroad, right? So I was just, lucky. But I wanted to do something. So I think, these things, there are a lot of things you can do in terms of developing as a person and gaining life experience, which will help you tremendously in your career. When I, in Germany, you have to do, as a male, you had to do, it doesn't exist anymore, you had to do either military service or civil service. And so I didn't want to go into the army for 18 or 15 months, so for 20 months I worked in a hospital. So I became a semi-trained nurse. And I often say to students that I learned a lot there, because I had to learn how to communicate, because I had to tell the next shift all the things I had done with these different types of patients. And then I continued to work when I was studying in Berlin, for 5 years as part-time in a hospital. And it was tough because it was an HIV section. But I learned so much, and I don't think I would be standing here now in front of you if I hadn't done all these other things which had nothing to do with my degree. So I think I end here. And so I just want to encourage you, do other things as well. There's a lot that is important in order for you to develop your career. Thank you.
So a little bit of bibbidi bobbidi boo, and again, Lini Matthews, National Nuclear Skills and Workforce Strategic Consultant and former Destination Nuclear Program Director at EDF UK.
Hi everybody, sorry about that. Well, I am a complete imposter. My journey has been completely different to most that have stood up here today. So I started off, I hated nuclear. My dad was a pressure vessel specialist, stress fracture specialist. So growing up, all we could see the power station from our garden. And I just thought, oh, it was so boring. So I had no intention of coming into this sector whatsoever. I did a degree in marketing and PR and started off as a sports reporter for the BBC. I worked on the Rugby World Cup. and various other sports had the time of my life. But then I shamedly interviewed my husband, who was a rugby player, and ended up deciding that I wasn't going to follow my career into London, which I should have done. Wasn't going to do that. I was going to stay in the southwest, which was the rugby haven of the UK, where you have Bristol, Bath and Gloucester, all top Premiership rugby clubs. So I stayed there and thought, right, I'll do a marketing job for a while and then I'll go to London and I'll be a TV presenter or something like that. But no, I fell into nuclear. I started, they were advertising for a marketing specialist that would start up a new part of the business. And my whole career, I've been in startups. I mean, even this feels like a startup, started something new. So I joined a company, Nuclear Electric, British Energy, and we originally were just operators, just generating from stations. They wanted to start the business where they sold directly to the market. I was a team of 12. We started at that now. Before long, we got to market leading position, and now you'll see the EDF have taken that business over, and they sell to businesses and they sell to consumers. I was in a team of 12 that started at that part of the business. Finishing on from that was all sort of established. So moved to, again, a setup, an internal setup for EDF. They wanted to develop an internal learning and development centre. I don't know if any of you guys here know Dave Drury. I worked with him. We set up campus. That was set up, and then new build hit. So Hinkley Point C. I then had the brilliant opportunity of being in the very start of that as well with the guy Humphrey Caddo Hudson, and I thought, well, how can I use my marketing here? So basically, Hinkley Point is a power station. It's a product. We needed to put it in a rural location and convince a bunch of stakeholders to either have it in their area for the community or to invest in it. So, you know, you've got local government, national government, communities. We've heard all over the last few days about social licensing. So I put my skills to the test. One of the areas that was really important was skills and workforce. So that was the subject matter that I concentrated on and helped to get Hinkley through for development consent order and financial investment. Along that way, I learnt loads of skills, and I'm, you know, completely in the nuclear space by this point. Took those skills, started on Sizewell. So that was very similar, but we've got a lot of lessons learned. I think over the last day or so, you may have heard of some of the lessons, how we've got quicker, faster, better, how we've shared those lessons. So on to Sizewell was my next role. But then I completely stepped out. So I don't know if we talked yesterday about having targets of women in nuclear, etc. I then got the opportunity, and complete imposter syndrome on this one, but to be the director of the UK's nuclear sector deal. So I had a period of a year doing that, and the whole point of that was to look at areas of collaboration where the sector had to completely come together, pinch points like skills, supply chain, where we had to bring people together. And my role was to identify those pinch points and start to bring companies together, experts together, to address those as a nation. Great British Energy was one of the areas that came out of that collaboration and that activity. So with this collaboration in mind, and I loved the conversation earlier about this is a big family, you work together. What was it Bill said? You work together or you fail alone. Well, this is very much coming to be the trend in nuclear at the moment. So my latest role, oh my God, I've got that. Latest role was Destination Nuclear, and I was, even though I still work for EDF, I was asked by the formation of a national skills task force to go and lead the first ever national brand for nuclear. And that was bringing all the organisations together in civil, so the EDFs, the NDAs, the Rolls-Royces, and the defence side, so Rolls-Royce submarines, MOD and government, and create a single national brand. And the whole purpose of that brand was to encourage people into nuclear. So it was a recruitment campaign. We launched it a couple of years ago, and it's now, I was just going to show you a couple of things, just to give you a flavour. So this is the boldest, bravest thing I think the sector's ever done, particularly in the UK. And I know we've talked a lot about how do we encourage and attract people into the sector. It was a challenge getting all those companies to agree to a tone of voice, message, imagery. But all these people in here are people that actually work for the organisations. And UKAA is also part of this, the organisations that sit behind this brand. And the way we have really captured hearts and minds is all these people tell their stories. So I see you all sat there, and I hope one day something like this is more of a global effort, but please, think about your stories, think about your journeys. You wouldn't believe how much they inspire people to actually be brave and get into the sector. So that's my whirlwind, and I just thought I'd share that. I'm sorry for the start. Yeah, okay, awesome.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm happy to invite at the stage Robin Grimes, who is former Chief Scientific Advisor to UK Ministry of Defence and past Chief Scientific Advisor to the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Applause.
So I have to say, numbers of examples, and particularly the last one, I think can be categorised by the phrase, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave." And I have to think that my career has been very much like that. So, I went to the local school and all that sort of stuff in Birmingham, if you understand the accent. And I was really being taught to be a technical lead in a small engineering company. That's what that school was designed to create of people. But anyway, I went off to university to do a physics-related degree, and in the summers, I did work in those sorts of small companies, and a slaughterhouse and other things like that. But those are different stories. And in particular, electrical component factory. And I'll come back to the electrical component factory because it's why I'm stood here in an odd way. When I finished my degree, Margaret Thatcher was the Prime Minister and cut lots of research. And so suddenly there were no PhD positions available. So I applied and amazingly got a position in the United States. And I went to Case Western Reserve. I was a foreign student. I really highly recommend being a foreign student. I actually had to take an English exam because I was a foreign student, but anyway, there we have it. Unfortunately, well, they lost funding, and I ended up coming back to the UK. And I got a position with a guy called Richard Callow, who is a great mentor of mine. And I'd met him because my supervisor in the States thought it was quite fun to have somebody with an English accent give a conference talk. So he sent me off. He thought it sounded good. I'm not sure he thought much of the content, but nevertheless. So there I was, and this person was in the audience. So when the funding was lost, and I said to Richard, perhaps there's something, he said, absolutely, I'll meet you at the conference, that will work. So totally unintended consequence of that. So I went back and I went to UKAA Harwell and got an understanding of a national lab. Didn't particularly intend to do that, but my goodness, that was so valuable, that experience. I then went down with Richard to the Royal Institution in London and found myself giving children's demonstration lectures to 9-year-olds. So that was my first taste of public engagement. I had no idea I was going to do that when I said, yeah, sure, I'll go down to London. That should be interesting. Went off to academia. I was very lucky. I continued doing nuclear work. Why? Well, it was in the dying days of that kind of thing. And the health and safety executive were very concerned that they weren't going to have anybody who could do fuel performance research at a university. So I got a continuous 1 PhD person just to keep it going because you never know, you might need it. Just luck. I didn't particularly intend it to be that way, but as an academic, free PhD student, oh yes, I'll have one of those, thank you very much. Right? So again, unintended consequences. I worked then with BNFL, Nuclear Electric as it then was, Los Alamos, the CEA, and all of that complexity that you are gaining right now, I was subjected to, not because I meant to do it or I thought it was a good idea. If I'd have reflected, it would have realized it was a good idea, but because I was in that ecosystem. And you're in that ecosystem just now. So do, as they say, take advantage. I then kind of started applying and volunteering for things. And I went to government, to a select committee. I was their person, their team technical kind of person. I was incredibly lucky. I had mentors who decided it would be quite interesting to see if they could teach me to write in parliamentary terms. Wow, that was a different way of writing. You know, evidence is used in a very different way in parliamentary circles, as policy people will understand. Fabulous. How lucky was that? Then Fukushima happened. And, you know, again, you've heard a couple of times, you know, Fukushima was an important moment. It pushed me to do new and other types of things. Absolutely for the same for me. I sat next to the British chief scientific advisor at the time because I understood about nuclear reactors. And again, there weren't so many people in academia at that point who understood that. And I learned from that mentor, John Beddington, how to organize a set of people to create knowledge that you can then take, in that case, to the Prime Minister. Incredibly useful. So when the job with MOD that you just mentioned came along, I'd had the experience I needed, not because I'm clever enough to realize I needed it, but because I was lucky enough to have got it along the way. So what tangled webs we do weave. Then I was, because of the ANSTO connection, was asked to go and see this guy, Bill Tyree. I also saw Bill Magwood as well at that time, as a matter of fact. So it's nice to reconnect. Bill Tyree. And he asked me to go, you know, he was thinking of sponsoring a nuclear activity. And so, you know, come out to my factory and have a look. Guess what? I walked into the factory and went, oh, wow, you're making those electrical components. In fact, you know, you're using these gauges of wire with these particular types of binding processes. And it's like, oh, so you're not just an academic. You might actually know something because of the summer holiday job I did. And we got the funding. And that's why we were able to start this process. Totally unintended consequences. So I suppose, actually I'm doing quite surprisingly well for me on this one. So in summary, you know, my career has been a series of lucky coincidences, but I've always taken the opportunities when they've presented themselves. I've jumped in the deep end, even when I didn't really know that I was going to be able to pull it off or not. Those experiences led to capabilities, they led to knowledge. I practiced, frankly, struggled a lot of the time, and it gave me the perspectives I needed at the times that I needed them. And so my message, I suppose, to you, younger people in the audience, is don't worry too much as to whether or not you can. You know, just jump in, have a go, thrash around, ask people for help. And if you do that, you'll have a great career. Thank you.
Okay, and as a cherry on the top of the cake, Yves Brichet, past High Commissioner for Atomic Energy of France, State Atomic Energy Commission.
Well, I've never done it. So just in order to be under control in terms of timing, I decided to write down things. Well, I must say, I didn't jump into the swimming pool right from the beginning. I entered into nuclear research and nuclear energy by a sort of sideway. I'm a material scientist with a strong specialty in metallurgy and a deep commitment into design and material selection. And materials, as I already told you, but I like to repeat it, are the stuff of which things are made, and they are the way of your dream to become reality or to turn into a nightmare. I've chosen to do material science because, first, I loved equally mechanics, physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and I was unable to choose. And the second reason is that I wanted to practice science for a purpose. Understand for understanding was less attractive to me than understanding for doing. I was a university professor for more than 30 years, and I've trained about 85 PhD students. All of them have survived. And I'm still in good relation with most of them. The one I'm not in good relation with, I'm not in relation anyway. Some of them became bankers, but very few of them. I was involved in industries such as aeronautics, automotive, energy production. I got interested into nuclear energy via materials aging, and surprisingly, I'm getting more and more interested into aging of materials while time goes on. Aging in nuclear conditions. Under irradiation, about everything can happen, but not anything. And the damage is at the atomic scale, the consequence is at the macro scales, and the duration of the process goes between nanoseconds to millennium. And that was material science in nuclear energy is an ideal playground for scale transition, which was and is still a very active field in fundamental material science. So that's how I got into nuclear energy, surprisingly. Now, energy is the blood of our industrial economies, and matter is the flesh. Being interested in energy and in material was quite natural when you are interested in industry. But energy is also a key aspect of our societies, and therefore has some political and geopolitical aspects related with resources and sovereignty, with political interdependence and with environmental issues related to climate change, one need to decarbonate electricity for an electrified society with a sovereign source of production. And that came not the scientist but the citizen. And I played the role of High Commissioner for Atomic Energy. It's a bizarre job which was created in 1946 by de Gaulle because he didn't trust the people who were running the CEA. So he wanted to have someone who was looking at them, not being part of the hierarchy, and having the right to have access to all the information inside CEA. So that's a sort of dream job for someone who is basically an anarchist. I did the job during 6 years, combining, that was the prerequisite to get the job, that's what I told to the politician at the time, combining total frankness with scrupulous discretion, avoiding to intermix political statements and technical advice. I did the job as long as I felt the technical analysis of the problem was part of the political decision. And then I resigned. I went then back to my previous love of material science as a scientific director of a company, Saint-Gobain, which is a major materials provider. Just to tell you that you can go from everywhere when you have gone through nuclear. In fact, Saint-Gobain has very, very little metals. Remember, I was a metallurgist. But being a metallurgist, I was trained into the idea to understand the macroscopic properties through the microstructure. And that's something which is valuable with any material. So that's another thing which I want. Don't let yourself be trapped under a label. I went, where was I? Yeah, okay. Saint-Gobain, which is a major materials provider. I kept involved in the nuclear industry as a scientific advisor of Framatome and went back to academia as an adjunct professor in McMaster and a research professor in Monash in Australia. Well, looking back at this, on this career at 64, I'm now entering the fourth part of it, and I hope it will last something like 30 years. I consider that the commitment to nuclear energy has been a synthesis of my various interests, science, industry, and social commitments. I think I've been able to carry on these various aspects because right from the beginning, I choose not to choose. And I remember I asked to one of my colleagues I've been working a lot with and who was really one of my best mentors, Michael Ashby, I asked him, how do you choose the topic you are working on? And he just replied to me, I just choose the people I'm working with. And I think that's a very wise statement about the way you should proceed with your career. I choose not to choose and made my path in a discipline which is by its very nature cross-disciplinary. I was lucky enough to serve science where I felt I was most useful for the society I lived in and the country I was working for. Now, yes, I still have 1 minute, surprisingly. So I'm going to go back to history, when I was about that high. I was a big fan of Jules Verne at the time, and I'm a big fan of the writer Jules Verne, especially about 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which is, for me, exactly the embodiment what I think is a good outdoors. I mean, you are inside a submarine with a sofa, with an organ playing, and it's very comfortable. But another book by Jules Verne I was very fond of was The Mysterious Island. So when you are 9 years old and you read The Mysterious Island, at the beginning there is a shipwreck, and there is an engineer, his name is Smith, of course, and the engineer Smith on the beach is basically recreating civilization with almost nothing. And for me, that was an engineer. An engineer was a guy who was able to recreate civilization after a shipwreck. Well, I've changed a bit my understanding about engineering. It's not that easy. And I hope we will not have to go through a shipwreck to do things. And I come to my last point. I think nuclear energy revival is not a transient. It is the consequence of the necessary actions to fight global warming. That's what I call the shipwreck. Let's avoid the shipwreck. It is a condition for sustainable growth of our industrial societies. And now I just want to give you the take-home message. The world that we are going to live in, that you are going to live in, is the world that you are going to build. That's the world of tomorrow. And the world of tomorrow, you have to start building it today. So that means that your future is in your hands, and nuclear energy is part of this future. And I thank you for your attention. And I was in time.
Yes. Okay. Not working. Working? Perfect. So now we are finishing our 7 minutes presentation, and I'm delightful to invite you to the coffee, 10 minutes break.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick reminder to please ask that you sign in at the list at the back if you haven't done so. We want to make sure we capture everyone who is here because I know we have a few additions. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Great to hear the great buzz in the room. We're now needing to get down to work, which is going to be fun, we hope. Just a few of my own reflections based on really an insightful journey across a diverse set of careers in nuclear. As we know, there's lots of opportunities. One of the things I reflect on is that you can really learn from everyone, no matter who you are. You can, and for people to share, then it allows people that opportunity to learn. The other thing I was happy to hear, and it's kind of reflects my favorite quote, the very best things in life are just one step outside of your comfort zone. And it was really exciting to hear, people talking about things happening for a reason, and we don't always understand it. It may not feel so comfortable, but in my own experience, I've always found, and it sounds like a number of other people as well, that it always does happen for a reason, and you make use of a diversity of information across a cross-cutting sector. So thank you. So now what we'll do is we're going to ask people to relocate a little bit from this morning, because Patrick did quite a lot of work in assigning people to different groups and to different tables. And so we did, starting here, on there, that's table 1, and it's kind of meandering around here. This is table 10 because Patrick Burr was already sitting there, so I didn't make him move. And then tables 7 to 10 are at the back on the long tables where you were enjoying your dessert. I encourage the people from those different tables to figure out where your best spot is to exchange. You can use those tables, or maybe you may want to go downstairs to have your discussion. And Patrick is going to talk about just which groups you're in. And as you're settling, once you've settled down, we'll invite Aditi Verma and also Liz Williams to come and give you an overview of what you'll be doing today. So please stay in this room until you get that overview. Thank you.
Perfect. I don't think we have to go too detailed on all the names. You should be aware of what group you are in. Just one additional thing, I have just a few minutes ago sent out a Teams link that will also have breakout sessions for every single group. It would be great if at least, or best case, just one person per group goes into those breakout sessions and puts the microphone on. We can then take transcripts of those meetings. Also, we can then use these groups and these breakout sessions to communicate after the event or whenever. It's probably better to, while we're here, to speak in person. I don't think we need to use the chat function to the person across the table. Yes, I think that's. If there's any questions, there's a few people that are not assigned, because if I don't see the name on the email, I couldn't assign them directly. I'll be going throughout the day. If you're not assigned, just let me know. I can put you into the right group. Perfect.
And I'll just mention, I was really happy to see that both sides of the sheet of paper, sign-up sheet, were filled. So I'm going to put more paper back there. So if you ran out of space for signing up, please do it. I will put some more paper. Even those who are not assigned to groups, please everyone sign in. Thank you. And I guess as you go to your tables, I'll invite Liz and Aditi to come up here, and once you guys have settled down, they'll take their decision about when they start to explain what we're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamara. We'll let you all get settled, and then we will talk to you about what we're going to be doing in this session.
Walk around and
Yeah, if you go into you can be assigned to a group if you want. There's some.
we roam around.
Yeah, I was thinking some people could roam and some people could. If you want a group, then we can assign you. Putting two close. I think it's nice because then people can access your expertise in different ways as they do.
I will change. Just bear with me 1 second.
All right, is everyone finding their seats? Yeah.
So maybe waste sounds fantastic. Can I get your...
Shall we try? All right, we're going to get started if we can. Is that all right? Do we have slides? Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Aditi and I have put this workshop together. We are going to be using methods from strategic foresight. So we're going to start out with a brief introduction to what we're going to do today and what the background is. For those of you who have met a futurist, or that word might give you hives, that's not what we're doing today. What we're doing today is we are borrowing ideas that, to be honest, have a very long history that predate Rand Corporation and Herman Kahn's work, but were first formalized, really, in the early days of the atomic age when people were trying to figure out how to deal with things like how to prevent nuclear war. And they realized that actually no single person has one answer to that, and that actually the complexity of that question required a strategic approach for figuring out how to identify preferred futures and to make decisions now that might help us get there. And so strategic foresight is a structured exploration of possible future developments to better anticipate and prepare for the future. It is not about predicting what will happen because uncertainties prevent predictability. Action-oriented, it treats the future as something that can be shaped in a participatory way. So, we've already seen this on Ed's slides this morning. This is the Voros cone, and here is now. Time is this way. And what we're aiming to do is explore various types of futures. Probable futures, possible futures, preferred futures. Today we're going to be looking at what are the preferred futures that we might wish to have come about in our particular focus groups in the area that you're going to be looking at, and how might we get there. And the method that we're going to be using is backcasting. And we're using it because it's actually very, it's easy to understand, it's easy to implement. It's an interesting one, particularly if you have multidisciplinary groups, people of all different kinds of backgrounds, because you will get to start out by figuring out what a preferred future for your question might look like. That's going to be a challenging thing. When you identify what that preferred future looks like, you know what it looks like, you know what it sounds like, you know what it feels like, then you can start taking a step back, one step at a time. How did you get there? All right, so you're starting in the future. That helps you sort of remove some of the blinders we all have on about what things are like in the present moment, and we begin to step back. And in that process of stepping back, you can identify some actionable steps. All right? So this is a method that's a bit later than Rand Corporation. It originated in energy policy, so it is a useful thing for us to try and do today. So the process we're going to be using for this workshop is in each of your groups, you are going to choose a question, and you are going to figure out what your preferred future looks like. You're then going to take those steps back and you're going to record them. And you're going to identify which of those steps are actions we can take today. And you're going to record them on some slides. So we have the data, and we can put this together in the form of a collaborative report that all of you will be able to co-author if you wish. So the slides that you can access are here, and I'm going to hand over to Aditi to talk you through the templates.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. So not everybody in every single breakout group needs to have these pulled up, but we would like to have at least one presenter, rapporteur, however you want to call them. I'm going to quickly walk you through the template, but we are actually going to time you unless you leave the room, in which case you'll have to time yourselves. So when you get to the QR code, hopefully you're all here. If you're not, perhaps, Patrick, you could also send it out to all the delegates so they have the link. He's already done that. Excellent. Thank you. He's about to. Thank you in advance. I'm just going to show you what the slide templates look like. So once you get to that link, you're going to see that there's a template for every single breakout group. So navigate the slide deck and find yours. They're under the different themes, so you should be able to find yourselves quite easily, and they're numbered. So first, you should list the names of everybody in the breakout group on this slide, and I'm just going to quickly walk you through the rest. You were given, or rather, you came up with many possible questions to think about when you submitted your abstracts for this workshop. We want you to pick just one of those many questions. I know they're all very interesting, but please just pick one. So spend the first 10 minutes of your time discussing which question you would like to choose. Do this in a participatory and collaborative way. Maybe you can go around the table and everybody can say which question they would like to choose. Next, you're going to, as a group, decide what your shared values are. Pick 5 values. It could be security, beauty, peace, honesty, integrity, whatever they are. What are 5 values that are going to shape the future that you are going to build together? And so you will spend another 10 minutes or so doing this. We'll time you again. The next thing you're going to do is to pick a year in which your imagined future takes place. We're not specifying a year for you because the question or the problem that you might each choose might be tractable over different timescales. So if you're thinking about nuclear waste, the future year that you might want to focus on could be 100,000 years from now, whereas maybe if you're thinking about workforce development, you want to focus on the near term. So you as a group have to decide what year you're going to be focusing on when you imagine this future. Then you're going to start describing that future. What does it look like? What does it feel like? What's happening in that future? And you can do that with both text and some images. Feel free to draw, make a collage, generate images, use images you already have. This is really up to you. Be as creative as you can be. And you'll have quite a bit of time for this piece. The next piece is really, how do we get to that future? So you're going to fill out this timeline and think about what are the changes in societal norms and policies and movements? Maybe what are some critical events or decisions that ultimately built this future that you've imagined here? So you're going to spend quite a bit of time doing this. And then to wrap up, there should be another one on top, but it'll be on your slide. You're going to think about what are 3 actionable steps that we can take today to help us get to this future that you're imagining. So this is the slide deck for every single breakout group. Before you get started, or somewhere along the way, make sure you pick 1, maybe even 2 people who will present this out. It doesn't have to be the facilitator. In fact, it's better if it's not the facilitator. We want to hear from the delegates. Anything we want to add to that, Liz?
The group that you have will shape what you find here. Be open to perturbing things a bit, exploring possibilities that maybe you personally wouldn't normally explore. That requires some patience and some willingness to figure out how to communicate, but that's actually a crucial skill in this sector. So I think that's where shall we let you get to work? We'll go back to the QR code. And we will let you get to work.
I think it's a good idea. It's better if you do it too, because this is yours.
Okay, just so you know, we have a timer up now for the first part of the session. If you go elsewhere to work, you do have the timings on your slides, okay? So you should have moved on to your values at this point, if you haven't already.
Nick Crowther said that, the hello test. Okay, got our mutual respect piece in. What was the piece we were trying to pull out with reliability again?
Reliability / expert advice.
Yeah. Building the trust. Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, how's it going? There you go. We've gone with 1.1 the communication. Okay, brilliant. Got our values. In what year does your imagined future take place? In choosing a year, think about a timescale of which the problem you're grappling with might potentially be resolvable. Briefly explain your choice of year. I almost want to jump into what I think our future is with it before we...
You can iterate a bit, right?
Yeah.
Thinking about what's going to help you get beyond what you know now.
Yeah.
The present moment is going to be helpful there. But choosing a realistic time frame might take a little bit of time. Different ones love different communities love different concerns that are important to them, so I guess it's kind of variable.
And there's probably also then going to be variable in terms of the goals that we reach. Initially giving everyone a baseline understanding, and then also providing pathways for sort of expert development within those areas. Like that's going to take longer to make that accessible for everyone. But I don't know if that's a bit out of the scope potentially.
A lot of things as well in terms of a lot of climate goals are like 2050 for net zero, so around that sort of time would be the time you'd probably be able to really evaluate how successful something was or not, and what people's attitudes are, or like along that pathway just to see how close people are to meeting climate targets.
So that's almost like a self-assessment point of how we do it.
I know it will cover like medicine and everything else as well, but I think climate's really important. It's a good like milestone.
Yeah, that economics, like especially in Australia, economics was a major factor in how they developed policies. And it was really skewed all the data over the years, but it was still like a major point. They were saying, oh, it'll be, this source is percent more and this so like, especially in Australia, for the time scale, really when you consider like we're on the net zero by 2050 as well, and consider the time we're taking, unfortunately in Australia, it's basically even the next election, the election in Australia, really to get that view change forward how to become like a critical part of that.
Yeah, it's almost if we're saying the climate test is in 2050, we need to pull it way left that period of understanding, at least within Australia. Within the climate context. I mean, if you went, the reason we need this communication is to build the social license, to be able to implement these technologies, and then reach the climate goal by 2050. Who was it yesterday who said that if you had the regulator and the money, you could have the facilities by 2030, which was bold. So that's 5 years. So I guess that's 5 years to physically do it, build a social license in no clue, 5 years. 2040.
Innovation and new technologies, things like SMEs and things that sort of still not quite at a point where like widely been rolled out. really starting to downscale that a lot of the new technologies that are going to be important when they're likely to be.
Yeah, so that's almost like we've got a front end, or like our back end balancing of 2050 for climate goals, our front end balancing of when is the technology going to actually be available.
I think also looking at it from the perspective again, it's like for Australia to like, we obviously export everything that's used in recycling internationally. We bring that into Australia versus trying to persuade the nuclear industry within Australia, showing how we're supporting our trade and all these other transition events. So it can be like a step one, so you can utilize some of this skill.
Actually transitioning that fuel cycle.
As existing science.
As like Matt said, he said that it was, you know, how nuclear power you get the trust and so you continue with their excellent. Obviously Australia, we don't actually have anything to found on. Obviously we have Opal and August come into play, but both those things really, Opal's not very known. So there's no real history of nuclear excellence in Australia for us to bounce on, I think, in terms of getting that trust there.
That's potentially one of these things that is almost our front end as well. It's these things are going to have to be utilised within Australia to build some of this communication piece or utilised for it.
I suppose as well, if you've got nothing to sort of work on, that's a really good place to build a strategy from the ground up. From like looking at both national and regional and in marginalised groups, looking at all the different concerns from all over and embedding them into your communication strategy rather than just saying, we're going to do this, this is why. Actually listening to what people want to know, what they want out of it, and then using that to sort of to build your communication strategy and build the trust from the start, like keeping that at the heart of it from the beginning. Yeah, that's the thing.
And then,
I think communicating the advantages, like there's nothing stopping anyone.
No, okay,
advantages right now.
Yeah.
The Australian government.
This is worldwide, right? I work for the federal government, so obviously I said the government of the day. But this is a worldwide perspective.
Well done. Well done, line out.
Well trained.
I mean, from my like sort of experience in nuclear waste services, so I don't know how much like people know about nuclear waste services and what they're doing at the moment. Like I know it's not technology, but they're building a geological disposal facility at the moment, or they're hoping to, and they're sort of doing a community engagement program to get the community to agree to host it. And the timescales for building it are going to be about 4 decades thereabouts. But at the moment, the siting process has been going on for years because they haven't been able to sort of effectively engage enough with a community that they've managed to convince them that. So just for a bit of perspective on how long it can take to sort of communicate benefits to someone who's already got preconceived opinions about something. That's been taking years at the moment, and they've only just managed to find a couple of communities who are going into the process of agreeing to sort of take it a little bit further. So it can take years if they've already got preconceptions about nuclear waste, nuclear technology. So it's like it is a long-term process, but you have to like commit to that and work at people's own paces rather than just being like, we want to get it done by this date. It's going to be quite fun. Can we put that? It's fluid.
A couple of thoughts. 4.1. Yep. In my experience, there's very little chance of effectively communicating anything without first establishing the values. And I think that nuclear technologies have, I don't think, they had a very awkward birth. Okay, they came out of weapons technology and then power was first applied in submarines in a defense context. Civil power and medicines also happened as a side quest.
It was like, oh, we can do that instead of just closing it.
I've sometimes said I think nuclear power was actually invented a little before we needed it. Like if it was invented as a crisp new invention in 1990, right after the climate change conference of '89, we would have a very different relationship with it. And I think because of that journey, no one's ever sold it. No one's actually ever sold it. It kind of happened. And it's tried to live under the radar. And now it's trying to sort of emerge a little bit. So a bit like Mark said, the airlines don't sell you on their safety numbers. It's really important to sort of connect. I think you've already said you can already sell the benefits. Actually really get acquainted with what is it already doing for us and who is doing it in this amazing way is not a message that's been well crafted previously. Maybe something in it.
The next one is 10 minutes. All right, if you haven't moved on to talking about the year, go for it. Remember, you can choose strategically here. A year that you choose might be selected so that you can get some more benefit out of that backcasting method.
And work. It looks good, but I had a quick chat with her after and she was like, "Oh, that was hard. That was very, very hard." So it seems, in principle, maybe it's a simple thing. Her story suggests that this is hard.
I'm thinking of just going with that iterative approach to suggesting maybe we just throw in 2040. It's 10 years back from us reaching our climate goal, but a significant period from now, and we can iterate that so we can go what we want the future to be.
Realistically, you want it sometime in 2030.
Yeah.
Especially in Australia.
Yeah, in Australia we'll do it next week. But we'll see if that happens. So, what future are you envisioning? What do you see in that future? We've got 35 minutes on this, so we've got a lot. I really liked what Ben said. It was the point of, and I summarised it as being on the front foot. It's felt like nuclear's always been on the back foot, and it's always semi-apologetic. Yeah, it does. It's like we're trying to convince people that we're said it should actually be, the messaging shouldn't have to be that.
Yeah, it should be the benefits.
It's the, look at all these benefits that we continue to bring, that airlines connecting people. Qantas's adverts and network about showing you their trying to stay in the air and showing you the places you can get to with.
Those are the things that when you talk about nuclear, people don't automatically think about those kinds of things.
And it's not the messaging that people hear now.
Just a question. In terms of there's messages, there's information about there's also the thinking about how that
So when you think about it, like for a company like an airline, they're not selling the plane journey, they're selling the destination. So when you think, what are the benefits that it can provide, like either economic, like environmental, things like that. But also we do need, because the history of nuclear power is it's coated in the public view of what it is. We do need to still acknowledge that to an extent and explain the benefits. Because even still, people I know my age, they're still terrified because they hear the buzzwords, Chernobyl, and even if we want to go forward, talking about the airline industry, people don't really know the negative pressures. Like it's not instilled as a fear, but as soon as you bring up nuclear, those fears are instilled. So breaking that fear cycle is probably one of the most important things.
And maybe this could be a two-date process of, if you think we're currently behind, we need to get to 0, and then we can look at the positive side as being getting people, and maybe it doesn't need to pass through there, but I don't know how it would. And stopping people from afraid, and then making them see it.
It's like debunking common misconceptions, what I've written down here, and addressing safety concerns as the first step. Like to get you to that point.
Sorry, I was going to say, thinking of it from the feelings point, almost at that point, you want animosity. You want people to just not, animosity. No, not animosity. People just ambivalent. Sorry, that's what you want people to not care. Like, there's a station next to them, they don't care. That's fine. They don't think, oh, that's great, I want more of them, but they're also not picky to get. And then you need to kind of pass through that ambivalence to get to the support.
probably apply for the whole process and whole concept is two-way communication. So bringing people into the process and making them feel part of it. So, like, I mean, I'm obviously talking from my experience again with nuclear waste services. We bring community stakeholders into our research conferences, so they can see all the research we're doing, we can hear from them. You know, they've got an opportunity to come to us firsthand what their concerns are, and then if they come away from it still not happy, that's their choice. They can make an informed decision. But they're involved in the process the whole way, and it's a two-way street. It's not like we're just going to do this, we're going to tell you why. So I do think that's like, and then obviously in the future you've still got like that sort of mutually beneficial relationship where the community can express concerns and can have input on projects. And I do think that's going to sort of help to abate the fear a little bit because they know it's something they're part of rather than something that's being done to them. Does that make sense?
I feel like there's some really good words we can pull out there as actually what we see as the future and like the state we're in of that it's going to be a worldwide, almost omnipresent and bi-directional communication that is mutually beneficial. So I feel like a lot of things now, I was reading through the new ANSAR regulations and I saw some of the lines about meaningful engagement and it completely my biases wasn't that's going to be beneficial to me, it was that's going to be a hindrance to the way the work I'm going to have to do and a requirement I need to meet. But actually, if it's mutually beneficial, I get a lot out of that engagement.
So you got support either way. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's people in the public who are going to have, you know, the plants built on their land, and who are going to have different concerns about, you know, in generations in the future, are they going to have nuclear waste seeping into, like, you know, whereas if they're part of something, they might be less likely to feel that fear and kind of understand it. I think understanding is actually part of not being afraid of something.
Yeah. I think one of the points that came out yesterday was how, you know, the how we do this is always going to be different, but I do think that will, at some degree of that, will always be a good thing. I think there were some papers done on one of the Scandinavian facilities and how they developed consent for that siting, and it was talking about how high trust societies need less communication, but then the forms of communication, and I'm butchering this, but it's really interesting how you need some communication, but the scales of it are different depending on how your society is formed.
And just with specifically with the how can we actually advance these benefits, like I know it's a terrible example, but if you look in Australia, like the fight for the oil and gas industries, the way they show their industry day in the life, demystifying the nature around it, really helps. Obviously, it's for the oil and gas industry, so most people don't really see the propaganda in it. But demystifying that aspect really helps people get involved and understand it. So when you're thinking about the I support nuclear or the not-in-my backyard party, with the demystification, you'll really make them understand, hey, if I have it there, I get all the benefits, but also it's safe, it will benefit me, and it isn't something that will hinder one.
And this is my experience now seeing the US Navy's trying to do that at the moment with nuclear submarines, and it was always this very closed off thing, you couldn't see it, and people assumed the absolute worst, and now they're starting to get YouTube reporters down the boats, go on the way for a few days, show that you can have pizza on Friday, and that's as good as life gets. But it's that demystifying piece to get people more engaged with it. Yeah, definitely. And some people start doing that. That's a step that happens today, just demystification of it.
Sellafield in the UK, the reprocessing plant, they do tours, like the limited tours, but when I first went, people asked me, oh my gosh, going to Sellafield, is it some horrible, terrifying, haunted house?
Well, it is, because it's in the northwest of England,
it's
but
middle of nowhere.
So, still in the future, what do you see in the future? World Health mutually beneficial communication, I've kept some sideways on there.
About non-verbal intelligence, but in a nice way, just put that it's just one, people see it the same way as they see solar. Realistically, someone's going to know about everything. There's still people who hate wind turbines. For the most part, you see a wind turbine, you don't say, oh my god, that's so scary. We kind of just want people to accept it. This is another part of the energy mix.
Okay, I'm hoping you're wrapping up your discussion of the years and maybe have already started thinking about your future. So we are going to be moving on to that next section.
You're welcome to search on Unsplash or there's
So maybe start by describing some of the images that come to mind.
For the omnipresence, probably just because I know if somebody's seen there at a bus stop or something with an athlete in that where it's something that they don't even pay attention to. It's just a part of your life. It's just another energy source. You wouldn't bat an eye if you were going to work and you drive past another place like any sort of manufacturer. The last page of different angles trying to be architectural. Yeah.
No, you're right.
you got to think like 4-dimensional, like you get like ChatGPT this image was generated by nuclear power. Maybe another thing to get people to focus towards the future of nuclear power is introducing, like, obviously, most people, they hear SMR, it's a buzzword they'll probably hear once, or they don't know what the gem reactor or that is. Maybe creating the excitement around these new technologies is like a way to increase it, because, you know, people get hyped for these new amazing technologies in the future, like a lot of people like fusion, like obviously, at least from the people I know, fusion seems this amazing wonderful new technology that could exist. Having that same approach to the new generation of power plants, like that would help change this a really good personal value is ENSO. When you go up to ENSO, it's super good at communicating the benefits of the reactor, like molybdenum 99, iodine 131, like all that. Stuff like that, and like blend it into our world tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. CEZ. Maybe it's Czech. Czech, yeah.
You're not loving the distinction between the grass and the roads?
Yeah. I feel like... Yeah, I feel like using the cooling towers probably isn't a good message as well, because people, like, obviously it's steam, but people associate towers like that with pollution. Yeah, we can't use that even currently. anybody here know the Czech Republic CEZ? Damn. Give him a reader. Yeah, it's really cool when they integrate like the architecture of the reactor into the environment. Yeah. Small solar panels on the Are you sure it? Oh, wow, this is my first one. Yeah. So, we were like this kind of college to do like a something. I never use a silencer. I never do it for yeah, really. Because I really wanted to do this will be the greatest photo of I think I'm using 9% Uni's Wi-Fi. It's not bad. Yeah, that's better. Make the reactors more like I want to say with nature because it's going to like generate the lines and stuff like that. So, that's like powering.
There's got to be a smart art of how to build something.
Oh, the wind turbines have changed direction.
In case you need it, you are allowed to add one extra slide to envision your future if you want to make things a little less crowded.
Pretty concrete. I reckon the first one.
This looks very pretty if we start adding things to it. We should have a mind-mappy tool.
No, but I've got
That also works. Thank you.
Just pro drawer right here.
Amazing. So, creative with this is fun. Yeah, anyone feel comfortable doing this?
I'm terrible at drawing.
You want to draw? Do you?
Not talent.
That's. I can't even write.
Enthusiasm's like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Are we doing like a central nuclear future or something?
Sure. I feel like a central big circle of like what our final state is, but then all of the little satellite-y, I'm fully just going off what it produced for me, and then I think we put in of like a big central, and then all of the little things that contributed to that sort of, or of that like ecosystem we have. So even if the central one is like nuclear positive.
That's very positive. Okay, nuclear positive?
Like that's our big central piece. Like everyone is nuclear positive. Oh, not nuclear positive. Pardon?
Nuclear. Well, I thought about it in lowercase people are a little
let's do nuclear positive. Yeah.
Nuclear.
So some of the things we've spoken about are, understanding economic benefits, saving the world, curing cancer, or health benefit.
Should we start with like net zero maybe?
Yeah.
Now everybody needs to agree. They're really growing as well. Yeah, that's like a big one. So we just want these as branches off.
Is this for like the second part?
This is still for just sort of
the future.
In this format, there was. I feel like we had kind of our headline bullets that you could talk to, but not necessarily all of the things that are put into it that we captured that we wanted to discuss.
I suppose as well, communicating, like, I don't know, I presume it's the same everywhere, but affordability I think is a big one. Yeah. I think a lot of people, like, you talk about it in terms of, like, safety and that's one thing, but a lot of people, they just want to be able to afford to heat their home.
That was a main point you mentioned, actually.
That's one thing I think, like, if you frame it around the values like that, like direct benefits they can get as well, like not just like, oh, it's good for medicine, it's good for like net zero. If they think I'll be able to have cheaper energy, and because that's such a struggle for so many people.
Yeah.
I don't know in the UK, there's literally people who die every year because they can't afford to it's horrible, it's absolutely horrendous. And I know that's not the case everywhere, but everywhere will have problems with accessibility to energy, and I think knowing that they can safely access energy consistently will be a really big thing.
Obviously, this is for a later segment, but like how we go about like including stuff like personal stories, where people don't care. If you just give them a fact sheet, this many people, 40,000 units of cancer research according to Australians use open nuclear medicine. that all really care, but if you get like personal stories, like how a lot of companies like Defence do when it's like a daily life, and you talk about how it impacted people on a personal level, then you're getting it. It literally is generated the exact same.
Energy security, affordable and accessible energy, supporting net zero transition.
Do we maybe want to include in there some of those things that they sort of how people feel at this point? Excited, even if it was like a little branch of how do people feel, and then all of things going into it.
Smiley faces. Yeah. It's very cool. It's a distribution, isn't it? Between like, I mean, even just coming into this, like even my PhD program and stuff, people are actually nuclear, even though you're working on your PhD.
You're shifting that normal distribution, you're shifting it slightly more positive.
Like, how do you get up there?
Sorry,
one good thing for that would be like surveying public opinion and looking at like the on a national scale or something and in different communities and get like so like a national one like the granular sort of survey. Because then you sort of know what you're dealing with rather than sort of doing a one-size-fits-all approach of communicating. You sort of know that what concerns you. Speaking of different social backgrounds, you have different concerns. Like, someone who's a multi-millionaire isn't going to care so much about energy prices, but they might be concerned about medicine, like technology. So I think that's just a really interesting way to sort of establish what the baseline opinion is before you can change it, if that makes sense. And keep checking in on that consistently to see how it's changing.
That was really like some of the points that Gordon made yesterday, and there is going to be no one size fits all of this. If we're looking for a worldwide change, we need to start with an understanding of the concerns in all the different stakeholders worldwide. Yeah, not just the what people think, but the why.
Yeah, like how they feel and the attitudes they have, and how we can change that. Like generation, people's lived experiences, like our parents' experience will have a different, like form different views of nuclear than ours will, and I think that's something that's really important to look into definitely about why they might have around it. Like I know my mum, for example, she was like, when Chernobyl happened, like, seeing all the contamination worldwide, she was like really afraid of nuclear for a long time. Whereas obviously now we know that you've still got that attitude ingrained in some parts of
society. From the UK or whatever.
You can send it to my email.
Okay.
Yeah, so my attitudes shaped by cultural values, historical experiences, and these evidence must be examined early and regularly to identify root causes of opposition and develop communication strategies that address them. So this is just how we want to know how we're...
No, we don't. We just wanted the general picture of why, like, this was our future state still.
Okay.
Yeah.
We want to do nursing.
Should be going to the email.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm just going to grab a glass of water. Does anyone want anything? Okay.
I'm just going to need it.
Exciting. Oh, that would be really, that'd be separate.
Let's just think of things that make us feel happy then. That's a good way of saying life-changing things. Well, I was right, life-changing things, yeah. Capital letter.
And then like maybe like personal stories in a way. Oh, sorry. Like rather than the statistics.
Yeah, like a human side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that creative. Why don't we do like a little buzzword, like a nuclear can affect everyone's lives.
Perfect, thank you. That one's so much better.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
lovely.
that's a futuristic reactor.
Yeah.
Do we want to move on to a bit more of the how? I'm sorry, you're drawing that.
I've got a whole space.
We're about time to move on to the how to get there, right? So, I really like the idea of and we can carry that into the actionable steps of a now is sort of an opinion mapping or
Of like opinion and the drivers of the opinion.
yeah, opinion is not the right term for it. I like that. I think if we take that into the initial values we had of adaptability, also our initial values, if it's like a worldwide living social license map that's developed, that's continually being reassessed, and that's what we need to now to establish this picture. So as the goalposts shift as they will to reach our goal, we're aware of it and we can change our communication strategies. The one step back. This now, yes. Okay. So one step back from our final goal. I guess that's the positive side that you said. It's the hype. We are now talking about all of the positive things. That we've already done that. We've already beat the negativity.
Yeah. I'd say, well, at least probably one of the biggest setbacks is obviously like political influence. Like if we're talking about setbacks, that would probably be the hardest one to maintain. And then because you can push something, you can show all this, you can make it all good. What as soon as it gets entangled in politics, no matter how hard you try in a lot of countries, it basically just becomes the binary. I like this party, this is what I like
Yeah.
it.
Well, that's it, because there's a divide there. They can leverage it for their own gain, whether it's actually in the best interest or not. One thing that I picked up as well is, I think obviously you can't assume there's not going to be any opposition, because there will be along the way. So I put in a point about engaging with the opposition in an open dialogue. And another personal experience, I'm not going to name names, also I don't remember exactly who it was. But like very early on, when I first started work, like when I started my PhD, I was at a conference and I was talking to a guy, and it was all one of the nuclear waste committees, and he was sort of laughing about an experience he'd done with this woman who was like to say no to like one of the power plants. And he was saying about how she'd been turning up outside the office, wanted to talk to him, and about how she got in his car and he just like drove off and was like, "You want to talk to me now?" I'm in the car, and they were all laughing about it. And it left me a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. And I wish I'd said something at the time, but I didn't, because like I'm like a PhD student who's not going to listen to me. And I was like, what would be the harm in just hearing her out? Because like her opposition to this, it's not her ignorance, it's a failing, if anything, of the industry for not helping us to understand it and not engaging with it. Like it's in no one's best interest to just like laugh at somebody who doesn't agree with you because they haven't had access to that information. And I really didn't like it. Like I thought they were having a laugh, but I was like, that's a bit gross, because like, yeah, it might be funny that she got in his car and all this, but like that's out of desperation.
I mean, they're showing how much she cares about you.
Yeah, as far as she's concerned, this is something that's going to be terrible for her community.
Yeah.
And how is she going to know it's not if you don't sit down and talk to like a human being and you're just going to condescend to her? And I didn't like that. So I think like opposition, if anything, should be almost like walking into the process. Like, why is it you think the way you do? Like, what can you do to it? And if they still want to oppose it in the end, you've done what you can. But like, I just think like there's a lot of, it was the same with COVID and everything else. There's a lot of tendency in the scientific community, I think, for people to laugh at people who fall for this misinformation or have a different opinion or who are wrong. It's like they're not wrong. We're failing at communicating that information to them.
Yeah.
So I think that's something I should we should definitely work into it.
So something interesting about that.
I think one of the things I've got is like public forums, for example. But I don't really know how well they work. Because again, I think one fundamental thing I've found is when I go to conferences, a lot of people are very good communicators. Like they're very good scientists, but they're not very good communicators. And I think whether that's like training for people in the industry or whether that's bringing in people who want to learn that. So like I'm both. Like I'm a scientist and I'm a communicator, and I find that like people are actually quite surprised when they talk to me in the community because they're like when they've spoken to people in the community before in science before, they feel like spoken down to sometimes, and I think that is like that's like a systemic problem. I think really that, and I think there needs to be a way to bridge that gap between the public and scientists. So I think that bringing them into the process, like things like we did with bringing them to the conference, that sort of thing, or having like an open forum where they can come in and speak to people and address concerns and don't feel like they're a bother or they're being laughed at. Because I think that's the thing, if they're being invalidated, they're just not going to trust nuclear and they're going to feel disillusioned even more. So like, why should I support this when people can't even take 5 minutes out of the day to talk to me about their concerns?
You're making me think of culture.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing to shape, but we've had to do that for safety. And so I'm wondering, are there actual steps as part of building towards this future that build that culture of respect?
I wrote down a no judgment culture for it, and it's one that's requiring peer respect and. But the how do we get there?
Well, it would be like how there was no safety culture, or how like the culture surrounding obviously workplace harassment, how that has all had like shifted since where it was absolutely yeah, like basically how obviously I'm not in the industry, so I don't really have an idea of how it's done. So I believe it was you guys who worked in the industry, how you guys trained on that and then you shift that focus onto communicating with the public.
A lot of organisations like the IAEA and WANO have defined what a nuclear safety culture is, and then also given indicators of what a nuclear safety culture is. Maybe we say there is one of a no judgment culture or just a healthy nuclear culture as opposed to a safety focused one. Or a test culture, and then you build the model, you have steps to work towards it, and then places, countries, people can adopt that model.
I suppose we have a framework, you can do like assessments as well, like I know we did like a safety culture assessment, and like we assessed it against like these benchmarks, and then like a few months later we assessed it again with our new attitude and like what steps we've done, how we do things differently.
So I guess I think if anyone's got any better terms, please give them. But if we say a no judgment culture, we need the development of the frameworks, implementation strategies, so this can be adopted by different organisations. Culture of respect, I like that. Yeah.
A bit more just overarching.
Yeah.
Because that incorporates the public, the opposition, colleagues, like everybody. So everyone should get the equal thing. I feel like it's a bit up and down, just from my point of view and what I see in the industry. And I always feel like I want to call it out, and I probably should, but I'm a bit scared because I'm not technically an industry person. But like I do see a lot of like, they give respect to certain people in the public they think are worthy of it, but then the ones who disagree with them, they don't. And I'm like, that's where you should be focusing your respect, because they're the people you need to win over.
You also need to understand, like, having that conversation is not because there are things that we don't like people in these communities, there are reasons for that. We may not understand. They may be very
And at the end of the day, you may not change a person, especially if they're heavily embedded in the anti-nuclear culture, you may not change their mind, but the other people watching the debate, you're changing theirs and changing their perspective.
Or they will feel that their group, their background can reach into this, can understand it.
So not only just communicating as we
All right, we'll be moving on to the actionable steps I'll reset the timer.
Can you airdrop it? Yes. And I think that's one of those earlier things, because that will feed later on. We're talking 15 years time.
If you want to go like super like in depth with things, I think if you're going to work it into the curriculum, having parents forums before doing that would be a good idea, because I feel like a lot of parents have opposition to nuclear that they put into their children, or they have biases. So I feel like if it's going to be integrated into the curriculum, either facilitating resources to parents to explain this is going to be part of the curriculum, have somewhere they can direct their concerns around it, or open forums where they can talk to people about it, because I think there's like, am I right as part of the teacher and a bit of student sex education, and they used to have conversations for cultural reasons who didn't want their children doing that sort of thing. So we would have like meetings where they would express their concerns, which is something that's maybe a bit more standardised across like a national level for the curriculum, having the parents an opportunity to like sort of educate the parents before you educate the kids, just so that the kids aren't going home.
I think this can then iterate back in time. We say it's 15 years that working. Initially, you start teaching.
All right, we're going to be doing a working lunch, and lunch is served. So if you would like to grab some food and come back to your groups, please feel free to do so.
Would you be able to send that to the computer?
Yeah.
Not too sure how.
I locked it down for my kids.
Educational inclusion.
Yeah, I do think like in schools you would have to probably address the parents before you address the kids.
Sorry.
Do you guys want to do some more with this?
Oh, that one's good, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Food time.
Yeah, go ahead and grab some food.
I'm gonna go in a minute. I'll be eating the vegan stuff anyway, so it's usually something that left. Yeah, it's a competition. Yeah, usually that's not bad. So just imagine for it. Another thing I put like when there was an actual step which is like citizen jewellery. Like I was reading about them and apparently that's pretty cool. It's basically they bring together like a random group of citizens like across like and then just bring them together to like learn about an issue, discuss it and kind of voice their concerns. So obviously you can't capture the opinion of an entire population, it's never gonna happen, but like as well as surveys, by doing something like that, sort of having that sort of face to face. It's called a citizen jury. I'll look for the exact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Randomly selected citizens representing the community to examine a complex issue and make recommendations to decision makers. They can inform public policy and incorporate diversity and perspectives and promote consensus.
Are we starting the timeline? Are we doing the timeline?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is like Australia. I was reading about it like last night. I was like, oh, this is quite interesting. I know they do have a well, I've never heard of them before last night. But I was like, that sounds like a really cool idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it's a lot. All good?
Did you get a response from Matt, by the way, regarding the paper?
I haven't asked him yet. I'm just going to do it when I get back.
Yeah,
But it said optional today.
Yeah, it might be a case of just getting our names taken off afterwards. Because let's just say we've gotten close to Australia should start paying for mining to happen here. And like, let's not make that a recommendation.
Yeah. I think that's probably our safest bet.
Yeah.
But I have a meeting with him tomorrow, so I will raise it.
Sure. I don't know. I am I do have a job that I need to go back to.
I know, it's unfortunate.
It's like, can't I just swan around at conferences? That's what ASMO do, right?
This is true.
I do appreciate the effort when they try and do like creative vegan options, but sometimes it's like just don't look like it. It's just what I do, yeah.
Oh, these are weird.
It's like jam.
Like prosciutto. Yeah.
It's like a cheese peanut. Pretty much.
Yeah. basically saying, you know, the cities of the future.
We see you using the ad blocker, and I'm not. I'm looking at how long it takes to like rebrand the corporation. Because obviously it's like different, but similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's true.
Meaningful shifts, 18 to 26 months, I don't think that's happening.
I'd be impressed.
Fundamental transformation, 3 to 7 years. That's like the timeline we need to work in on that industry. Really Sorry? They say like just for general media, for general like big transformational brand perception, it's like 3 to 7 years. Apparently. Which that's sort of like that's like 2 election cycles.
Yeah. The question I'd ask is, is this a general case, or are there additional?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of areas for this.
We need social license to buy first. We're not
What's another industry that has any other industry really done something similar to nuclear?
There was no other option to gas or coal at the time.
So there has been a transformation from nuclear to the US and other states. Political issues made now. But that was a long road.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So how did it occur in the US? Because from like our perspective, you know, you don't really hear much, and then all of a sudden it was just like bang, 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 nuclear powers back in.
So what they did is understand how to solve this issue with us. The recommend was like, we need to figure out how to manage this. Like, okay, let's take all of our energy systems models across the US who are involved in this kind of discussion, get them to figure out what a consensus is. Like, how much do we need nuclear? How much do we need if we need it? And basically, they're like, well, look, at a minimum, we need some nuclear. It doesn't have to be a ton, but it needs to be there. And so that is, at least according to the story that I read, that's the story that particular event, when they did bring everybody together and make them come to a consensus, was the point at which all parties were like, okay, actually, we believe this and we need to change this. Because we have no choice.
Yeah.
So in America, it was really like a top-down approach from the government, from the parties.
Yes, but it brought in independent experts who might have started out with very different perceptions about so that independent voice is really important.
Prior to obviously that big like change, what was the political division in the US like anti-nuclear, pro-nuclear?
Okay, thank you so much.
Should we think as well about like what actual communication strategies we use? Because obviously, like, because before then we were just saying like, obviously incorporating into the curriculum maybe like in schools, but I
said maybe before that, like, I don't know how we'd do it on a wide scale, but like communicate to the parents that it's going to be put in the curriculum, because I feel like parental opposition to like subjects in schools is like a thing. So maybe sort of give the parents like a kind of forum for the parents to voice their opinions on it, and sort of always like teach the parents before you teach the kids, because obviously if the kids go home and say, oh, we'll learn about nuclear, and they're going to get influenced by parents.
So really it would be, you're trying to target each, like the primary age demographic. So your kids, then your young adults, to people who want to join, and then you have like, you know, like people who work there, middle age, and then like your, and you target each separately.
Like in terms of actual like physical strategies, like what kind of things would you want to do? Like obviously having meetings and stuff is good, but would you want to do like media campaigns and things like that? And how would that work?
Don't you?
Yeah,
This day and age.
Like, we're talking about that, like building it as a brand.
Yeah.
I feel like, at least for like younger generations, populations, a lot of like social media stuff.
Yeah,
like the stuff that like the US military is doing, it's like day in the life.
Do you like a nuclear power plant TikTok?
I feel like the way that defence advertises, I don't know about you guys, but I get Australian defence ads shoved down my throat.
Everyone's all the time telling me how great it is to be in the army and all the activities you can do. Like
submariners hiding in plain sight. I was like, yeah, they're human too. Like, I don't know what you want.
I was all like, oh, you can go play football and you can go on holiday here. You're in the army.
Travel the world. I feel like you just got to take that really aggressive approach.
One of the things I have noticed that like it was quite a big thing in the UK. So I don't know how like, because obviously EDF's massive. Like, do EDF? I mean, it won't be obviously the case in Australia, but it was quite a big thing because EDF. They did an advert in the past year where like they did a feature on each of the different kinds of energy they use. It was like wind and solar, and then they put nuclear on, and it was like one of the first times people had actually outright said on TV that they use nuclear. So that was like a bit of a big step in the media. So I suppose now would be, because you get energy companies advertising all the time about like the stuff they use. So maybe I suppose that would be a good gateway into sort of making, like putting it on TV, because now it's just to see the advert and you're like, oh, wind, solar, nuclear, and like a lot of people didn't even realise EDF had nuclear, and now they see that and they're like, oh, yeah. So that was quite a nice turning point.
Sorry, I just had to go stand outside.
Oh,
15 minutes.
I feel like you can have like different targeted stories from like the personal experience. So like you have one story, you have the Navy does like this is who I am, blah blah blah, like military. Sort of commercials like that where it's like, this is my name. Like it's like one of them's like a cancer patient. You have like a short like 30-second advertisement on how nuclear medicine helped them. Then you do another one on like some person probably in like the economy or something, on the mining sector, how that's benefited them, and then like you do it from across the population, so you reach
get a really expensive energy bill.
Human profiles.
Okay, so there is a bit more food coming, if anyone needs it. And we are going to have to start the timer again soon.
Obviously,
lead with, I suppose you'll lead with the benefits, lead with the values, like you're going to advertise, you're like, oh, all these medical benefits, by the way, it's nuclear. Rather than just like bombarding people with benefits. I was like, I call it value-based framing.
So stuff like even like obviously this is a positive, but like you'll be like nuclear power, whatever it is, and then you'll have like three buzzwords like honesty, integrity, future, something like that, where you're pushing those values into people.
And I've got leveraging trusted third parties as well, so like universities, things like charities and organisations that focus on climate, things like that, or context to validate claims rather than just being like, oh, here's a nameless scientist who you probably don't trust.
Yeah. I feel like
I'm seeing the so like our values and a lot of it comes from trust. Do you think it's it's almost faceless?
Yeah.
And then people don't trust it because it is almost faceless. And so I'm looking at it it's really sound. Which is that's say it just came on EDF for the first time. Then
so that would be like one aspect of the making it, giving nuclear faces and stories to push the person out. Then obviously there's, especially in places like Australia, the political divide. How do we mend that?
People are scared of it. The politicians aren't going to exploit anymore. Like they're exploiting a fear. They're either exploiting people who are being really in favour of something they know they can't get another way, or they're exploiting someone being scared of something and wanting to do anything to get it out. So once you address that divide, the politicians don't want to exploit it.
yeah. Right, that is the removal of political leverage just requires the removal of feeling. That almost steps you back and how it goes.
And then obviously for nuclear adds where it's in combination with solar and wind. So you're getting that idea in people's minds where it's not just nuclear alone, it's part of this like new carbon zero ecosystem.
That's definitely in the energy space. I think it also seems to be that whole wider ground needs to be given space to include
using outside like third-party organisations as well. Yeah, there's like organisations in Australia and New Zealand. All my search results for Australia now. Yeah, organisations like Australia, New Zealand Society of Nuclear Medicine, things like that. Like charitable organisations.
They're really good at it.
Yeah, so if they can like sort of add credibility as well, it's like adding credibility to the people aren't just thinking of it like
non-governmental organisations.
And like academics, but like maybe like normal academics, but just like around
I was thinking about last night, it's most engaging, and I've noticed when I try to there's so much today around being hyper efficient and actually some fallibility engages people, and also it's kind of one of the tenets of being a nuclear organisation is I think and I think we can't just we need to press excellence, but we can't everyone's excellent, everyone needs everything perfect.
We're not so fallible, we're like, oh my god, we're going to
we'll triple over our words, but that's it. So I think of that, if we're giving nuclear a face and it has a coordinating organisation that is the face, then they need to coordinate those wider efforts. So if it is disseminated, then it again becomes face. There's no point in
really what you want either for specific regions of the world or specific areas, you have their sections where they can tailor the ads, tailor the stories to them, and then that falls under a larger body, an organisation which directs the vision of the organisation.
I guess all national media is different as well, isn't it, in the focus? Like, it's like the TV, like in America, is so different from the UK.
Do you think we can put that as a actionable set now? Is NEA taking the fence of nuclear? Just call them out.
Yeah. I would listen to anything else. I don't really like most conflicts that I've been to, like a lot of things when a bit people looking at it, which is really scary, and I don't feel like I can be like, hello, but everyone here, I'm like, I feel like I can chat to them. Whereas like a lot of people I've met in the UK, I feel like if they look at me, I'm going to cry. So it's like intimidating. It really is intimidating.
So like the first thing we do would be establishing this organisation and like gathering information.
Or I guess not even, it might not even need to be established. Like
Yeah, just
create nominate someone or someone chooses to stand up.
It could be like a separate commission. Or would that be like a separate thing?
It almost doesn't, I don't know if from this perspective it matters. Yeah, there needs to be an organisation and there needs to be this thing.
I feel like it would definitely be like you'd be bringing in marketing experts from around the world, from the specific area, to be able to.
If it's scientific background, then I feel like they're inclined to like lead with the questions, or whereas you just want people who want to understand people.
Yeah. And then as we're talking about like that training of people in the scientific community around the science communication model. So, like you said, in that study, they're not just laughing at the concerns, they're actually actively engaging.
You've got to almost kind of embrace it, because I feel like skepticism in a way gives you such a good jumping off point to talk to people. Like, I think sometimes it's almost easier to address someone who's skeptical about something than try and persuade someone who's got no opinion on it, who doesn't feel like the best either way. Like, I suppose it's
very normal communication, but we've just had like a change management team on how we're going to do it. It was amazing going through and we made so much and tried to identify who these people were and how we can target those personas. And it definitely seems that, and it is, it's easier to have an open dialogue and passionately against it than to speak with someone who actually you just don't, they just sat back and
you like to talk it out a little bit. You've got to kind of encourage curiosity and that kind of thing. Like, it's good, like, it's good that people have their own opinions, even if they're not, like, let people be in the right one.
Okay, so within the how did we get there map, so far things have gone on there are going left to right. Worldwide living social license map, inclusion within the curriculum for energy mix, including parental forums and sensitive juries, media rebrand, value-based framing, culture of respect, define framework target strategies, face of nuclear, removal of political leverage, this requires the removal of fear, and then 2040, I call it net positive, just in general.
I suppose, you just want to find out about surveys
I want to throw in a bell curve as we try.
Instead of like sneak it in and almost apologetically like, oh, we're making this thing that we don't tell people at all and no one knows about it. So you'll be able to sort of get that support. I feel like now, most people I know don't know anything about any sort of advances in nuclear. Like, if I say SMR to the average person in the street, things like AI and blockchain, people know about that sort of thing, whereas like in nuclear, it feels almost a bit like complicated. So I suppose then you would be able to like promote those advances more freely. You've got that foundation.
It's done so well. You'll see that on the NEA's page in a couple of weeks' time.
So basically, we reached the point where we're net positive, and then from there, we're launching less into trying to recuperate the image and more into trying to excite people to the future.
It's kind of like a rehabilitation, isn't it, before you can build on that. And you can't go straight into be like, oh yeah, we're building these SMRs, they're going to be on the But yeah, we've got two landmarks.
Well, that was if we have to pass through general ambivalence to reach net positive.
And which we do. We do.
Yeah. Because I think it's fair enough to probably currently at net negative. Yeah.
Especially here.
Yeah, we made the statement, but we do know, like, we are independent cabinets, and we know it's different everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know where it would be to net positive.
I think the US apparently. I literally just looked at the study. Is this the US? Yeah, 2025 survey of US national public opinions. Those in favour is 76% compared to opposed 28%. In somewhat, do you support the use of nuclear energy as a way to provide electricity in the United States? Yeah.
They're ambivalent. Yeah. We need to increase that general ambivalence.
What about Australia?
To be fair, in the UK, I think people coming in, that's what everybody cares about.
I'm so falling in touch with you.
Oh!
Trust me, keep it that way. It's awful.
I was underwater the entire time I was stressed.
In Australia, do you support or oppose nuclear power to generate electricity from other sources? 27% strongly support, 34% somewhat support, and then there's about like 37% opposing and strongly opposing. Sorry? Yeah. 2024, so yeah. Oh, so yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty good for that. Yeah. So, like, the concern now, obviously that would have changed because of the election and what happened with it. But the point there is people want to initially support it, but due to the politics which occurred in it, that completely shifted it.
So I've only been here a year, but I lived in the US for a year. I was all at the East Coast, so South Carolina.
Yeah, definitely.
This one's interesting.
I think that's bad.
And you put you living in Manchester.
Moving to London, so finally year of my PhD, I was like, I probably actually move to the city because it's really expensive to live in, because Stoke is horrible to live in. So I'm moving just to final year of my PhD, literally 2 days after.
That's really bad. How is that tied in the green?
I don't know if environmental microbiology is.
That's, yeah. And you know most of that is purely because of the elections as well. They really stuffed it up.
They went way too far. Alright, so
Well, I just started putting, again, this iterative cycle of putting things in that sound like things we can do now.
Yeah. Yeah, because like, apparently it's getting the question.
So I'll try and add some more into speakers.
Oh, that's the bit. Is that the maintain the bit? Yeah. Yeah, so I was reading it correctly. Yeah, that's...
We can also change it. These are just the ones that are the text. Please. So the good old clean poll.
Hey, nothing better than some clean poll. That's also my team. I know in WA there was a flagship team.
Now that the election's over, like, you can begin to do it in a non-political way. Now that, it's not a big consider.
Yeah, I think disassociating would be the
Well, he sort of started doing that by the end because they stopped talking about it.
Oh, yes.
This thing is... Yeah. The Gen Cost was actually like ridiculous.
Yeah, what did they say?
I'm pretty sure they use, what reactor did they use? Oh yeah, firstly.
Okay, message from tomorrow. When you do your presentations, in each group you've got 10 minutes, so each presentation should be 10 minutes.
Levelized costs. Look, that is ridiculous. So, just for example, guys, from the Australian perspective, a major report which shifted the public view was called Gen Cost by the CSIRO. Guess what they predicted the life cycle, the lifetime of a nuclear power?
One correction, it's actually 5 minutes, 3 minutes for questions, okay? Okay?
I'm pretty sure. That's a major.
You're going to have to do your degree and work at CSIRO.
It's weird, they seem like a gas or electricity company. Shocking revelation. Also, if you're one that's in black.
So even assuming a 60-year lifespan, it's like a big deal. No, the life cycle is 20 years longer.
What? It's based on the
Yeah, they base it on the Canadian SMRs. I think, how far are we through? Also, he turned it into like corporate speak.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to communicate corporate speak yet. Even hit the buzzword equal and net positive. That's cool. Oh my god, that's amazing.
That's Brett style.
Yeah, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. And of course, none of these account for the benefits of having nuclear energy.
So in 2022, we have
Oh, okay. Is there another slide? Oh, okay. They're a lot easier to communicate. Yeah. I guess, like, obviously a big contingency, but something like, what if something happens? Like, obviously the chance is very low, but what if something happens? Having a way of going about it and prepared so that it's minimized. Yeah. Yeah. Because we've seen how, like, you know, especially in places like 3 Mile Island, all the excitement that's built up can just be instantly crushed by the media story. And, like, even, you know, 3 Mile Island especially is probably the best example because of how minimal it actually was as a meltdown. Like, you know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a very poor media training.
Yeah.
They already do it. All the metro here, all the American, all the EPRs, media
All right, if you haven't gotten to the end of your timeline, work on wrapping that up. If you have and you've even moved on to the next part, feel free, if you have some extra time, to explore additional futures you might have liked to explore in this exercise if you had more time. we don't have time for questions, then we can wrap up the presentation. We haven't thought this part. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. No. That should be fine.
So they take 10 more minutes for the next one. They can have 20 minutes to polish the presentation after.
Yeah, okay. We may not need that. Some of the groups
Really?
That's what I mean. There's it depends. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to give everyone.
And that's our response. It's a great sentence. I need to now remember it to say it. Speak closer.
Next slide is
sorry, so in 2053, one of the
okay, so if you haven't gotten to your 3 actionable steps, we're starting that timer now.
I'm just hoping to go here at Lucas, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I'm really jumping at Lucas.
I'm sure that'll be
Like ASC, I've been looking at ASC.
There's so many. That's why I like it.
I've really been looking into ASC. It's like,
Oh, and then if you really want to go to the UK or Hawaii for a few years, then absolutely accelerate as well. My push on everyone is the test engineering role, so that's me because you get to operate reactors, you get to do nuclear engineering, implementing maintenance, but standing in maneuvering and directing the maintenance is that's my push. Go be a test engineer in Hawaii for ASC.
I'm going to do an internship there, but because it's in Adelaide. Because like ASC is in Adelaide.
Well, they do. Yeah, because they do so many summer programs when they're undergraduate programs. Really, it pays well. It can include in your honours. But it is,
Yeah, it's so hard.
Or in Perth.
That doesn't make it better.
Wow. I'm from Perth. Disrespectful.
It's a bit different for me when I have to travel across the country. Do the FIFO every single day.
Hell yeah, mate. Some at pace.
As soon as you get back to Sydney,
It's a
you have to
summer
fly on
vacay.
a plane. Yeah, but then you have to like have money.
You do have to find to live here. It is tough out there, dude.
Certainly got something, and that's great.
Oh, That's good.
I love those things.
It's like on the word charts for association. Yeah, so I feel like in Australia we spend it really big and waste.
Can't make too many PowerPoints for people that need to give them changing font sizes and line spacing because they just mess it up all the time. Still.
This is the same culture model that we were doing in this scheme. Webinars on So I'm just looking, for example, at the model and be like, oh, it's an awesome model based
Oh, there's a big one. Recall hearing about advanced designs like SMRs, Gem boards and that. Well, just, okay, just SMRs. Not 59% no. In America, and that's in America. Yeah.
Last 10 minutes. Oh, Tim. Okay. Yeah, I'm removing Patrick from our. Oh. You slicked her. Yeah.
No, I guess have Patrick's name with a big arrow was meant to.
Don't know how to do it, so he's just going to so do the strike through his name. So that's fine, that can just be done. Okay, so everyone has to just do a bit of slide work through yeah. So introduce us, breakout team 4, shows the question how can benefits of nuclear technology effectively communicate with society, massive potential of vital source of energy worldwide. What are our reasons for picking this other than we didn't like the others? Yeah.
It's shown through like what happened after Chernobyl that without the public support, the nuclear industry.
It's foundational. To effectively operate in the industry, there is social media, social development, accessibility of So then into our values, we had openness, integrity, mutual respect, reliability, continuity, and accessibility. So openness, engagement about what we're doing with the nuclear industry at all times. Integrity, essential for building trust. Talk to big crowders, hello test. Mutual respect, engagement with minority stakeholders that should be mutually beneficial. yeah, mutually beneficial, respectful, and connecting with a multitude of backgrounds worldwide reliability, expertise, trustworthy source, again, part of that integrity piece of building trust. Continuity, as yeah. He said the point that this is nuclear resistance solution. This is a multi-year process. There are going to be governmental changes, societal changes that we need to maintain. We should evolve with adaptability. Was it adaptable?
I think it was changed to.
I thought it was meant to be both. Yeah. And then accessibility. The benefits of yeah. What year do you imagine our future takes place? Well, we've put two out, and I reckon working backwards. General ambivalence is going to require examples of those technologies very and that's the year that Australia should get its first sovereign university.
Yeah. There needs to be a change before basically the next, at least for us, within the next 7 years, there needs to be a change in perception. Otherwise, because of our 2050 goals, the plans will be in place for years to go. Because then the development time, infrastructure time, all that will go beyond 2050. Yeah. Two parts. Like you need a shorter element of getting it kickstarted to get the programs up and running, and then getting the overall positive perception of the plans for when they're laid down and when they're actually built.
So then into what future do we envision? So the world being front holistically with nuclear, we are no longer trying to defend our actions, we're just promoting our actions. Worldwide bi-directional mutually beneficial communication has been established, so everyone in the world within nuclear are talking to not to nuclear in a way that's it's transparent. What is the word we use? An open dialogue. We have already passed through the general ambivalence phase, and that bell curve has shifted from a net negative through a net zero to a net positive environment. And we are no longer talking political language, sorry, I'm also putting on my presenter voice.
No. Go against character.
Yeah. And I think in saying on that, being on the front foot, that's becoming we want people to talk about the economic benefits, the net zero benefits, the medical benefits, not the that is the we then mapped out a bit more what we meant by nuclear positive and net positive, and that feeds into all of it, so the job opportunities, their of them make medical and this should be every nation state group sector.
Well, you can just breeze past that by going, as you can see up here, a wide variety of different aspects need to be considered. Yeah. That way you don't have to list them.
How do you get there? So, do you reckon I work forwards or backwards from here? Because obviously we developed together. So, I wonder if you think of this as a new to this, so like period where it's messing with the White House will people have any clue if I talk about so that's our observe, then we're going to do our decision. We're going to try and engage both the youth and or
You children. Do we want to? We could put that under like a buzzword like targeted campaigns.
Yeah. Youngsters, yeah.
All right, everyone, we're going to give you about 15 minutes to wrap up what you're doing, and then we're going to start the presentations.
I need to talk to our image, don't I? So our talking points around the image are that in the same way renewables is able to brand itself as a positive thing with these shiny fields, nuclear can do the same. It's part of everyday life in a positive way. And some people hate wind turbines. That's okay for them.
Like I was also the elder nuclear. Yeah. West and they like launch out there. Yeah. Oh, they get like our industry as a landscape.
That was Trump's reason for off the coast of Scotland. He was campaigning against them because it ruined their views from the golf course. But that's rich people problems.
Let's check the
Yeah, you know,
live in New Jersey.
I was doing COVID testing. I'm a molecular biologist, like originally, and they needed people to test for the entire island. Obviously, it's not so many people. So me and a few like other literally just graduated. And I was like on a golf resort in the Channel Islands to do COVID testing. So anyone who came in the island had to have a COVID test, and like they'd have to quarantine for however long and then do the test. But the ones in the lockdown were like really so tiny, like, and it was so strict that like it was just like living on another planet.
You were just
no masks, nothing, no distancing. It was great.
I mean, I can believe I came from the UK. My brother was living in Australia all the time. And I was like, oh yeah, when we're full lockdown, he was in Australia. South Australia was like, we never had to wear a mask. Like, South Australia just didn't have it as an issue, really.
We did get a lot done in June because the minister owned the hotel and they had the Real Housewives of Jersey test party in this hotel. And someone had been let in with COVID and just started an outbreak. No one ever got in trouble for it because it was the minister's hotel. So then there was lockdown. But up until that point, it wasn't. And it was lovely. I love living in Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, the 2020 summer was a great summer
Yeah,
as well. Like,
that was the next summer I graduated. All our exams were online. We made them book basically. It was great. So many people my year graduated.
I mean, so much better than having like the next 2 years. Like, at least people done with it by 2020. Like, I think I was in my second year of training with the Navy, and the Navy just was not set up to do distance learning. So they sent us all home with no ability to learn or study. So we were like, oh, I'll just get 7 weeks off. Really, yeah. So I first signed up when I was 15, and then I'm 29. So they sent me to a military boarding school for sixth form, and helped fund me through uni and stuff. And then I was commissioned for 8 years. So I've only been out a year. 7.5 years. I mean, it was great. It's now. I'm glad I've done it.
Yeah.
As well, yeah. Yeah, and that was what took me to the US as well. It's definitely really dangerous like this. Lots of PhDs, lots of policy on like. I can't touch the roads. I can touch a plant.
Like I'm a PR girl, I don't like just like I promise I'll fit in somewhere.
I'm in some Institute of the Nuclear Institute, like professional accreditation, and it was all focused around technical people. It was like that's not all that's required.
I need to speak to them. Honestly, so I saw this jobs for destination nuclear for a common person. It looks like I've finished it, so it's like I saw it and it's like that's
sorry, I didn't mean to. 3 actionable steps. 1, selecting and developing a face of nuclear. 2, developing a worldwide social license map. 3, developing a culture of respect.
There was a mention of around there as well, just to like bring whole communication thing, how we're going to communicate.
Yeah, so
and like maybe like
the words I put in it were nuclear is a trust problem, weakness is part due to the faceless nature of nuclear. An international organisation needs to become the worldwide face of nuclear that can have a finger pointed at it, act with all the values we've identified to build trust in nuclear. The organisation must be able to guide and manage regional organisations, NGOs and charities to make trust campaigns localised and targeted. So the development of this will precipitate a media rebrand of nuclear that is aligned and coordinated while regionally specific.
There's a lot of speaking to get done.
Oh yeah, don't worry, there's a lot of words there that I wrote say. Hopefully I can paraphrase. And then developing a culture of respect. The skepticism, resistance, and mistrust of nuclear is often viewed by the technical communities as ignorance or misunderstanding, when actually it's symptomatic of a divide between nuclear and the public. In order to break this divide, a culture of respect framework needs to be developed in a similar way that a culture of nuclear safety has been developed by organisations such as Russia and the NEA. This can be then implemented worldwide and provide. This can be implemented worldwide tailored to the individual stakeholder region to break that divide and open communication and dialogue channels that will allow the acceptance of nuclear, or the acceptance of dialogue to promote the benefits of nuclear. I like the require a fundamental cultural shift. They were great, yeah. That one, I love that one, yeah.
Oh my god, it's been immortalised.
Yeah, along with, what were the other ones I got rid of today? Jump in, crash around, ask for help. That was one of my favourites. Yeah. And then science, industry and social commitments. I thought it was really good. 10 minutes. So much fun. Oh, 5 minutes.
Actually, we're talking about nice, having a small group as well, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
It's so depressing looking at my new experimental data, like that column wasn't flowing, that one wasn't working, that one wasn't working, that one wasn't working. Hopefully they're working now, probably not. I was literally just sat on my new experiment like a week before I came here, so I've actually looked at the babysitter and just hope that it runs while I'm away.
I don't have that concern. Like I said, exams coming up.
So did you say you are going to want to go on to
I'm going to go instead of a general diesel engineering, and then from there go into like realistically, nobody knows, like, until you actually get the emissions. You're designing or programming something, you're doing like it's the actual establishment of the what's this one?
What do engineers actually do? Because like, I'm experimental biologist, what do engineers do?
Well, I don't understand like what the technical away from the plant engineers do, because like I was an engineer on board and we started the reactor, shut it down, maintain it, keep it safe if something goes.
Were you on the sub?
Pardon?
Were you on the subs?
Yeah. It's so not what you're actually doing it though. You're like, oh, I've been underwater for 90 days. I wish I could see sunlight.
Don't they like paint a specific type of green?
Seafoam green.
Yeah,
the US do that. It's meant to be this calming colour, but it actually is just like everywhere and you can see it. So yeah, we do that like maintenance piece of it, managing maintenance, and you kind of have to have an understanding of the foundations of nuclear to be able to operate it safely. Then when they go back, so you go into the engineers and then reactors where we look at a lot of it's justifying that the plant is still safe. If there's something happens and we start getting normal indications we can't figure out, we can reach back to the engineers there that can get more in-depth, engage with scientists and figure out what's going on. So, I don't know, they're everywhere, but that's our area. So.
Could you get a like Instagram or TikTok or anything?
No.
Oh my god, that'd be so cool.
You could receive a tweet, like 240 characters every week, but it was only received and I didn't want to try to get it. Yeah, you could. We called off the boat once, so if you're on mission all the time, so like you go past the line where like the US government we were just told cross the line on this day, we expect you back across the line in 18 months time. And you've got full communication. But you just got to do your thing. Like, you can still receive in certain ways, but you can't really communicate back. But you just stop. So like base crew was like 230, and then with all of our supplemental specialists and riders, it's about 170 points. So like more than you think it's in there.
Get on with that. Imagine if you didn't get on with someone, it'd be really terrible because you're all over the place.
We talk about hate week, where like, because the deployment was 8 months long, like at some point you'd have a week where you realise everyone was just yelling at each other. It was like conflicts had rise fast and then burn out very quickly. Like, I remember a guy put he put some work I needed to do of the audit, put it in my intro without telling me about it, immediately turned into full-blown shouting match. And then, like, 2 minutes later, I was like, hey, sorry. You just learn to get along. Like, you don't get along with everyone, but you learn to get along. And a lot of sort of telling people if they're annoying you, or like some guys wouldn't shower, and you'd be like, you need to go shower. Like, oh, if you had to be delicate, if it was like a shift, so someone who'd normally smell fine dental, it was often like a leading indicator of a sort of mental health issue or something going wrong, so it was sensitive at that point. If there was someone that was always like, you're like, stop, just stop, yeah, go do the shower. Don't you share a rack? I shared a rack in the UK, but not in the US.
Does the US have like 2 teams?
The US is on a 3-team system, where the UK is on a 2-shift system. Like, there weren't long enough, so I took the cupboard off the head of my bed and put a pillow in it, so I was like sleeping in the cupboard. Yeah, they're not usually, but it's your safe space as well, because like, you've got it's the only place where other people aren't. So you can like shut the curtain, and I mean, you're in triple high bunk beds with another set of triple high bunk beds right
Minimal
there.
privacy.
Yeah, but it's some privacy, yeah. And then, honestly pretty good. Like the US Navy's budget for food on submarines is higher than any other department of the Navy.
They have to give you something.
They've got to give you something to enjoy, yeah. But that worked really well for like the first week of the fresh food, and then you run out of fresh food after a week. And then they normally have a plan of how long you're going to be out there for. And like we got extended on mission one time, and then you're down to rice beans and just tinned meat. Like it's just the same stuff. Yeah, it's not like everyone either hooks on 10 kilos or like loses 20. So like the guys who are already bigger suddenly have to walk around loading certain lunchtime positions and can't eat as much, or suddenly people sedentary and can eat. Like I gained like 5 or 6 kilos in the first mission because the chef kept giving me extra cinnamon buns. Like they just had loads of cinnamon buns. I was like, yeah, I'll eat all of this. Yeah, it was so good. Oh, I finished my shift and with 3 cinnamon buns with a coffee. Right.
How long were shifts?
8. So, yeah, the US works on 8. So you have to do your pre-watch tours and stuff. Then it was like 8 hours driving or 8 hours running the reactor. And then you do post-watch stuff, and then your job as well. So my job was chemistry and radiology. So I had a department doing chemistry.
All right, time is up. What we're going to do now is give you a short 5-minute break to use the bathroom, whatever, and then we'll come back and start the presentations. So, 2:07.
The one thing that I don't have is any like videos, obviously, of like any reactor sort of stuff. Because yeah, that's so like it's so classified. I thought it was like interoperability with it. It's like it was sharing all like the reactor technology. Yeah. We're doing the engineering with it. What arm level clearance do you have for defence? Like, are you through UK? Oh, okay.
Yeah. they don't.
Oh, okay.
And that's in Australia.
Yeah. No, that's what I was wondering. Like Australian, like negative one, two, positive.
But it doesn't matter. They're not meant to discriminate.
Because I was talking to someone in the USA. He said you did it.
Really?
And I was like,
That feels like nothing.
yeah.
I guess it's because it's hard. Like, some people really struggle to get those high grades. So you do realize it's like the moment you lean on the shoulders, the 20 minutes up.
You would probably have this idea.
I used to work in the intentional space. But it's like more just so you have greater access to information.
Yeah.
Versus like, I get it. Everyone's really different. That's like the standard for ME2 is when they you have to like sit down and do like a 4-hour interview. Whereas ME will be again, they just trust them all the same.
If you're, I'm hoping if you're also
I know.
it's like, do you play it on
The biggest drama I had was like just in Hong Kong. Like clearance, why you Hong Kong? It was a holiday. Like they really questioned like every choice you made. Like my grad, I just supervised. She was living in Japan at the time when she like interviewed for this job, and it took her so long to get her security clearance. She'd been living in Japan for 30 years. She was just teaching how to ski. Like it's not fun. We can take a breath, and that's just basic. They really like nitpicky.
what do they do if they just like find something like low level and just go worst
I mean, most like stuff like that. I think like it's more like if you were part of like Reddit groups of friends and you're posting shit.
Yeah.
That's when you.
Yeah, I stopped that shit fucking so long ago. That's why I don't really get in the public like the media. Like, because Joey was saying, oh yeah, can I do this guy's interview? It was like,
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing. Like even we have to remove our names off the document. Actually, not be essentially Sky News had a shock there.
oh no, it's because they're like pro-nuclear, but they're also like, they're pro-nuclear to an extent because political parties are.
I'm interested to see who they interviewed. They said.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, if you apply for like a grad program at defense, I know they still look for rotations in the summer. So I know where they can make What made you decide to do engineering?
Like, the longest I can remember, I was like 6, my dad told me about like nuclear weapons. Like that's fat. Into nuclear weapons, and then as I grew, it like diminished really. Like, because all the engineering and there was one that I really like was super invested in. I was like, so just went, oh, it's like
I just was looking for. I didn't apply to be the job I'm in now. I traditionally do always do it, but which is at the time the person who did my role went. And I was a news member, so I got there. I think it's good. We had like a really good today. I think like it's an interesting topic. We need good people to work on it. It's a really good topic. But I don't know how long I'll stay. I'd like to go do like non-proliferation stuff, which has no, do a bit more of the international engagement.
Can we get this going? Can we get this going?
I know that.
I'm really hoping this works out. Like new ways that can do stuff if this really maybe few. But yeah, like I'll probably move over to do it over there, work with Americans. There's no beaches.
Weather's not great.
But preferably stay in Australia. This was actually a problem.
But I think it's not great. Some meet their timelines. So I'm sure that we'll play.
From what you're saying.
What I gathered. I was talking to someone who was working in Navy on submarine. He was saying, like, we were so far behind. Like, we had originally had Japan, but you know,
if you want to ask me,
mine with US friends who was getting married at technology as well. So it's like, straight from uni and they get married. You did?
Can you send it to him? Yes. Or do I send it? And then would you find out what he's there? Just make it alright, just send it to me and I'll make it a sheet. But I will need you to start the presentation. Do you want to do that? Do you sending it? Sure. There you go. This should be connected. Google Slides. Okay, is someone doing the timing? We're gonna have to tell them. Okay. How's right?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I just like to see them.
Can we start with 10? Should we go backwards instead? He has to leave.
I'm free. I've got plenty of time, but if they're the last one, I won't.
Yeah.
I'm
Pretty-
scrolling to 10. Go 10, right?
Is that okay?
That's totally fine.
Because otherwise they'll just do it when I'm not here.
Well, I'm already getting there.
Okay, thank you. There we are, 2057, that was us. Oh, it didn't update. I better update the last line.
This is you guys, right?
Yes.
Okay, everyone. Just FYI, we're going to start with group 10 and then work our way to 1. Surprise! Okay, so make your final edits. We're going to get started very soon. Can somebody please pause the timer for me because we haven't actually started. Remember, 5 minutes, and then you have 3 minutes for questions from the audience. Audience questions are meant to be questions. They begin with a question and end with a question. It's not a statement. Okay, who do I have presenting from group 10? Please come up here. It can be more than one person.
Sorry, our presenter's gone to the bathroom.
Oh dear, okay. Oops, sorry.
Can you give us maybe 60 seconds? You just go into the bathroom.
60 seconds more. A good time to grab coffee or water if you need either of those things. Patrick.
Fujifilm.
That's what I thought. Is it an X-Pro?
No, I have an XT4. And I have an X2, but that's pretty bad. Yes, but I bought both seconds. So I'm both relatively bad. But the other one, I really like the exposure. I have to say,
Well, they decided to be good.
That's I said. If I have a good salary, that would be something. And I find it like I think it's much nicer camera than the X4 from a feeling. I love the viewfinder. Sorry, yeah. And with the display that you clip. The question is, where did I put it? But one thing that's really sad is the mechanical cover. It's broken-ish. So it works perfect with the electronic. And I can do a few shots, but the mechanical is so loud and it's pretty not to have it. Like, also for a vendor, it's probably a really bad camera because it just has a really loud but it sounds like a film company, like it really sounds like a, but yeah, what camera?
But I also
okay, yes. And how is that?
I especially love the 65.
Otherwise, you just. I really like it. It's definitely not the best camera from like a Sony would think that the cars are better. But I like it, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Although now at the moment, the videos, for example, I'm filming everything on the flat profile. Yes, I like what I like is I take more shape pictures, like I take probably quite. I use a lot of paper, but I'm happy enough with like it's. I like the camera kind of asks for it. It's just it fits to the camera that you just take the picture that comes out of it. I normally look at the weekly model and then I play around with it. But it's very handy because I love the black and white camera. I take a lot of the camera design. I take camera showing how friends or whatever. No, we only take one. Cheese. Perfect.
All right, we're going to get started with the presentations. Group 10. Woo! Yes, thank you. Are you both presenting?
Mostly she, but I'm just
Okay, you can just.
What is this? Oh, just
This
like
is
move
the
it
slides.
forward.
That's forward.
Hi everyone, my name is Paulina Keim.
And I'm Sana.
And we are representing Group 10. We had SMRs in nuclear energy. So we started off with our question, which was actually an edit of one of the questions that was submitted, which is, how can greater international collaboration and standardization in the interface between regulation and SMR technology accelerate deployment and reduce costs? So we got to this question because we were thinking of collaboration and harmonization, which have been themes of this conference. However, we realize that right now, the playing field for nuclear, there's a lot of competition, and that's by design. And so we wanted to be able to foster that. And so through this, we were looking at how can we increase this sort of collaboration, and that's sort of how we got to our question.
And we also wanted to have a focus on the regulation aspects of it, and that's why we've put the regulation of SMRs at the center of our question.
So our values as a team were, the first one was mutual trust, and we wanted to include openness in this as well. And something that as we were going through our ideas, we continued to go back to our values page and see how this impacted what we were coming up with. We also had integrity, and I think that that has been echoed throughout this conference from the amazing TED Talks today, just the importance of integrity and the way that this shines through in multiple aspects of the nuclear field. We also had the right to sovereignty, and so you might think that that is not in parallel with strength through collaboration, but we wanted to emphasize that state sovereignty, that would be important for nuclear, but also showcasing the fact that we need to collaborate with our peers, and so that's why these were two important things that we had on here. And then we also had empathy-led human and societal development. This is something that we thought was very important, and we wanted to emphasize empathy in this and to make sure that we had this as a value that was ringing true throughout our presentation. Okay. So, what year did we choose for our imaginary future to take place? We chose the year 2057, and you might ask, why 2057? Well, it is 100 years since the founding of the IAEA, and even though I worked there, I did not come up with this number. So it's 100 years of Atoms for Peace and Development. And so additionally, other things that we wanted to emphasize for this year were, this is the time where we might actually be in the mentoring stage for others, and if people in our group have children in the future, then this would be the time in which we would be moving forward with that, and whether or not our children would be attending a Australia Nuclear Futures Conference. Oh, there's 2 minutes. Okay, so we're just gonna move fast. So we were envisioning a future, and these were just some of our ideas. So we have a microreactor to power a substation, a Qantas business model for SMRs, regional hospitals with sustainable medical isotope supply in the outback, powered by an SMR, cheap energy bills, nuclear taught in school, SMR-powered maritime transport, nuclear waste is managed and transparent, we have no proliferation concerns, and we have an app that is, where's that reactor, and so each user is an inspector. And we will go into some of these ideas further on. We also wanted to talk about the idea that nuclear is associated with clean, and we mean clean in multiple different ways. So a streamlined regulatory approach, clean energy, a methodical engineering that values simplicity, also a radical technology that enables instantaneous transparency of nuclear materials movement, and we want it to be educationally easy to understand. So that's kind of one of our guiding principles there. So how do we get there? So first, in 2026, we're starting off with nuclear education starts to enter the school curriculum. Since one of the themes here was workforce development, we wanted to ensure that, that the education component was included here. And then in 2032, at the Brisbane Olympics, the year of the Brisbane Olympics, 2 to 3 regulators will have created an enabling framework for what we're calling radical transparency. And so this will, well, thank you. And so this will allow us to have a framework in which everyone who has this app can see where nuclear material is worldwide. And so in 2035, which is not showing up here, but we want to have a technology demonstration for remote monitoring, and we want to use some an AI-enhanced neutrino detection with high sensitivity. So thinking that these detectors are worldwide and will allow basically anyone who has this app to see where nuclear material is. And so then we have to move on. So SMR developers are adapting this design at the same time, and this is, and they're accounting for the new safeguards that are in place in our design. And so then in 2040, we want to have an international treaty, an NPT-like treaty, that allows also an option for an appeal for these international regulators. And if there's disagreement, they can have a national counterpart. And then we will have a regional pilot program to demonstrate this new regulatory framework and test the overall social interaction. And then in 2047, we will expand this regional pilot to international adoption, and in 2050 timeframe, we'll have the global deployment of this technology across the world. Okay, so what you would be seeing here is 3 actionable steps. So the first one that we can do right now is if the private sector is being a part of the regulatory process, we think that doing that in tandem is important to increase transparency and innovation if it's being done in tandem. But we also wanted to include the fact that a lawyer would be present so that there's no corruption involved with the regulatory side and the industry side. And then also having nuclear education start to enter the school curricula, being able to introduce this at the primary level at very simple concepts, and then rolling that up into secondary education. And we think that this will help with the workforce component. And then 3, having government interest in remote safeguards monitoring technology. We believe that this will be, investment in remote safeguards monitoring technology. We believe that these would be good first actionable steps that could be accomplished. And part of the reason why we were interested in this aspect is because at the conference we feel that we were also interested in some of the non-proliferation and security aspects and the way that that can impact the future innovation and regulatory environment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for wonderful presentation. Can you give a bit more details of Australian future in this area, in the SMR microreactors? Australian perspective here, if you were thinking about that.
I think part of it would be the workforce piece and having nuclear education in the schools, especially here in Australia, and then that could create a viable pipeline. Additionally, in terms of safeguard technology and R&D in that, since Australia is a leader in engineering and development for nuclear, we think that this would be a key place where Australia could continue to play a role, and also since they're part of the non-proliferation treaty, like their role in advancing non-proliferation would be useful to this project. Another.
One more quick one. I see a hand there. Sorry.
Thank you. Just a quick one. You mentioned school curricula there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think about primary or secondary or both?
We were thinking both, starting off at, I don't know if you've seen we could even start earlier if you've seen like the Nuclear Engineering for Babies book. It's great. It's a great gift to start there. So just introducing some concepts and then having it be more developed in the secondary education. Yes, for sure.
All right, thank you so much, Group 10. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right, Group 9. We're still going in reverse order. Yes, Group 9.
Hello everyone, my name is Patrick, this is Peter, and today we will be presenting a summary of the conversation we had on fuel technology today. So the question we picked is kind of a summary of the second bullet point, which was a very long paragraph. How can the resilience of nuclear fuel supply chains be improved to meet the future demand of the nuclear sector?
So to get to our values, what we actually did is we started just with discussions of what we think the future would look like. And eventually we found our values were a summary of what we think, the commonalities of all the futures that we pitched. The ones I want to touch on up in front of you are 1, resilience, and 2, equity. For resilience, what we're meaning is more of like an energy sovereignty value. But we actually found it very difficult to define the term energy sovereignty. So what we decided on was resilience, because it's not maybe as nationalistic or on the nose. What we value more is if people want nuclear energy, they can have it and they can have it in perpetuity. Then was equity. You know, the future that we pitched was we want to see SMRs in every corner of the globe, especially with people that don't have access to good energy sources now. So we thought that equity was one of the biggest positives of nuclear in the future. Next slide. So the timeline we selected was 2050, and that was just to be in line with international decarbonization targets.
So Peter spoke a little bit about these points, but when we're thinking about the future, we really wanted to focus on the human aspect. So what will life be like for most people in 2050? And what we hope, we took an optimistic perspective, is that life expectancy will be higher. There will be better access to healthcare across the globe. There will be better access to education, and that includes access to internet and tools such as AI in educational settings around the world. And a lot of this will depend on having access to electricity. We also recognize and acknowledge that global warming is going to continue. It's going to keep getting worse before it gets better. We're already feeling the impacts today, and they're going to be much worse in 2050. And we wanted to think of how nuclear can be a part of the solution, and we envisioned widespread SMR deployment for cogeneration, looking at desalination for water, district heating and industrial heating purposes. So how do we get there? Well, the key to it is international harmonization, government intervention, funding. Those are the 3 key parts. We made a more detailed plan here, but I think something that we can focus on is that it has to be international, it has to be directed, and it has to be planned. In the actionable steps, we have widespread education, which kind of echoes what the previous group was presenting. So that means education, both in an educational setting of formal schooling and stuff like that. I've been teaching at university level in Bolivia for the last 4 years, and it's surprising to me how you can be an engineer and not have heard of radiation in your entire life. Nuclear exposure, that's a bit of a pun. We were thinking of destination nuclear-like campaigns that get in the public imagination nuclear and roles in nuclear for people. And then the last one is, you know, if we're going to build these things by 2050, then we need adults today to retrain, to reskill in jobs that are going to be useful for nuclear in the future.
You know, our section was fuels, so what our group ended up thinking about was that the actual bottleneck to super wide-scale nuclear deployment will be at the mine stage. You know, if we want to scale up mining, like if we want a new mine, we'll actually have that mine 20 years from now. So there was a recent happening in the US where they took a regulatory process that should take 2 years, and they applied some advanced methods to get that down to 2 weeks. So we want to really pitch that many countries should be doing this and make use of historic data such that, you know, a 25,000-page document doesn't need to be fully reviewed. Maybe a human only needs to review 100 pages of that. So we really see a bright future for large language models in doing the pre-processing stage for these brutally long reports. And we really think that nuclear as a part of national industrial strategies is essential. You know, like we were saying, is we really need government support for a lot of these things to happen. And we had countless discussions trying to figure out what that would look like But all we know is that, yes, we will need lots of government support to get these things started. But we put harmonization of designs as being a key enabler of that. And then potentially stockpiling would allow current business cases for mines to become viable, and also allow there to be fuel for future use. Thank you.
Questions? And maybe Patrick, Vlada, you could help us get the mics around.
If you want to answer something.
Oh, there's one here, and I know you had your hand up for the previous round too.
How do you justify the government stockpiling versus equity in deployment?
The stockpiling idea came more from a perspective of how can we make mines, opening more mines, diversifying mines, economically viable today, based on projections of nuclear capabilities in the future. That's kind of a problem from an economic incentive perspective. We're not saying stockpiling kind of from a monopoly perspective, so that certain countries will have all the yellow cake in the world. This would be an incentive to help open up more mines so that uranium supply becomes viable long term, and ultimately that would be beneficial to all the countries that would be using uranium. It wouldn't be just for certain countries. But also we spoke about international collaboration. At one point we thought about an international stockpile, so it's not a single country that has, you know, a monopoly. But then we were kind of struggling to think of how that could be implemented in practice, so that's why for the slides we just kept it at a national level.
Yeah, we actually had an idea for a UPEC instead of an OPEC, but that came with a lot of issues just discussing within our group. You know, OPEC is not always a positive force. And even though we can intend it to be positive, it can still turn out negative. So we decided to not keep developing that idea.
Hi, I'm Ursula Caturla. I am with Nuclear Europe. So I wanted to touch upon your first actionable step on widespread education. You mentioned that in Bolivia, people don't have a lot of knowledge about radiation, and I personally come from Peru. Nuclear education in my country is basically non-existent. So my question is, are you going to tailor this international approach for nuclear countries, or are you also going to target those countries that are emerging countries when it comes to nuclear, or countries that are not contemplating nuclear at all? And I want to mention, for example, Australia.
That's a very good point. The third bullet point, C, obviously that's touching on countries that already have a nuclear industry. But I think, you know, as we were discussing, nuclear energy is only one part of all the nuclear technology that's available. So places like Bolivia are thinking of using irradiation for the export of Brazilnat. So an education is needed everywhere that technology, nuclear technology, could be used, and that is literally every single country. So for the first and second bullet points, we're thinking globally, and then for the third, it's the nuclear participating countries currently.
Great, thank you. That's perfect timing, Group 9. Thank you for your presentation. All right, Group 8. All right, there we go. So this is that's back.
Hello. Hi everyone. So my name is Fred, and I'm from Group 8, and we're doing waste management. And our question was, how can we create deep geological repositories, or DGRs, in a scientifically and ethically sound basis, as well as considering our long-term environmental risks, as well as meaningful community consensus? So that's a pretty long question. And the first thing we did is we developed our values. So we split our values into more of a scientific mind as well as an interpersonal mind, because we know that a lot of nuclear science is relatively sound, especially in regards to DGRs. So our first value was that of excellence. As we know, we need to be excellent in order to maintain the safety and the sustainability of nuclear energy. However, we then focused onto our interpersonal values. So things like transparency, things like trustworthiness within the community, things like empathy, And this is to ensure that the surrounding community where the DGR is being placed, they're actually for the placing of a DGR within their community. And it's something that they can be proud of, that they're contributing in a way to society and to the betterment of society. Now, our future, we imagine it to be taking place in 2075. We're trying to be a bit optimistic here, but we understand that nuclear is a very polarizing topic, especially in Australia. And as it develops, we hope that in 50 years or so, we can have an up and running DGR within Australia. Our future, for the third time today, we're actually looking at education. So we actually believe that widespread education, as is a common theme today, is very key and it's important to the widespread acceptance of a nuclear repository. We hope that the community surrounding the DGR will be very widely engaged and essentially proud, as I stated before, of the DGR within their community. We hope to make use of existing mine sites and repurposing in order to expedite the process of creating a DGR and getting it up and running. And we know that it will be engineered appropriately. Finally, we're looking at the economic sustainability and the longevity of our project. So this is not something we're putting up and running for like 10 years and then shutting down. We want it to be there to store our nuclear waste. And in a sense, we're hoping that with the rise of education and with the widespread understanding of nuclear technology, we can have a self-sustaining nuclear economy within Australia. So that's our hope. What does it look like? We've got our DGR, we've got our community collaboration with our Indigenous people and our happy people. We've got our environmental considerations, so we don't want to be messing up our groundwater, we don't want to be messing up the surrounding environment. And finally, as a bit of patriotism, we've got a Synrock canister in the bottom left, and that's very pertinent to my own research because that's where I'm working. As for a timeline, so what we want immediately is to start building our regulations and understanding our regulators. So we want to be very transparent with what conditions we desire for a DGR, and this is not something we've thought about very thoroughly, but we think that it's very important that the community understands we're very dedicated to having a scientifically sound DGR for the storage of nuclear waste. As well as this, we want school education on all levels, and in a sense, this also involves the teaching of our teachers themselves, because who is going to be the one giving this education to these students at all levels? And then moving forward, we have our typical DGR commissioning timeline. So we have an engaged community from our education, and then we start thinking about things like our site criteria, our financial plan, and then our evaluation and our environmental studies, things like that. Then we start moving into our international treaties. So we're hoping that there's potential for something like an ASEAN combined DGR where we have emerging communities, as we heard from yesterday, like Thailand and Vietnam, where they can actually send their nuclear waste maybe into our DGR if we don't have enough waste to fill our own. Then finally at the end, we've got our operational DGR in about 50 years, optimistic. Our 3 steps. So the first, again, is education. And we heard about this yesterday, I believe it was from Catherine, where she was saying to go out into your schools and to spread the word of nuclear. And I believe this is a very good goal to have in mind, to go back to your high schools, your primary schools maybe even, and talk about nuclear technology to your parents, to your relatives, you know. A lot of people have this very negative perception of nuclear technology because, again, calling back to yesterday, of shows like The Simpsons that show nuclear technology as a very dangerous and a toxic thing when without really discussing the benefits or the counter-arguments for it. The second is advocacy. So we hope that the nuclear community as a whole can come together and push for the progress of nuclear in Australia, but also globally as well. And finally, since money talks, as we all know, we hope that we have a sound financial plan as well for the procurement of a deep geological repository. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting. So if you are going to open your DGR out to other countries, how are you going to convince the community to get the waste from some other people's place?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We believe that bringing in waste from other countries is obviously going to have some financial benefit to us, as well as the surrounding community. So we think that because the actual science behind wasteform design is very strong, especially with Australian technologies like Synrock, we think that the science can actually speak for itself. And the problem is that the people surrounding it might not necessarily understand how safe nuclear waste actually already is, in a way. So we think that the main roadblock is actually the education of, or the understanding, the mass understanding that people have. I don't know if you guys have seen, but there are these videos where people are describing quantum computing on 5 different levels, from pre-K all the way up to an expert. But the thing is that you cannot describe a concept at a high level to someone who doesn't have any baseline knowledge. So we actually think that the education is really the main roadblock to having widespread nuclear adoption.
I'm going.
Did you consider this as a bank where you would put slightly used nuclear fuel in, but in a way that you're able to take it out, reprocess it, and sell that again over time, and then gradually reduce down to just that tiny amount of material that you want to lock up in a Synrock canister?
No, so we didn't go super granular, but it was a point of conversation of what actually constitutes waste. So that's something that our facilitator, Tracy, brought up, where different countries have different standards for what is actually considered waste, and how much can you reprocess nuclear waste from certain processes such that it still retains some use. So we didn't go super granular into the ins and outs or the minute details, but yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think.
Thank you very much.
All right. Group A. Oh no, Group 7. Education is indeed a consistent theme across all of your presentations, which is very interesting to see. Oh, how lovely, you're all presenting. All right, you might want more than one mic.
Or we can pass it. We're just going to...
We have like 3 of them, so...
I'll take the second one.
This is forward. It's back.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we've decided to all appear up here and have a chat, and so we're also ready to answer questions. So we've looked at the regulation of emerging technologies, and we had the potential to cover everything from space to commercial naval propulsion right through to fusion facilities. So we ended up settling on this question, which is, should fusion facilities be regulated under the same frameworks as fission reactors? And so you might think that's a binary yes or no answer, and that's something we'll get to when we go through this presentation. So in terms of our values, some of this you've already heard about, like from other presenters, so integrity, for example, and transparency. We also picked up on excellence as well, and importantly for us, there needs to be that commitment to innovation and also sustainability. So just quickly, what do we mean by sustainability? So yes, we can be talking about environmental sustainability, but sustainability also picks up on concepts like intergenerational equity and also equitable access as well, in terms of bridging that technological gap that exists throughout the world. So I'll hand on to who is next.
So the year that we chose to focus on was the year 2050. And the reason that we chose this is because a lot of organizations seem to choose 2050 as the baseline for when they want to measure some progress by. And the other reason that we wanted to do 2050 is that it's estimated that a lot of fusion reactors are going to be at least economically viable or able to produce energy in around the 2035 to 2040 time period. And so we wanted to choose 2050 as well to give that extra like 10 years or so after these technologies have been around, to allow these regulations to have a bit of time to mature.
So in the year 2050, we hope that there will be access to fusion energy, which will provide a near limitless and close to clean energy source. It is inherently different to fission, and we'll return to that when we talk about how it's going to be regulated. So in the future, we hope that we'll continue to have technological innovation where we increase the availability and applicability of this fusion technology, as well as reduce its cost. And we hope to see global cooperation, whether that be through global supply chains and knowledge sharing, and also address the technological gap that will likely occur as we develop this technology. And finally, by the year 2050, there will be international frameworks which will address the best way to regulate fusion technology, as it is different in some ways to fission.
So the joke is that fusion is always 20 or 30 years away. You can all start laughing. So the assumption we're going to work on is this timeline is not sort of, like a physical year by year sort of timeline, right? All of this will happen simultaneously. Day one, or time equals 0, if we assume time. Fusion is proven, right? BBC News brings you live. A star has been established on Earth, and Earth is the hottest place in the solar system, etc., etc., etc. And then you've got people going, wow, the sun is, the Earth's the hottest place in the solar system. Oxfordshire is hotter than the center of the sun. And what you do is now you've got, okay, people are talking about it, it's going viral. We now need to establish proof of concept. We need a certain number of reactors that do what one reactor did, right? Say somewhere in Culham, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then 5 of those, also in Culham, hopefully. And 5 of those we will then use as proof of concept, and then we've got people doing debates. Good Morning Britain talking about it. We've got Professor Robin Grimes who will be on Good Morning Britain hopefully. We've got investor engagement. People want to spend money on this. You've got VCs, etc., etc. Now it's no longer doctor, lawyer, engineer. It's doctor, lawyer, nuclear fusioneer. And then, from there we go on to, who's going to start those small supply chain companies? Who's working on the magnets? Who's working on the, HTS magnets, the diverters, tungsten, so on and so forth. And then we take that international. We then, start developing international frameworks, agreements, which then leads to international cooperation because, the UK does not have access to all of the tungsten in the world. We do need some sort of cooperation. And then after that, we then make, fusion cheaper because right now the fusion problem is making that as cheap as possible. And then we get to that picture at the end where you have like a utopia where, more energy equals, a greater standard of life. The 3 actionable steps we believe we can take today is, as everyone said, education. We need to educate ourselves, we need to educate the public that fusion is different compared to fission. We then need to innovate. We need to come up with better ways to make fusion possible, to make fusion cheaper, and to do that we need to collaborate with people across the world because to make fusion happen, it's not a one-man job. People need to work on it together.
So we were allowed one extra slide, and this is it for us. It's a bit of a concluding slide. So if we go back to our question, should fusion facilities be regulated under the same frameworks as fission reactors? We've concluded today by saying that the answer is yes and no, and that could be no and yes. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. We've done that and we've concluded that because we've said that we must honour the respective technologies and their inherent risk safety profiles. Both technologies warrant different and respective scrutiny that is appropriate for their respective designs, but also noting, and this is the combination yes and no part here, that there are similarities between the 2 technologies, particularly around various aspects like trade, AI, finance, and export control frameworks. And if we've got best practice in fission frameworks already, it makes sense to use a lot of those frameworks and adapt them to the fusion technology. So thank you.
Oh, there's a question.
Yes.
I have a question. I mean, fusion and fission are obviously not at the same level of TRL as you put it. Had we applied to the fission reactors of Fermi in the 40s, of Joliot-Curie in the 40s, the same regulation that we're applying to fission nowadays, we would have never developed nuclear energy. So my question is, don't you think that there is a need to have a different regulation for something in which you are exploring a concept, and wouldn't it be too difficult to apply on this concept a regulation which is meant to be for an operative reactor? Am I clear, or?
Noted that we think much along the same lines in many regards. The technologies are different and they should be regarded as different. I guess what we want to bring into this is that there are some aspects that there are similarity, and particularly amongst the things listed on the bottom line there. So they're the things that we could perhaps look at duplicating or using best practice that already exists with fission technology, but also noting that they are different respective technologies, and therefore that's the no part of the question.
A quick question, please.
Did you consider the radical concept that this is so benign that it does not need to be regulated at all? And having said that, does it make more sense, if the answer is no, it does need to be regulated, does it make more sense to start with a completely blank sheet of paper, or start with fission regulation and try and sort of take things away that are not relevant?
Okay, so we did have this conversation, right? The conversation was around fission and fusion are two completely separate things, right? The problems that the pillars upon which fusion regulation was formed upon, waste, safety, etc., those problems are not something that fusion has. So you don't have a half-life of radioactive waste that's over 1,000 years. It's around 10 years. So those pillars you can't apply here. But because we had disagreements within the group, where some aspects of the fission industry we could bring into the fusion industry, that this statement is sort of a middle ground that we found to keep the group happy. But in essence, everyone in the group does agree that fusion as a technology is completely separate and has issues that are completely separate. Waste is not even one of the top 10 issues that fusion faces. There's issues that, like cost effectiveness. Do we have Q equals 1 or greater than 1? That's the primary problem that we're facing at the moment. So I do completely agree with you on those points, and as well with the professor. But this statement reflects essentially a common ground that was found between members of the group, because there were two sorts of opposing sides. But yeah, thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you.
Wait, there is another one question.
Oh, we don't have time, sorry.
No way, it's Ukrainian.
It's Ukrainian?
I can't.
We have to go on, I'm sorry.
We don't mind answering the question if she wants to ask it.
What?
We don't mind answering the question if she wants to ask a question.
I don't understand.
If you have time.
We don't have time,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Okay.
But please feel free to talk to each other during the networking break. I'm sorry, we just don't have enough time. So please try not to go over, and then we will have a bit more time.
Wait, I have not enough microphones.
I have too many. All right. Group 6. Who is going to be presenting from Group 6?
Hello, hello. So, I'm Lachlan. This is James. Our question: how can artificial intelligence be reliably and safely integrated into nuclear operations to enhance predictive maintenance, operational resilience, and threat mitigation? So let's start with the values we wanted to bring into this. Safe and secure, number one. I work for Australia's federal nuclear regulator, so safe and secure has to be number one. It comes with the territory, you have to. Next, trustworthiness. And when it comes to things like AI, where we know there is a lack of trust, this is going to be a huge hurdle. And conservative decision-making, which is, kind of a standard approach taken in nuclear to new technologies, is something we're going to have to try to apply as best as we can. But within the nuclear industry, there is a paradox where we are wanting to innovate at the same time. And the ways we try to make sure we're not bringing in things that are untested, but innovating at the same time, is a challenge we're going to constantly have. And AI is an area where we're going to have that issue. Stewardship. We are bringing in this technology, regulation, government, this could be public data, who knows, and it's things that are going to be around a long time. So we have to be careful with what we do, and on that, responsibility and accountability. And we threw about various timelines, 2040, 2050, thinking into this distant future. So we picked the distant future year of 2030, because really, when we talked about some of the other technologies that we're talking about today, nuclear technologies, things like SMRs, things like fusion, these are nuclear technologies that we are in control of, and the timelines we're in control of. AI is independent of us, and it is moving at a pace that we have no control over. If we do not work to take control today, by 2040, 2050, the ability to control it will be permanently lost to our industry. So I'm not trying to deviate too much from the spirit of futuring. This is just a pragmatic decision we made as a group because we don't see an alternative. So not a crazy distant future. AI is going to keep on happening. It's going to keep growing. It's going to keep developing. It is going to become more and more integrated into our practices. And our crazy future is that all the problems we have currently with ethics and understanding how they work and understanding how to safely implement them, we figured it out. It only took us 4.5 years. Great. And one way of doing that, I'll hand over to James, who kind of brought more of the AI expertise to our group on just kind of AI is not one thing, and I just want James to talk a bit to that.
Yeah, well, a lot of the concerns around AI come from the more generic use of things like ChatGPT and large language models, but I imagine a lot of people in the room would know that AI is a heck of a lot more than that, and it's become a bit of a buzzword which doesn't necessarily have a specific technology attached to it. So what we were trying to get at here in this discussion is it can be safe, it can be reliable, and in this ideal future, you would reach a place where there was very specific tools based on AI technologies used for the specific applications that they were appropriate for, and that they were, not allowed to operate independently or without a human in the loop where it isn't appropriate.
Yeah, so that's the dream. So in terms of timeline, again, not a distant one. We tried to put years on it again. Not committing to any of this. We're all futuring at the moment, but yes. At the moment, we need to be in the research space. We need to understand exactly what's out there. This isn't our field. We need to understand the tools that exist and how we can best use them. We need to try to develop frameworks. The kind of concept we put forward is we do have different levels of security. We do have different levels of safety. When in Australia, when we have a nuclear facility, we have different safety categories for different SSCs. And where is it safe to put these tools? Do you want some AI tools to be allowed in lower safety consequence, lower security consequence areas, and then kind of have those more simple, more understandable, easier for a human to get across tools in those kind of, I'd say, riskier environments, and kind of do that stage-wise? Education. People have talked about it today. This is going to be crazy critical, and this is, we're going to need to find people, make sure they understand nuclear first, and then nuclear AI is going to be a subset of that. It is just, the amount of stuff you're going to have to know to do our job well going into the future is, I think, only going to widen. At some point, maybe some regulatory guidance should be published in terms of how we can implement AI and then start slowly but surely to do that. Ongoing validation, dummy models, whatever simulation we can do to try to understand as best as possible what we're doing with these models, again, considering that we just are not the ones deciding the pace here. Very brief summing up in 3 points. Ongoing development of frameworks, that's ethics, that's responsibility and accountability. Who is responsible for the outputs? We heard some discussion yesterday in terms of, ultimate accountability falling on the operator. But, if an AI spits out something that's absolutely rubbish, there is going to be the robots aren't in charge, we're in charge. We have to make sure we know that and have systems in place to ensure that is actually done in practice. Research and development of use case specific AIs, they will exist for many industries. I'm sure we can cross-collaborate, but we're going to need to work out what's out there and continue to develop what is out there. Stage implementation, accounting for resourcing for safety. This is the one thing we talked about as well. Sorry, I'm over time, I'll be very quick. The difficulty with AIs, especially large language models, because they are a black box, if they go wrong, it is exceptionally hard to understand why, and you cannot ask them for their logic. So if you want to implement them, sure, but if they go wrong, it is going to be a massive undertaking, resource-wise, resource-intensive, to understand what's gone wrong and fix it. So if you want to implement AI, that's okay. but be prepared that if things go wrong, you're going to have to do a ton more work than you've ever done before to fix a problem, and you need to resource it that way, otherwise you could be stuck in a very bad situation. And that's a concern. I'll leave it there. Any questions? Solved AI? Awesome. Okay.
So taking the fact that AI is here and now, and there are appropriate use cases, where did you think we should start?
Go
I'm
ahead.
happy to take that one. Start in cases where you, with minimal consequence and high reliability of outcome. So, for example, machine learning is very good at doing things that have been done classically for a long time, but slowly. And machine learning can do the same thing, but fast. So in an application like that, we have a very well-proven set of data to compare and understand its accuracy, so it's a low-risk application. So something like a Monte Carlo simulation for radiation propagation in either a reactor design, very accurate, very slow. Machine learning could be used to do the same thing very fast. But we'd know if it was wrong because we've got the Monte Carlo simulation there, for example. And that's my research, so I kind of cheated on that one.
And add on to that, there's already some work going on in using AI to prepare things like safety cases and regulatory paperwork, basically, which license holders and applicants can go ahead and do at their own risk, because if it's a bad application and we receive it, we'll just reject it. It's fine. You can give it a go. But the most important thing, something we talked about, I'm worried about if an AI was able to produce an excellent safety case that people were ever able to hand in without reading it themselves. If you're going to use AI, make sure you are staying in the loop. But yeah, it's happening now, and we don't think we've received a ChatGPT safety case yet, which is really good, but it could happen tomorrow.
All right, I have one. We hear a lot of concerns about misalignment in other industries. Is that something you're concerned about in the nuclear sector? And how might we address that?
As in misalignment between the nuclear industry and technology?
No, the AI model, what your intent is and what the model might actually do.
Like hallucinations type.
Well, you might be able to talk better on this, but in terms of, technology getting to the point where you can start developing your own local models, where you can train them yourself. And so, again, maybe having, just take the entire IAEA and put it into, make it IAEA bot and see what happens. But there's so much documentation out there in our industry. Could you train your own models and hope that gives something better, perhaps? James?
Yeah, I think it's a good time to point out that large language models, I feel like, give a bad rap to the rest of AI because they are notorious for, hallucination and misalignment, whereas some of the older or just different methodologies are less prone to producing random stuff, particularly things that are working purely in numerics. So data fitting and pattern detection and things like that. So there's less concern with misalignment in those applications. You disagree? It's math, right? It's traceable. Are you going to respond to that, or?
We can chat about it later.
Okay, let's chat about it later. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
There you go.
All right, who is presenting? Who is presenting from 5? Energy policy. All right, this is forward.
Go forward.
And back. I think so.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. We're group number 5. We're Taiga, Duigu, myself, Eloy, but also Corinne, Ursula, Sarah, Lisa, and Alicia. And we are going to present energy policy. So out of all the questions that we had, we decided to go for the broader one, which was education, and more specifically, how can education be used to open a dialogue within citizens about nuclear technologies in a way that lessens reservations on the subject. So we decided to go for the values that we think that can make us achieve the final goals that we want to go for. So basically, destigmatize nuclear energy and open broader conversation about it. So basically, inclusivity, transparency, not only about what we have achieved until now, but also that every step that we take from now on is transparent, and yeah, basically it. Then cooperative and coordinative, adaptive and communicative approach.
So we set a target in 2040. We secured 10 years to boost clean energy toward the 2050 net zero goal. By 2040, we want public to support the nuclear program because the policymakers rely on public sentiment. So the dancing Snoopy on the corner is our view of the goal on how people look like in 2040. As you know, the nuclear involves a lot of stakeholders and broader topics in discussion. We want the citizen to be informed and develop nuclear literacy. What nuclear literacy means, that we define that the understanding toward the multidisciplinary nature of the nuclear technology. So the picture on the right bottom, it represents that the education will move the gearbox and move all the stakeholders related to nuclear field will move forward toward achieving the goal of 2050.
So here, rather than a timeline, what we have is are the high points actually, because we were thinking that these inputs might be different in different political or socio-technical contexts. So their order might be different, or they might be happening simultaneously, which is okay. This is why we don't have specific dates, but rather inputs. So we thought that the beginning point for this one could be, as we are talking about nuclear literacy and transparency, accessibility of the knowledge around nuclear, we thought that the global and local mentality alignment around this idea would be a good start, like a mobilization of the fact that education is a must in the discussion. So we started with that. And we wanted to focus on the local professionals so that we can develop this localized, relatable content when it comes to the information about that specific domestic context. And almost like a train-the-trainer system, it would also lead up to the development of a range of nuclear communicators that would be the science communicators who would be explaining the facts and exchanging with the stakeholders, not just the students or the youth, but citizens, voters, adults in general. So we had this general perspective of the society. Since yesterday, we've been talking about the silo approach, and we wanted to kind of emphasize that breaking these silos are so important. So we thought that it's also an input for the education component too. So rather than proposing an educational content or interventions just focusing on nuclear, which might be maybe understood as a promotion of nuclear energy, we thought like a basket of presentation of different clean resources, almost like know your clean resources kind of an approach, to present the facts about different energy resources that will take us to net zero. And of course, nuclear would be part of this conversation so that people can develop their own ideas around these different resources, not just nuclear in a silo. Of course, this would go hand in hand with establishing local grassroots movements and also cooperating with media outlets with social campaigns that would promote that. That specific component about policymaker intervention and education, it could be at the beginning for the societies who are having more top-down approach. The basic idea behind this was that education should be a component in policymaking, not just a byproduct of energy policy, but rather a factor that is taken into consideration while designing the strategies. And of course, these are more than formal education, so it also has informal, non-formal components of accessing everyone, but it also has the formal aspect with the school curriculum too.
Okay, just to sum up, because we've already spent a lot of time. Yeah, our main 3 actions would be, as we've already stated, this industry alignment, increased collaboration with other clean energy sectors, as we said, this basket between all the energies, and more educational visibility. So thank you, and if you have any questions.
Since you are talking about energy policy, what would you think of increasing the literacy of the citizen concerning networks? Because you are not only producing electricity, you distribute it, you store it, you use it. And there is one elephant in the room that I'm not sure all citizens are aware of.
Actually, that's an excellent point. This is not a point that we specifically address, but I think it can align to, if we can go to the previous slide, to the breaking silos and integrating with other clean energy discourses part, because this is a part of the resilient infrastructure, resilient networks, and collaborations between different national localities, right? So, I mean, please let me know if you have input, but I think it would be part of this presenting, educating the clean transition in general, if it makes sense.
Oh, good.
Basket.
Yeah, that's
Just building on Eve's point, in the public discourse and in the education space, where there's a vacuum that you're looking to fill, but we're also up against information that's misleading or wrong, which includes about how intermittent energy generation behaves in a network. Did you think at all about how to challenge that kind of thing? So it's not just kind of nice, friendly, cuddly, positive messaging, but like there's an actual battle going on here. And like in this country, the amount of money that is funding those kind of campaigns is hundreds of millions of dollars.
I mean, speaking of in general terms, not in the case of Australia only, which I'm not a local expert, of course, but I think this would fit into the area of our values as well, where we want to highlight the transparent and accessible information, having this conversation with actual professionals, having access to a certain extent, to the ability of passing by the secrecy level, so that people can have access to the relevant documents, information, real data that they can kind of fact check, which could be another, by the way, component of this education, like science education, fact checking. It is something that's maybe missing in the community in general, rather than just buying in the information that is given us, but rather going and actually searching the source and double checking that. Maybe that could be a kind of a culture that we can try to cultivate in general.
Yeah, well, in the end, our idea is not to convince anyone that they need to go nuclear. It's just to provide them with all the information so they can build their own opinion on that. So that was our main value.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are you just presenting by yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard Breen. I'm representing Becky, Matthew, and Mia as part of Group 4. Our question, how can the advances and benefits of nuclear technology be effectively communicated to society to unmask its potential as a vital source of energy worldwide, was selected as we see communication as the foundation piece in developing nuclear throughout the world. And we need to establish this communication structure to promote nuclear. Our values were openness, integrity, mutual respect, adaptability, continuity, and accessibility. Pulling out some key ones of those, adaptability and continuity. It was mentioned yesterday that nuclear is not a transient technology, and if we commit to it, we must commit to it for hundreds of years. That doesn't mean we must be rigid in our structure of communication, that we must adapt to the social context as that changes over the next 100 years. But also we must maintain a continuity of messaging as political ideologies change throughout the world. When we imagined when our future might take place, we came with 2040 that we'd reach net positive, and I'll describe what that means later. But in order to achieve that, we'd have to pass through general ambivalence. And that our goal for that is 2032. So the future that we envision is one where nuclear is on a front foot. We no longer have to defend ourselves to express the safety implications of nuclear. And one that, if you consider the public perception of nuclear as a bell curve, we're currently net negative. We need to shift through that zero ground, through general ambivalence, where the majority of the population actually doesn't care about nuclear. It's something that happens every day, and move to a net positive position where our bell curve is a positive one. And we think that once we achieve that, we will have achieved worldwide, bidirectional, mutually beneficial communication. And this mutually beneficial communication was one that really stood out to me. I was reviewing regulations last month, and there was a mandated requirement for community engagement. And I had thought of that as a way the regulator was going to tell me off in the future. But actually, I should see it as an opportunity for how I can learn from the community that I might be operating in. This is our mind map of how we see nuclear positive in the future. So how will we get there? By 2040, we want to meet this net positive position to support meeting climate goals in 2050. In order to do that, we believe we need a worldwide living social license map that I will go into later, targeted campaigns, as we've already discussed. The development of a nuclear communication strategy and social license is going to be regional and stakeholder specific. We need to develop a face of nuclear that can then precipitate a media rebrand of nuclear, and develop a culture of respect framework that can be implemented worldwide. One that I won't discuss later that I found really interesting was the thought of a contingency plan. So if the next Fukushima ever happens, how can the nuclear industry maintain its reputation and its communication channels in the wake of one of those incidents? So our initial 3 actionable steps were to select and develop the face of nuclear. We believe that nuclear has a trust issue because it is faceless internationally. We need to either choose a current organization or develop one that can step up and become the face of nuclear worldwide and coordinate non-governmental organizations, charities, and organizations around the world to provide that continuity of messaging, but facilitate regional and stakeholder specificity. That will then precipitate the media rebrand I discussed earlier, where we're able to push the positive aspects of nuclear. Before we can decide and act on our goals, we need to observe and orientate. And in order to do that, we believe we need to develop a worldwide living social license map where the values, challenges, and understanding of cultures and stakeholders worldwide can be mapped in real time. So then we are able to effectively implement a decision cycle fast enough, and we can actually adapt our context. Currently, there is a certain degree of public skepticism, mistrust, and resistance to nuclear. And often that is perceived by the nuclear culture as a result of ignorance and mistrust. However, we believe it is due to a public divide between the nuclear public and the general public, or non-nuclear. And in order to break down that divide, we need to develop a culture of respect in the same way the IAEA or WANO has developed nuclear safety cultures. This culture of respect will facilitate the engagement of nuclear professionals and the general public to support building communication structures around the world. That's everything. Thank you. Any questions?
Not to put you on the spot at an NEA event, but when you say select organizations to be the face of nuclear, Who are the contenders? And
well, not to tell Director General Magwood how to do his job, but the NEA obviously is one that already exists, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel to do this. We can utilize the media channels, the established organizational governance structures already. Often the US has been looked to as a world leader for nuclear or for emerging technologies, government organizations. I do see it as being an organization on that scale, but specifically someone like the IAEA or the NEA.
thank you.
One down the front.
So I'm curious, what made you choose net positive versus just a net neutral of having nuclear be something in the background, that not in the public's mind?
I think it was due to the desire for everyone to realize and be able to receive the benefits of nuclear. And that if we're net positive, then the players that are already, net zero, the players that are already doing it will continue to receive the benefits, and there won't be this mobility piece of upskilling other nations. If it's net positive, then we're able to develop non-nuclear developed nations and just promote and grow the world.
Could you please return to that sketch and just...
This one?
Yeah, detail it a little bit. Thank you. Just explain it.
Oh, so this was us seeing what nuclear positive or net positive as it evolved into looked like. And that was, what would people understand about nuclear? They would understand the economic growth that it can provide, the energy security, the affordability and accessibility to energy. And completely honest, people such as myself in the nuclear field are ignorant to the other areas of nuclear, the life-changing medicine it can provide. We just want the world to be aware of all of these, and at that net positive state, they will be. Does that answer your question? Okay.
All right, thank you. Oh, could we reload the slides, please? I think these are maybe not. And can we also have group 3 come up? Now it's yours.
Thank you very much. The slides we're going to be presenting to you about social licensing of nuclear technologies, we've just pulled out of the rubble because the computer crashed, and so we don't have any pretty pictures for you to look at, but we would love to tell you what we've discussed in our group. The question we've sought to answer is, how can nations build lasting social acceptance for nuclear technology, particularly in democratic societies with historical resistance? Political opposition to nuclear energy historically is one of the biggest hindrances to more nuclear. And so, we thought it was pertinent to look at this question. The values we've chosen ultimately revolve around trust of the public in the benefits of nuclear. So we've chosen respect because we are in a shared world, and we need to have a social license for utilizing any technology, not just nuclear. Sustainability because, well, one of the big arguments for nuclear is environmental stewardship, but also because there are downsides to nuclear that we must be transparent about and deal with, such as the waste. Empowerment, because we don't believe that nuclear should be just for the rich few countries. For example, it should be something that can help fight energy poverty. And that also leads into abundance, because if people like nuclear energy, if you want to have a social license, then you would preferably make the benefits of nuclear tangible, both economic, social, and environmental benefits. And then care, because the cultural, social context of any technology are really important for their deployment.
So we have decided to go for 2050 as our year. This generally boils down to the appreciation for social acceptance towards anything. Inherently is a moving target. It's it's achieved by 1 year, and therefore sort of the appreciation that taking 2050, firstly to align with the current net zero targets, sort of on that global scale, but also to appreciate the the fact that this is going to be the first stage of sort of a target that we can strive for implementing frameworks such that we can set something up that is measurable, but also something that can progress into the future with sort of continuous feedback loops, so that we can get something in place that this is for the long term. So our future has generally boiled down to the fact that we want to get to a position where there is just general global acceptance towards nuclear technology as a whole, and yet shifting that international attitude towards nuclear technology by sort of highlighting the breadth of benefits. So we tried to take this from a national sort of governmental level instead of going down to the not in my backyard local level. And so we sort of came up with a few sort of different sort of national goals and ideologies that we could be striving for. So things like, for example, the first one, you open a newspaper and you see that, for example, Townsville has won a bid for a new nuclear site. This could be any kind of nuclear site, from radioactive waste management to a new plant. And basically sort of suggesting that this is one step closer to a nuclear future. This indicates a generally positive attitude, that people want this in their country and sort of close to them, but also indicates the successful implementation of frameworks or the likes that are really engaging communities well to get this in place. And these are some other examples. One was because of the resource we have in Australia, sort of moving towards an overall accepted national desire to be sort of knuckling down on Australia's waste management capability, both on a sort of an internal and an external international scale. Again, sort of bigging down on the medical approach with ANSTO, so that commitment to and desire at a national level to move towards sort of being a largest producer for nuclear medicine. And then, do you want to speak to these?
Oh yeah, I think we don't have much time, but the idea that nuclear energy would be embedded into ideology that normally comes before nuclear opposition. So if nuclear energy was embedded in environmentalist ideology, you would definitely see a lot less. And I took an example from my home country where we see ourselves as a green leader in wind and solar. If nuclear was part of that national identity, that would be really good. Then we have a timeline. We think international collaboration is important, and we want to have a feedback mechanism between international collaborations and the national level, because we believe that harmonization of facts about nuclear, the benefits of different types of nuclear technology, should be harmonized, but they should also be tailored, how you communicate these things, to the local context that you're trying to spread nuclear awareness and increase your social license. Yeah, I don't have time to go too much into this, but we believe that some steps we can take immediately is that, first of all, we need to study what drives positive and negative sentiments towards nuclear energy. You'd be surprised by how little there is out there. Especially when you look at drivers of positive sentiments towards nuclear energy, there's hardly anything out there. So we need to understand that, and it has to be tailored to a cultural specific context. And then we can have these international symposiums. I know the IAEA just had an international stakeholder conference in Vienna. More of that, please, so we can share and harmonize strategies. Thirdly, we would love to have more unconventional communication channels. Have people that people relate to talk about nuclear energy will make it seem cooler. And if people who are talking about nuclear energy don't necessarily have vested interests in more nuclear energy, that also, I think, would improve the image of nuclear overall. Thank you so much for your attention.
There is a little statement before.
Sorry, I'm just going to take this opportunity to do a little bit of an advertisement. The NEA is going to be having the 4th Stakeholder Involvement Workshop the 15th to the 17th of October, and you're all welcome to come. I will ask Patrick to send out the information. We're also looking for case studies on how to do stakeholder engagement, build trust transparently, and using the social sciences as well. So you are welcome to come. Please stop and see me if you'd like to discuss it. Thank you.
Okay, so questions?
I'm curious what you guys think about how nuclear weapons and the perception of that of nuclear weapons play a role in public perception for nuclear energy.
That's a really good question. I actually wrote my master's thesis on drivers of public positive sentiment towards nuclear energy. I did a longitudinal study of how perceptions of nuclear energy in Denmark changed, while also looking at how media coverage of nuclear technology overall changed. So I was tracking the content of nuclear articles as well as their headlines, and I had nuclear weapons catastrophes, all different categories of negative semantics related to nuclear. And it used to be a major confounding variable, and I still think that there is some semantic confounding negativity towards nuclear, especially amongst the generations that grew up during the Cold War. But data-wise, it actually looks like the correlation between nuclear weapons and nuclear energy is fading over time. At least in the Danish context, it's very, very difficult to speak to other contexts. But overall, I will say that we are heading in a direction where nuclear energy is affiliated with other salient issues in society rather than nuclear war. But I mean, only the future will tell.
Another one, questions?
Thank you. Do you think that there is a possibility that certain economic drivers or actually certain sectors are driving the social license aspect, so that, you know, that social license for one thing is actually driven down by another sector because of economic interest? And if you think that this might happen, how would you go about that?
I think in terms of sort of providing an answer for what those could definitely be here and now, it would have to be a matter of a learning piece as opposed to sort of one answer fits all. I think so. What we were suggesting in some of our timeline steps is basically a series of systematic international symposiums to agree on, as we say here, harmonization on education strategies, harmonization on national scale learning activities to understand what are the sources of the fears, what are the sources of the distrusts, and generally almost effectively have a national scale poll of sorts to kind of find out from the people's mouth what the sources of these hindrances are, as the first step into a systematic sort of series of steps to then go about addressing those.
That's all.
Thank you.
All right, group 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Shane Ricks. I'm representing breakout session 2, and we're looking at international networks in accessing opportunities and addressing gaps, mainly looking at how countries that are new to nuclear power can build a skilled workforce from the ground up, overcoming political resistance and gaps in technical infrastructure. So for this exercise, we decided to look at Australia in context, just to simplify things. So our values as a group are collaboration with international partners. So we believe in knowledge, talent, resource sharing on an international stage for the purpose of enabling a mutually productive future. Trust, openness, and transparency. We aspire to sharing information without compromising security objectively. Respect, understand and appreciate the diversity of differences and the outcome of inclusion. Academic excellence and accountability, because we want to strive to be the best in all we can in all aspects of the operation in nuclear power. And finally, accessibility and inclusion. We aim to include every individual's viewpoint and not limit access to the field without discrimination. Everyone is involved and everyone has a voice. So when does our imagined future take place? In 10 years, optimistic, delusion, I'll let you decide. So we believe this is the time to create an environment, not the actual end point, just an environment with the frameworks, to enable the framework through which workforce development could enable an embarking nation's nuclear ambitions, in this case, Australia. So what future do we envision? Well, in 10 years' time, we envision Hugh Jackman and Kate Blanchett advocating for nuclear power. Again, optimism, delusion, I'll let you choose. So what we envision is outreach and engagement, knowledge of capabilities through awareness and communication channels, which will be effectively throughout Australia. A general acceptance, addressing misconceptions and the zeitgeist around impact. We've overcame political resistance, again, delusion, optimism, you choose. The nuclear ban in Australia has to be removed. That's going to be tough. One side opposes it, one side's for it. Then you've got two houses to pass it through, the House of Representatives and the Senate, so majority is required in both, and then maybe we can lift the ban. So with the political resistance overcome, we will be able to create a national framework that includes nuclear technology with strategy and planning. And finally, we will have the alignment of academia and industry. So we believed as a group that government coordination would be required to coordinate all of the industry, the private sector, the government sector, universities, etc., training programs, to make sure that it all runs quite smoothly and fluidly, and we could achieve that through joint models, public and private partnerships. So how do we get there? Well, first things first, we have to remove the ban before we can start really getting anywhere with nuclear power. So I think first things first is an educational audit. I think we all agree that a lot of people are opposed to nuclear power in Australia because they don't understand what radiation is. Everyone thinks it's dangerous. No one really understands the hormetic model, suggesting that low doses of radiation is actually beneficial on a biological level. Once we've done that, we can look at things like social media influencers. Isabel Beaumeke is extremely good at this. Will Shackle in Australia is doing wonderful things. We can expand these programs. High school integration. So radiation isn't really taught at the high school curriculum. So people are then getting out of high school, they're getting into the world, they hear about radiation and nuclear power, they don't understand it. So they're completely susceptible to misinformation. Having a very short course in high school would give them a good foundational knowledge to combat misinformation. We could then look at micro-credentials, trade and apprenticeships. So we don't have nuclear power in Australia, but we already have a severe lack of radiation experts. I mean, the mines are finding that. Universities looking for PhD students are having trouble retaining them because they go out on site and the mines say, hey, how would you like $140,000 a year? Just dump your PhD, we need someone here. So we already have a lack of professionals. Having these micro-credentials, trades and apprenticeships would start building the workforce now, but a little bit covertly. We could also look at industry and private initiatives to reach out to the community, to engage the community more. Research hub sourcing, so things like what we've got here. We've got C-Ray in Adelaide. We're better funding these hubs. I've spoken to a lot of people over this conference about things like Australia working with other countries. So when we advertise a nuclear engineering program, we can say, well, how about some of our students go over to, say, England and do some placements at Hinkley Point C or Sizewell C. So they are not only learning about nuclear engineering, but they're getting that, they're getting the tacit, the implicit, and the explicit knowledge as well. And then, of course, we're going to lift the ban because we're optimistic. So 3 steps we can take to help us get to this future would be, firstly, an educational audit and gap analysis. What do we need to do in the education sector, high school and university? what do we need to do? What sort of professionals do we need in the landscape? Then we need to look at things like social acceptance model for potential sites. So will the communities accept having a nuclear power plant on site? What methods and marketing models can we use? And how would that be rolled out widely? And one final point that we thought of was a twin sister city idea. So the sites that would host a nuclear power plant would be paired. The IAEA would pair them with a sister city somewhere in the world, and then they would share knowledge, they would share resources, they would share trained professionals between the two, and that will be expanded as well to universities. The university could do a twin model where they could share resources and have students do exchanges and things like that. Thank you very much for your time.
Your questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the education component you were just mentioning about. I was curious to see, or to know if your group actually thought about bidirectional education. I know you mentioned that communities don't actually know radiation, but I think it's beyond just understanding the radiation. I think it's more about historical harms and also understanding those other impacts. So I was curious to know if your group actually thought about bidirectional educational analysis.
Could you expand on bidirectional education?
Yeah, I think when we think about the historical impacts, I think a lot of people who are new coming into industries, they don't understand the historical impacts that are causing communities to not want to participate or engage in those topics, right? And the first thing they think about is they're not nuclear educated. Well, also the nuclear education needs to happen on the flip end, where they need to be historically informed of why these communities are not actively participating or why they have the opposition that they have around the very specific perspective and actions and steps.
Yeah, so we've had communities in Australia. So for example, Maralinga is probably one of the big ones, where the British decided to drop atomic bombs on Australia. Don't know why. But the local Indigenous community, of course, and the communities out there have a very negative, well, had a very negative view on anything nuclear. And a lot of work has been put in by different groups. And by education, understanding, talking, involving, hearing, their viewpoint has shifted greatly now. And yes, I completely agree. It definitely needs to be bidirectional. The focus I was having is more combating misinformation and disinformation, especially in Australia. The misinformation's ridiculous. We've all seen it. It's shameful, especially the misinformation coming out of our political parties and some government institutions. It's woeful and shouldn't be accepted. But because people have very little education in radiation, they just trust it and accept it, and they don't have that critical ability to think and say, well, I've got a background in radiation, this is what I've been taught, this information doesn't line up with what I know.
Thank you. Can you just go back to your slide with the timeline? Can you explain what you meant by the carrot and stick method here?
Yes, so we spoke about what would be the best way to market. Would it be having a negative campaign or a positive campaign? So I believe it's both. So in 3 years' time, we're closing Yallourn Power Station. We're also closing Araring in New South Wales. So Araring is 31% of the coal capacity of New South Wales. Yallourn is about 35% of the coal capacity of Victoria. What's going to happen when those two power plants are closed? Well, when I spoke to some of the Russians over in Vienna when I was at the conference there, and I showed them our AEMO dashboard and said, this is what we're doing in the future, they had a little discussion amongst themselves and came back and said, you're more than welcome to move to Russia to enjoy electricity because you're not going to have any. So in 3 to 4 years' time, our grid, my personal opinion is once those coal-fired power stations are shut down, if they're shut down, the grid will become unstable. That's the stick approach, because people are going to be told, you can't turn your lights on. You can't turn your refrigerator on. You're going to have to shed energy because we need to save the environment. Or so you know what politicians do. They'll give it some really fluffy name and make it sound like you're the ones helping, when really and truly it's because there's no electricity to provide. So that's the stick approach. The carrot approach is us as a community, and that's everyone in this room over the next 2 to 3 years, building the argument of nuclear power. Nuclear power is stable. Nuclear power is reliable. Nuclear power is the future, because once the lights go off, people are going to look for the next potential energy source. What can fix this problem? Because I don't want to have no lights for the next 3 hours when it's 9 o'clock at night. If we've done the work and we've got that message out there through good marketing, people will see that and say, nuclear is the option. That then overcomes the social license issue. That then puts pressure on the Labour Party, because they don't want to lose votes and they don't want to lose power. And once that occurs, then the Labour Party has to readjust and say, maybe nuclear power is the future. Bipartisan approach, we can lift the ban. Again, optimism, delusion, I'm not sure which one that is, but I'll let you decide.
Last but hardly least, should have gone first, but here we are. Group 1.
Okay, that's the slide forward, is it? Okay, excellent. Oh, we've already started. So our question is, how can Australia's universities lead the development of nuclear-capable workforce that supports both national security and future civil nuclear applications? What other educational institutions can and should contribute to the workforce, for example, trades, apprentice, and other? So these are the values we thought we'd hold dear to ourselves, and most of them come up already. Diversity, humility, openness and transparency. One of the things that we haven't really mentioned enough is curiosity, and that's really where you need to engage young people, and also engagement. Engaging the wider public, engaging young people, engaging the education sector. But all of these are also bedded in a nuclear safety culture. Openness and transparency, questioning attitude, and then sort of performing for the public good. When are we going to do this by? Well, 2035. Why? Well, we could kick the can further down the road, but really we need to start making progress now. In reality, if Hinkley Point C should have been generating electricity in we were meant to be cooking our Christmas turkeys in 2017 based on Hinkley Point C electricity. Last year's Christmas turkey wasn't cooked on Hinkley Point C. Really, if we're going to set ourselves a deadline, we need to be ambitious, because if we miss it, at least we're going to get somewhere good.
Thank you. I'm Melody. So what we envisioned our future in education was integrated trade and university programs, because there is a wide variety from cleaners to seasoned professionals that are required to have any nuclear program. And we believe in Australia trade is particularly a neglected form of education. It can sometimes be seen as the dirty work. It's got pretty bad branding. And so integrating it into the university system, maybe we can kind of view it as a more educated sense. Integrate nuclear in school curricula, that's been mentioned a lot. We have it in grade 12 physics, but going down maybe to grade 10 science, where everyone has to do that, or maybe as low as primary school. Open, accessible public nuclear facilities. We have ANSTO, which is in Sydney, but we would like to see more around Australia. Not necessarily a nuclear reactor, but something nuclear related, so that people don't have to come all the way to Sydney if they live in Cairns or Perth or Broome, which is very far. Nuclear expertise in government. That'd be nice, whether that be through a university connection into government or an actual technical person of high levels of education in government who can advise on these topics. A national plan for workforce development, homogenised international systems and nuclear passports so that our accreditations are recognised overseas. And we envision Australia being a global leader in education and training in nuclear. And the last 2 points, we want children who want a career in nuclear and teenagers and people who are just excited about it. So our big plan for this is a sexy nuclear TV show. No, okay, hold on a minute. Let me explain. So we see things like medicine and law and business, and these shows, Grey's Anatomy, Suits, NCIS, Chicago Fire, what do they all have in common? They're widely watched TV shows full of attractive people who make out and do their jobs. And it's almost like propaganda for people. I know so many people who went into medicine just for Grey's Anatomy. Like, girl, that is not what medicine is like. But it works. And what does science in general, STEM, have? We have the Big Bang Theory. I don't think a lot of us here are aspiring to be like Sheldon. Or maybe you are, but he's not exactly a very attractive sort of character. Or you could have some six-pack hot men doing science. Like, imagine you've got two lab students at a university. We're going to use the university as a set. That's how they come into this. And they're working with concentrated nitric acid that has uranium dissolved in it, and they spill it on each other because they're arguing, and then they have to get in the safety shower and take their clothes off. And would that not just instill the message of how safe nuclear is? If you can start making out in the safety shower after the Geiger counter's going off like beep, 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 beep in the background. And why not go to Bluey? What if Bluey's dad worked at ANSTO, right? I think we forget what the general public wants and sees, and what they see is hot people on TV. Actors are very attractive people, and it works. It works. So I'm not over time, but this is just our timeline. The development of the workforce and the curricula would probably come first, and we ideally, once the nuclear major program comes out, get that internationally accredited. Open these public engagement facilities in other capital cities or rural towns. By that time, the nuclear TV show will be greenlit. More funding, and then the end point will be we'll become a global leader in nuclear education, and everyone by the end of the decade will be excited about nuclear. So our 3 actions: form a national nuclear education forum that brings together people, university, high school, primary school, kindergarten, babies, whoever you want, educators and students. Create a fund for outreach, travel and collaboration so that these engagement facilities can pop up all across Australia. And we'll be going to Netflix this afternoon to pitch our idea. Thank you very much.
Incredible presentation. Your questions? No questions.
Are any of you going to be on this TV show? And also, what is it
So,
called?
yeah, how universities tie in, we would provide the sets, we'd provide the expertise, and we'd all be able to be background extras. Yeah, so we'd definitely be on the TV show. That's, the plan. Yeah.
Hi. So how do you make Australia a leader in nuclear if there is a lack of talent and as well as places?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Do you want to speak on that? Because I'll give you the microphone.
I think one of the things it's very easy to do is not appreciate that Australia already is a regional leader and a leader in the Asia-Pacific world. And actually to own that and take some pride in that. And just because you might not in 10, 20 years be the world's largest nuclear power, you can definitely be the world's most exciting, innovative and attractive nuclear place. With a great TV show.
I have a question. Have you considered the stage of public acceptance? Like, okay, we will create a deep repository storage in Australia. People will accept it. After that, we will create the facility which will remake the fuel, reproduce the wasted fuel. Australians will also accept that. And then we will build in the factory, which will use the fuel from there. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sorry.
My one critique is starting of a geological disposal facility. You would be the only nation, Australia would be the only nation who've done that. And it's putting the disbenefit before the benefit. And you're also taking something which is the least attractive of a nuclear fuel cycle and placing it into the community which have been most affected by, let's be honest, the atrocities of the past. In reality, we need to be, I would suggest, putting nuclear waste close to where it's generated and deriving benefit before we start deriving negative experiences.
Hi. Who's, for point number 2, who's funding it?
Did someone want to comment on that? I mean, because we focus mostly on Australian universities, so we'd hope it'd be through the Australian government and ARC, but that is very hopeful, I understand. The TV show, do you mean the TV show or because the TV show we'd be making a profit, Netflix, like, that would go off. But yeah, that.
Oh, much. All right. Well, thank you so much, Group 1. We're ending only 4 minutes past the hour, which is pretty good. So we do have a 26-minute networking break somewhere. Tamara, where is it? All right. Thank you so much for your teamwork and creativity. It was fascinating to see that education was a theme across so many of your presentations. We are going to think about how to take what you have put together and synthesize it into some sort of output that the NEA produces. All right, that's all I'll say. And I'll hand the mic over to Tamara.
We have a break now, but we have to take a group.
Yeah.
We want to take pictures.
Yeah.
A group picture.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, just
before we start.
Yeah, that's right. So can I just ask each of the groups to come, anybody who didn't get their photo taken, to take a group photo up here? And we're later going to have a group photo with everyone when the DG and Nina are back. Okay. And Edward, thanks.
I wanted to talk to you about the stakeholders that NEA is holding.
Yes. Can we talk just in a little bit, just because I have to go and do some work for my card too. But are you around a bit? How long are you around for? Okay. Well, maybe right after, come and see right after this session here. Okay. And then we can talk. Okay? Okay, yeah. Just either late in this one or just after. Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Next group.
flexing with a Leica camera in the fall, like
There's also like the UNSW they're having solution in undergrad. I think it's we'll do some collaboration as well. We can also share Are you in Australia or like in Thailand? Do you live like in Australia? Huh? In Thailand? Oh, okay. Do you have like yeah, I got that this week.
1 minute here. We can. I just have one thing I need to do.
Test, test. Hello? Hello? Could we please ask you to go downstairs in front of the building for a picture? No? Thank you. Nah. Thank you. Like now. Please make your way downstairs to push them, bring them literally, not with the mic. Hello, could you please make your way downstairs for the group photo?
Dear participants, please go down to the first floor. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's just me again. So, we'll start just in a few moments. There's a few things that just need to be tied up before we enter the question and answer session, which is going to be really exciting. The one thing I want to mention or ask is, are there any groups that have not had their group photo taken at all? Can you please aggregate here? And before we start, we'll get that done. I just texted Patrick, and I think he'll be here shortly. Yeah, and then we'll start the next. Thank you.
After that, there's nothing else. There's the award ceremony. I don't know what that is. And then it's just the closing ceremony.
Anybody else who doesn't have their group photo, I'm going to use my iPhone. I think we have the technology. Thanks. Go over. Why don't we do it right before the question and answer session? Shane Ricks, please come to the stage. Is he downstairs? Can you look at, oh, is he coming? Okay, perfect.
very confused.
Well, they're both similar. The NEA does a lot of stuff. It's more like a think tank, and the IAEA does a lot of things on, I guess, on like regulation, things that are structured. It has more member states, and we work a lot with countries with advanced nuclear technologies, but we're working a lot now. We're starting to work with other countries that have those technologies. But I think we're more of a think tank, so we kind of move quickly, and we work on things that are kind of at the cutting edge a bit more, and then the IAEA brings that into the legal and regulatory framework. That makes sense. I worked at the IAEA for 9 years, but I should give you my card.
That's going to be the mission for the next step.
We need to get going.
I understand that there's an award ceremony coming up, right?
A what?
An award ceremony?
Yes, there is. It is. You'll find out. But there's the best presentation, and we picked submissions and stuff. There's going to be. Yeah, we didn't tell you, so you didn't worry. But now you know. Excellent. Okay. So are we ready to start?
These guys.
Sorry, Rob Sheep, don't know where she's at. One person on your workshop. Can we take a very quick photo?
Yeah. It's just we're waiting to start the session and it's holding it up. Sorry. Sorry about that. I don't mean to. But...
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Excellent.
I was going to talk to the DG because it might sound as
I'll go talk to him. I'll talk to him. I'll just do it myself. Okay. Can I just mention there's a gentleman from Japan who would like to have a moment of silence for him because today is the anniversary of Hiroshima. Is it okay if he does it?
You're looking at the Director General.
I know that I am. I know it's a bit, I guess it's a bit political. It's a bit political, I guess. I don't know. Okay, no, it's okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's okay. He was asking to do it, and then I realized, I'll talk to the guy. I think it's hard not to do it too, like at the same time. I don't know. It's not my decision.
Ceremony stuff. Are the students going to get to speak at all? Because I was wondering if they were, or is the 1 second.
We could just put that in there like that. I mean, I need to. So I need to ask about that. Okay.
Different people would say different things.
Maybe we can. Yeah.
We could just take that one.
Yeah, that's better, but I probably need to ask this, don't I? I do. Yeah. She came up with a really good solution, like for this, a good suggestion.
Alicia does with the little So I figured
Okay.
And I was going to
Okay.
give you a yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
But just build him in.
Okay, I'll build him in.
The middle, so like it just keeps going.
Okay. Okay. I'll do that. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Great. It'll just be 1 second here. Just about just. Okay, can I talk with you just for a moment? Sorry. So, this is what we're going to do. I hope this is okay. So we're going, at the end, I'm going to ask for different people to say something about the event. And during that, you'll get called upon as well. And then you can just, mention about what you thought about the event, and then also just you can if you could just reflect on it, but we won't be able to have a moment of silence if that's okay. But if you can talk about whatever you want to say about that. Is that okay if we do like that?
Is it happening after the Q&A session, like in the end of Q&A session?
Yeah, we can do it
after our.
We can do it at the end of the Q&A session.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, is that okay? But a moment of silence, like I had to ask about it, and everybody respects it, and we want you to be able to say it so that everybody can think about it. So if you could do it, is that working for you? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, sorry. Can you write your name down? But just put your hand up and make sure I see you. When you just, if you can write your name down. Oh, sorry, yes. And then we can. Great. So what I do, I'll call. Just raise your hand with the others, and I'll choose you. Where will you be sitting? Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started again. It's great to see all the networking that is happening here. But we're going to move to the next session because I know some people need to catch a flight today and whatnot, so we want to get started. We're going to do something interesting today again, I think. We'll just wait for people to settle down. But can I please ask the experts to come up here and bring a chair or what you would like to the stage, please? Okay, we're gonna have the opportunity. You will have the opportunity to ask questions, which is always good. People talk about a questioning attitude in the nuclear sector and in life, and it's a good trait. So what we want to do is to give access to the different experts who you interacted with yesterday. And so I would ask all the experts
to come up and sit on the stage, and you can ask whoever you want who's still here your questions. So if I could get the experts up here, and we're going to have a Q&A session where people can ask whatever they'd like. Yeah, please bring your own chair. BYOC. Excellent. And I'm going to have to ask Vladislava to help me with the mics. And then there's my friend from Arpanza who was doing it with me yesterday. Maybe you can help as well. There you go.
No, Jono, come on. Haven't we? Yeah. This isn't a photo op.
Well, here's one for now, and I'll have to.
Hunt? You're a hunter.
Never had a good one.
When I saw a rabbit, I screamed rabbit. And did not very good every time.
Come on, Lisa, here.
Hello? No, I'm
There's
nice.
a space.
Okay, you squeeze,
Yeah.
squeeze me in. Thank you.
How do you sell the microphones? Yes, of course. Tell me.
So, what did you say? You had a question? You said something about it. Wait, was it
Where's the mic? There should be another tool then. Maybe we should expand it. You haven't found them? Leave it to me.
I've got one.
We have also the third one. Where is the third one? Okay.
Look at that eagle eyes. There you go. That's why you're over there. Yes. Okay, great. So here, we'll give you one. And we'll give you, and if you can pass those around. Okay, perfect. Yes, there you go. Great. Yes, the question. Yes.
Come on, Steve, come on. Yeah, come on, you're an expert too. Come on. We can't have you standing at the back watching like that. Otherwise, they'll ask you to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
That was really tricky.
Well done. Yeah.
Where's the DT? A DT?
What?
You're an expert. I can hardly see you. Come on up. Come on up with the chair. Bring your chair.
And we've got Campanard sitting hiding in the audience as well. All of our speakers are hiding in the back down. There's a whole
chair
row.
here. Aha. I know, right?
She's getting settled in. Yeah. Right, let's go. When's tomorrow?
Right here.
Yeah.
No, you guys, there's enough. You guys.
So,
yes.
Go.
Please ask the questions. Look, the floor is open for questions. There you go.
Oh, yeah, no pressure. Ilya Filipyev, I'm from University of Wollongong here in Australia. I want to ask, return what you were asking us here. I want to return a little bit the question and to hear Australian and international perspective on the question. How do you see role of Australian nuclear education globally, and how do you see its development?
All right, I think Australia has an opportunity. We actually have to be really creative about the way that we do nuclear education here because we do not have a civil nuclear industry. And so I think that looking at how we can support all of our nuclear activities through our educational process, which requires a broader lens, is a helpful thing that we can do, we can develop, and we can then contribute back to the international community where, some of that thinking actually would be quite useful. So.
Well, I'll go ahead. I'll go. I'll go ahead. Is this working? Okay. I'll go ahead and jump into this. We've been spending some time in the region and talking to people, and it's very clear that there's a host of countries in the Southeast Asia area that are interested in deploying new nuclear plants and working towards that. And that really goes across the gambit, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, many countries. And a lot of these countries, I think, are going to really need help to begin building human capacity. And I believe that many of them would be very interested in coming to Australia to gain the kind of academic training that they would need to begin building these programs. It's not the only place to go, but it's a place that I think many of them look to because principally it's easier for them to get an education in an English-speaking country because usually English is their second language, in some cases their first language, whereas in some of the other countries they would have to learn Japanese or Korean or something else. And so Australia is kind of a natural place to be the hub for Southeast Asia when it comes to nuclear education, and I think there's an opportunity there for universities like this to build not just a national program, but really a regional program.
Yeah, I mean, Director General, I think that's, obviously as an academic here, that's a very heartening observation. I think there's also a lot of synergy because, like, you've highlighted the education opportunities in Australia, but we're also, missing something else, which I think other people have also mentioned, which is, more experiences in use of civil nuclear technology. So I think by, realizing that synergy, I think it could be best for everyone.
Maybe I'll just quickly say something. I think it's interesting what we count as nuclear and what we emphasize as being nuclear. And civilian nuclear technology, nuclear energy certainly is it. But so is nuclear medicine and mining, which is where Australia has expertise. And I would go so far as to say that we don't count those things enough as being nuclear in other parts of the world. And I think there's a lot that we can learn from Australia in that area. So I want to emphasize that too. I mean, the visit to UNSW was really revelatory for me. I hadn't known so much of what is done at UNSW. So I want to say that I admire what Australia has, and I think there's a lot that the rest of the world can learn.
Sorry. I think there's some opportunities here that were not clear to me until this conference, and the one that hit me yesterday when there was discussion about international collaboration was that almost every one of the 8 chapters in the What Would Be Required study that I led had potential for international collaboration, and I think the university system in Australia is a vehicle for that. And then the other thing I think that is an opportunity for us is that universities are the ideal forum for not just for education and research, but also for engaging with the public, with business elites, with government elites, and for people to hear and learn in a non-threatening way that will bring them around in the direction that will be to the benefit of everyone.
And following directly on from that, oddly, because Australia doesn't have a reactor vendor, and at universities in particular, it's seen as very neutral in this regard. So you're going to get taught about lots of different systems because there isn't one to sell.
The other thing I was just going to add, building on your point, was that skills for nuclear or nuclear skills. So we've had lots of conversations about how you make nuclear happen, and construction is huge. And there is obviously engineers in construction and project managers, so many roles. So it's what we, again, classify as what is nuclear. And Australia's got a very healthy construction setup, which actually, if you frame it in that way, could be hugely beneficial if you do that.
So I think we can learn a few things from Canada in the sense of recruitment, right, and building that community. So Australia is in a good regional location, but how are we engaging in conversations with other regional areas that are new and emerging, thinking about wanting to expand? I think that's an important component of things. When I look at, and the reason why I'm talking about Canada is that I used to be a recruiter at a university, and they're no longer recruiting only within their borders, but they're going far away and recruiting as well. So to increase that kind of spotlight on the Australian schools that are in the nuclear science and technology space, it's important to engage outside the borders as well and let others know about what's here that would be of benefit in way of that partnership accordingly. And then that whole idea of nuclear science and technology and what is it, right? And we tend to think of it more so on the energy side and not necessarily the other pieces that are part of a larger umbrella. And for some of the US universities, the ebbs and flows of the economic, riding the economic tide, so to speak, and the in favor, out of favor of nuclear. Many of them survived based on a broader understanding of what nuclear had to offer in a number of different sectors, and that the training, although it may have focused more so on the energy side, were transferable skills, and got students really jazzed about what else they could do with that particular degree. And I think that that's just as important. We need more radiochemists. My brother is a medical doctor, and he would love to poach a number to go in that direction. Medical physics, for those, if they're like me, that don't like blood and broken bones and things of that nature. Health physicists, literally all of our sectors that have anything to do with radioisotopes, radiation, they're in need of health physicists, right? Vet schools are looking for, because the technology has moved into that space as well. Pharmacists, right? When you think about the radiopharmaceutical industry as well, they're also looking for individuals with the background that one gets in a traditional nuclear science and technology or nuclear science and engineering degree. So I think that, and I think that this goes back to that one of the questions that scrolled from yesterday, right? Where individuals were concerned. It's like, wait a minute, you're telling me I have to move from here, but not necessarily, right? Because what the technology is used for is broader than what we traditionally associate it with. And I think we're positioned properly to contribute to a number of other non-traditional or a broadening of what exactly nuclear is used for.
I would just like to make a point, which is there is a question of competence, there is a question of market, but there is one question which is very important in the long term, is the question of networking. And I think, I can tell you from France, Australia is very, very popular. I mean, it's very popular because of Skippy the kangaroo and Flipper the dolphin. So, and I hope France can be popular to Australia because of cheese and wine. But in both cases, I think what I've seen in the people who are active in nuclear industry or in nuclear research in the 70s and 30 years after the 70s, they were incredibly well networked. That's not that they are not competing. That means they knew each other. They were collaborating with each other. They were sharing knowledge. They were sharing competence. And I think we have to rebuild not only the competence, but we have to rebuild this network. And that's by your generation and your similar generation in other countries which are involved into nuclear, that this building up is going to take place. So if I would have a recommendation, just look abroad and have people from abroad come to work with you too. So that would be my statement.
Well, maybe let me add a bit from the viewpoint of, well, where the demand is. I mean, the emerging countries in Southeast Asia. I would say that now a lot of universities in Southeast Asia are now developing the curriculum for nuclear, well, whether nuclear energy or nuclear science. And there are a lot of them are also thinking of kind of like dual degree, where they can match with universities in Australia. And Australia has always been historically the destination for higher education for Southeast Asian people. For example, my parents got their degree from Australia. So I think, well, let's use that opportunity. I mean, where Australia is the place that, well, these Southeast Asian people are coming anyway. Just work with them, and then try to see how we can develop the curriculum.
Maybe I can add a little bit as well. So I'm originally from Germany, right? And then I lived in the UK for a while. And especially in Germany, Germany has a lot of manufacturing, right? A lot of engineering, very famous for it. UK also has quite a bit, not quite at the UK level, I would say. Robin, forgive me, where are you? And you come into Australia and you realize there's really not a lot in that area. And, you know, but Australia has a very good education system. So there are a lot of very clever people here, right? And whereas there are shortages in engineers in Australia too, I also see a massive shortage for engineering, cutting-edge engineering jobs. So, you know, by providing people here with an education in nuclear, let's say nuclear engineering, we talked about other nuclear fields as well, you actually open an opportunity for people here in this country, which actually doesn't exist because there's no aero engine manufacturer, there's no automotive industry. So with nuclear, there will be nuclear regardless of what happens on the civil side. So there will be nuclear submarines. So and for that you need very good education. Very good. I mean, when you look at how the US did it, how much they emphasized education, Rickover. So this is an opportunity for, you know, people who are really keen on cutting-edge engineering in Australia, and I can't actually see really many alternatives to that. So I think, you know, we owe it to the young generation to offer them the best possible education in this field.
I guess time for a question again.
Hi, my name is Paulina Kaim. I work for the IAEA, former U.S. Department of Energy. So I am curious, like, since this is the inaugural Nuclear Futures Conference, is there anything that you'd like to see out of future iterations? And are there any topics that you'd like to see further teased out, or maybe topics that weren't even raised that you'd like to see talked about in the future? Thank you.
Steve, yeah, I'm just really happy that the kind of format worked. I thought that seems to have worked. And that's really, really nice. Because I think tomorrow it was sort of it was an original idea. The idea that we'd have a conference of panel discussions with experts to spark everyone's ideas, and then the day after we'd somehow try and unpack all that and write it down. I hope we've, to some extent, achieved that. But that's been what, you know, it's wonderful. So, well, everyone seems happy anyway. So, yeah, if we were to do it again, I wonder what one would do. I guess the first thing is to see if it would work another time. I suppose it would. And I think take a different emphasis just by holding it maybe somewhere else, because what I really wanted to do here was, it was so simple. I mean, I think I said it in my opening remarks. I wanted to make discussion of nuclear challenges in Australia less parochial. I wanted to have Australian discussion on nuclear topics in an international context. And it seems like the way, you know, the idea was to, if we need the international context to have the nuclear discussion, we have to bring lots of international people in, and you all came, which is lovely. And we've had the discussion, and I suppose, yeah, we're going to write it down now. But yeah, I guess the simple answer is just by holding it somewhere else, it'll have a whole new lens and a new angle, because we'll be discussing some other country in an international context.
I guess part of the idea, so it's nuclear futures, and it's about, we're talking about building dialogue here in a changing world, and I know it has a big, I guess, linkage to intergenerational aspects as well. But our idea was that we could have nuclear futures, and different countries could take turns hosting it, and they could decide what that second part of the sentence is that kind of reflects what they think is topical. So that's also part of the idea as well. So,
regards. Well, first of all, thanks Ed for putting this on. It's been a fantastic meeting. I know you've had a lot of help, so thank you to all the organisers. With regards to holding it somewhere else, I can always put my hand up for the Centre for Radiation Research, Education and Innovation at University of Adelaide. In South Australia, we have uranium mining. We have the home of the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency. We have the Australian Submarine Agency, Australian Submarine Corporation. We have Australian Naval Infrastructure. So we have a lot of nuclear and radiation activities happening in that state. So I will volunteer myself, maybe not, tomorrow, but coming up, that it could be a location if you want something a little bit different. And yeah.
Yeah, so just to echo that, thank you, Ed. I think it's been a fantastic conference. I was saying to somebody earlier, I don't think I've ever been to such a friendly meeting where everybody's engaged, everybody wants to talk to everybody, and it's been really nice. And I think for me personally, I felt like I should have my little autograph book here, because the great and the good and people I've looked up to and respected for a long time are all here. If I were to do it, if we ran something like this in Manchester, and we've certainly been talking to tomorrow, or in the UK, I'd quite like to flip it. So I would like more of these guys. Like today was brilliant, but you're the future. You are going to make all this happen. And rather than, and apologies, but rather than us seasoned old people sat up here talking a lot, I want you up here talking, and I want to hear what your ideas are and your panels and your questions, and almost flip it. And I think that might be quite an interesting experiment. So.
I strongly second that. Some things that maybe I might suggest for next time is more time for you all to have the discussions that you had today. I think we could have spent a couple of days doing just that. I think it might also be interesting to have even younger people in the room, representatives from civil society, maybe NGOs, local NGOs. We are talking about the future, and I think futures should be participatory. So I think that might be a nice addition. What was so fascinating for me to see was that so many, I think perhaps all of your presentations, emphasized education, which was very interesting because you all had very different questions that you were considering. And so as a follow-on, I think it might be worth just thinking about what does that mean? Where really is collaboration on education possible in ways that leads to potentially productive resolutions to the questions that you were grappling with? So I think, yeah, we've already talked a little bit about the need to collaborate on education, but I think unpacking that from your perspectives is something worth doing. And maybe, Patrick, you can interview all these lovely people after the workshop to learn more about what they think. Sorry to add work for you.
So I also want to thank the organizers and everyone involved in this. It's been an amazing event. And I really enjoyed hearing everyone's perspectives today, particularly in the workshop. What I would love to do in future workshops is create a bit more space for perspectives that don't often get explored in this space, particularly those who are from, the global south, for instance. What does it look like? What does your nuclear future look like? How do you explore that? How do we work together to help your perspectives come through? I would love to create a safe space to have some of those conversations, and that's just one example. But I know some of that was in the abstracts, and I know we touched on that a little bit, but I would love to find a way to create some more space for that kind of discussion.
Don't change anything. But one thing which I would like is to have the possibility to go on with the discussion, not to have a group discussion, but to have a discussion person to person. So I think that was one of the things which was very nice in this conference, precisely with this range of ages that we had here. It's clearly bimodal, I mean, that's, but with this range of ages that we could still have discussion face to face and not the great old man who is talking to a crowd of people around. So I think if we could have a list of mails and you could just choose that you want to go on discussing with each one with another person or with some of the panel people or some of the people who are present, so that we can go on networking at distance, and I would really like it.
So I'm going to take that question in a different way, so that in the sense of what other themes you're interested in exploring. And related to education is nuclear communications or technical communications. Advocacy is also a key component of that. As some of the other topics that would go quite nicely for further exploration. Those are the ones that come to my mind based on kind of the report out that we did and some of the questions that you all were asking yesterday when there was discussion on the various panels.
I've got something I'd like to add as well. It's not about what hasn't happened, but what might be quite useful going forward. I think I've been to events and things like this where you walk away so inspired, but it's what happens next. And I know Tamara is looking at what happens next. I know that there's going to be reports written up, etc., but it would be really interesting if one way I've seen it's really useful is like a buddy system. So you all choose somebody after this event that you stick with and grow and sort of support each other in careers and things, but also finding how we bring this group together as a new network in some way, particularly as this is the first time this event has happened, and keep the conversation going and keep access to us, but us access to you, because I know, for one, I've met some brilliant people over the last couple of days that I definitely want to keep in touch with, and if I can help anybody in their careers, that's what this is all about, because the value of networking, as we've said over the last 2 days, is probably the most valuable thing, even over knowledge. So just where we go from here, don't everybody leave and not keep in touch.
So building up a little bit from that actually as well, there are two things a meeting like this does. It sharpens us internally, and then it has the opportunity to sharpen the debate externally. And what this has done particularly well, I think, is sharpen us internally. We all have gone away from this, or we'll go away from this with better knowledge, right? We are able to make the arguments to others better than we did when we first came in. I think again, this is due to the people who have organised this meeting getting it right, and we've all gained really quite a lot. I think you'll all agree. But it would be quite nice to know how we could have got, and this is very country specific, external people who are thinking about nuclear from government or state governments or something, just to be aware and want to send a few representatives here just to hear what we were saying and want to do that. That's a difficult thing to do, but it is possible. So I think a little bit more thinking in those terms would help the impact.
Yeah, on impact as well, another great thing would be that if, again, if you all gave Patrick, could film you all, joking, 'cause you're walking away, the one thing that you're going to go away and do differently, or as a result of this, what are you either doing differently, what's your call to action? Because it's really good when events like this take place that you can then, we can collect them all up and summarise them to say that was return on investment for you guys, and we can reflect that back, but also for us so that we can see that we're progressing, and as a result of this, we have shifted from left a little bit to right, but it'd be great to have a collective, just a soundbite from each of you. I don't know how we're going to do that, but just an idea.
There were...
to go into the report as well.
Can I just respond to that? Honestly, if anybody still wants to be recorded, just come up to me and we'll try to accommodate it now that everybody has announced it on the stage.
Robin, there were a couple of people in the rooms, several people in the room yesterday, just so that people are aware if they didn't bump into those people or chat to them. There were several people in the room who one who's very senior, who is inside the energy system, very serious person, listening carefully to all that. And there were a couple of people from the finance world in the room listening as well. So, you know, it's been my hypothesis for some time that, just to be very Australian here, but that when the ban is repealed, there'll be a stampede and everyone will claim to be a nuclear company or whatever. Before that, when people realise it's going to happen because they can see the numbers and everything, that stampede will start. But the smart money will have been pre-positioning itself well before that, and I'm seeing signs now that that's happening.
So from my perspective, and I consider myself an OG, I think that there's an opportunity and responsibility of you all that nobody has to chase you around and make a video. Nobody has to ask you for what happens next with any of that. I think you are here and you have a responsibility to your agency, your school, whatever you're affiliated with, whoever you want to share a message with, to figure out how you're going to do that. Usually I might say, do something like, hey, send something to your organization saying I was at this really cool conference, the key takeaways were this, blah, 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 blah. That would be something that you on your own would do. And I think when I think about the future has to take a lot of initiative. And I'd say some of you over this past 2 days need to assess whether you did that. And you know, the piece about dialogue means you actually have to talk and speak. And so the challenge to some of you will be, how are you specifically going to shape that dialogue? Now, I'm not saying that everybody is this great orator of Bill Magwood who turned from bird watcher to DG, but, you know, figure out what your path is and your role is, and more importantly, the responsibility and accountability you have as a leader right now and what you're going to do about it. Because for you to leave today and not send what I just recommended maybe back to the organizers on your own without anybody asking you, you're doing yourself a disservice, and you've wasted 2 days. So are you going to waste 2 days, or are you actually going to do something to take the next step forward?
Another question? Yeah, sorry. My name's Finley. I'm a student here. Given that there's no nuclear power industry, how do we build skills that are relevant to the industry internationally or otherwise?
Come to see the people who have a nuclear industry. They would be delighted to have you as trainees or PhDs or whatever. I think that's exactly what I meant by networking. And sooner or later you will have a nuclear industry. But then you'll be ready.
Well, I think as we've said on a few occasions over the last couple of days, in the nuclear sector, we need everything. So there really is there are very few technical skills that would go to waste if nuclear projects going forward. And that ranges everything from artificial intelligence all the way up through particle physics. I think everything will be absorbed into a nuclear infrastructure because of the expertise that we need is not always things where you as a engineer or a scientist are trained to do in your university to do at a nuclear facility. What you need are the understanding of technology and engineering principles, of scientific principles that can be adapted to a nuclear environment, because what you will learn in a nuclear organization is a lot different from what you will learn for the most part in a university, unless perhaps you're a nuclear engineer. If you're a nuclear engineer, you get a lot more specific training. But otherwise, you're going to come out of school and you're going to go to a nuclear organization, and you're going to find out you actually don't know anything. And then that's when the real training begins.
Finlay, there are some, there are some very tangible answers as well to your question, I think. I mean, how to get nuclear experience in Australia. You can continue with further research, like nuclear research here. You can work for a company that has nuclear clients overseas, like, Ben was here from Fraser-Nash. There's others like them, like Atkins, Bechtel, Worley, Australian-based companies that have nuclear clients overseas. You can work in the Australian nuclear industry, such as it exists, which is ANSTO, mining. There are companies here in the nuclear supply chain that supply to companies overseas. I know there's a company called Technofast that makes hydraulic bolts that goes on reactor pressure vessels, and there's others like them as well. There's actually quite a lot to do. I mean, you can work in government, you can work in non-proliferation, you can work for DFAT, you can work for a regulator, you can work for defence, you can work for, there's just actually quite a lot of nuclear jobs around at the moment. There's actually a lot more nuclear jobs than there are people in Australia at the moment.
Just to add to that, having tagged on to a tour at ANSTO with some new Australian radioactive waste agency employees, they're exploring really difficult and fascinating questions, and they are agencies like ARWA, which is relatively small, and ASNO, or our Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Office at DFAT. They don't have a ton of people. They are always looking for expertise, and they're doing really interesting work that has, ASNO, for instance, is doing amazing work in non-proliferation and safeguards, and Australia is seen as a very well-respected member of that community for good reason. So there are opportunities here at home if you need to, if you want to search them out, and they need people.
Hi, I'm Abdis. I'm a PhD student from Imperial College London. I think throughout this conference, the discussion was around how people from non-technical backgrounds, should be allowed to enter the nuclear industry, and they've contributed a lot. So I come from a technical background, do a PhD in atom scale modelling of nuclear fusion materials, and I want to enter policy and diplomacy. For example, I want to represent the UK's fusion expertise across the world, but I don't know how. So, for example, if I want to become a diplomat, I'd have to go down the civil service stream, and that's a journey on its own. So, how do people with a technical background enter a political field, and how do we compete with people who've got degrees in politics and policy, master's degrees in policy from King's College, and we when I'm asked to write a policy brief, I know nothing about it. So what do we do? Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe I'll start because I'm just basically something that you were mentioning. I got all my degrees in engineering, and I'm working on energy policy. So I would say that you can start with something very technical, and then if you found any elements there that is related to policy, that interests you, then go chase it. And I think that was what I did, because I started with very technical work on safety assessment and risk assessment. And then finally, I found that to have all these things happen, you need to work with the policymakers. You need to do a lot of things. And then I decided to change the institute I work, and then try to enter. Still, it's with a research institute, but it's more with the policy. And then there, I got the opportunity to work with all the people under the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Transport and so on and so forth. And also, got the opportunity to, even provide some suggestions to the Minister of Higher Education, Science Research and Innovation. So I think basically it's not a very difficult thing to shift from technical to policy, and vice versa. I think it's just that you can learn through learning by doing. The work that you are doing. It's just that you need to really have passion to do that, and also just try to equip yourself with the skills to do that. And a lot of things you can do by your own.
Maybe I'll say that sometimes a brief policy adventure or misadventure, mostly adventure, can be quite enriching. I finished a PhD in nuclear science and engineering. I was at the NEA for almost 2 years. In fact, I was even there as an intern during my PhD, and then I went back to academia. And it was quite meaningful to have spent that the 2 years at the NEA that I did. So I think you can indeed circulate across and through these spaces, and it can enrich your work in that way too.
And how did you get those internships?
I am told I was among the first crop of interns. I asked. That's what I did. I asked. And now I am told there's a fairly robust internship program at the NEA, and perhaps you can say some more about that. But yes, the trick is to always ask. Even if the thing doesn't exist, ask.
You also asked about how then do you do policy briefs, and you become more familiar with the narrative and the language and the paths, etc., right? Make friends in the political science department, in the international, especially if you're in school still, right? International affairs departments, right? There are different clubs that are specifically from the policy angle, professional organizations as well. A stint with a think tank would give you, you're going to dive into the deep end with a think tank, but why not, right? You've got the technical expertise, and then you're picking up the kind of the roadmap of policy, and that's another, in addition to the international organizations that exist as a way of sharpening your pencil on the policy side of things. But don't be afraid of taking especially if you're still in school, right? And I think most. And I may be a little bit on the U.S. side or Canada side, but they always force you to take interdisciplinary perspectives or minor, right, and push you out of your particular major. Well, why not pick up some of the political science, right? So that then you're getting a basis, right, and that theoretical basis that then will help. But then also think tanks, think international organizations, think of the ask, right? So you kind of flipping through a number of, you've done your research, you're looking, you have your short list, and they don't have a program necessarily, then ask them. And then I don't know if we have anything here, and excuse me for my ignorance on it, but the American Nuclear Society has a congressional program, right? So why not do the ask to help to set up something like that, right? So that then there's always this rotation of individuals that are going in and
on different committees and working with different elected representatives at the local level, at the national level, and letting your expertise on the technical side and seeing how government works.
I think there's also an opportunity to leverage a few things, and one of them is your natural charisma. I think when you are a technical person, and I love you all, but sometimes, so you already know me now, good. Sometimes though, you know, they might not be as outgoing. In fact, you might even dehydrate people when you talk. I don't know. I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know. But I think there's an opportunity for you to leverage your gift if you have that gift of being extroverted. And even if you don't have it, that's something that you can build in terms of being outgoing and talking to people and socializing. And some quick things that I think about that respond directly to your question are position yourself in that way. So if you're a technical person and you are at a lot of conferences, like start writing something that's maybe Abdus's monthly look at the world, and these are the things, you know, these are the things I attended, these were the hot topics they were talking about, these are the things they're looking at, and start establishing and creating your niche. I strongly believe in you don't have to ask somebody else to do something. Create your own lane. And with social media, and Anusha will say, I never get anything right. She said, I can't say IG, I just have to say Insta. You know, just create, there's so many ways on social media, even using LinkedIn, to create your own way. You could create a newsletter. You could join young nuclear professionals, young generation of nuclear professionals. Any of those things, bring a technical lens to it, but start writing in a way that which we desperately need, that the common person can understand. And so I think there's just so many spaces for you to be able to do that. Even, you know, you've heard already that they want to do this again next year. I would be the first person to email them or walk up to them and say, hey, Magwood is right here, Edward is right here. Happy to help you all in any way you can. Please call on me to help give input into the agenda. He's nodding his head. Take him up on it, and if he gives you any problem, you let me know. But like, just like create a lane for yourself to add value. And I think, you know, and it makes me upset sometimes that people are sitting back in their chair. I always say nuclear is not a spectator sport. People are sitting back in their chair when you can create your own path. So do that. You don't have to rely on anybody else, because sometimes people aren't going to help you, and that's the truth. Create your own path.
Yeah, just to comment on some of the comments. You know, a lot of what Alicia just said is kind of what Aditi did back in that period, because of course she knew the right people. That helps, but she had distinguished herself as someone who wasn't just sitting around waiting for an opportunity. She asked, you know, and she pushed the issue a bit, and here we are today, right? But one thing, and Lisa said something I thought was really important. I want to make sure that you listen to that, because it went by quickly. This program that the American Nuclear Society has provides basically a fellowship for engineers to go work as congressional staff, and that's probably the fastest avenue to get into policy, because what you'll find is that people in policy-making roles can't spell neutron, okay, and have no idea what is going on, and they know that they don't know, and so if they can get at very low cost, you know, a person to work on their staff for a period of time to help them through these issues as they come up, they're going to look for that opportunity. So there's an advantage of both sides. You have expertise, they have a need. and here's your chance. And sometimes there's opportunities to volunteer to do things, and that gets back to what Alicia was saying. So that's something that if you really want to do it, there are paths, because there's a lot of policymakers out there that want someone that can tell them what radiation means. I mean, I remember when I first came to Washington, I spent an inordinate amount of time trying to explain to a member of Congress what a SWU was, and I think I finally got there at the end. But it's the sort of thing that comes up in the policy, but that they don't have the background. And I also want to sort of pick up, now Alicia did this in a nice way, but not all technical people belong in policy. They just don't. I have some really smart people at the NEA. I can't put them in front of policymakers. I just can't. It would not go well. And don't feel bad about that. You know, there's different skill sets. You know, I also couldn't do what they do, right? Because they are people whose personalities lend themselves more to staring at the computer screen, right, as opposed to being out in public. And don't feel bad about that. You know, that's fine, because we all have our skill sets. And so, but if you really want to do this, and I think you're probably equipped to do it because you stood up and asked a question, look for those opportunities, even if you don't get paid for it.
Wait, let's ask the question. Then use the microphone.
Yeah.
It's not working.
No, it's.
Give me this.
Okay.
Pardon for interrupting you, but let's ask the question, and then you will have 5 minutes, dear experts, to answer to it, because people need to have flights, and we still have one remaining activity. So yes.
Ladislav, I have a sort of small little 5-minute activity that I'd like to fit in as well, if that's okay.
Okay.
I will keep it quick then. So, hi, I'm Will Murray. I'm a technical sales consultant from Lucidion in the United States. Side note, I did the American Nuclear Society Congressional Fellowship, so if you want to talk policy, come talk to me afterwards. This question's more geared towards an entrepreneurship career path where you're not seeking a job, but creating them or making your own. Who are the nuclear investors, and how do you get in front of them to talk about it? To talk about any ideas you might have for nuclear entrepreneurship.
I just wanted to finish the previous question. I probably can't tell you how to get into, but I can tell you how to get out of policy. But one thing I would like to tell you is that no matter what you're doing, never betray yourself. Make clear in your mind why you want to do it, and you have a number of principles, a number of beliefs, a number of competence. Just defend themselves irrespectively of the consequences. I mean, just be yourself.
Okay.
Can you put the code?
Well, shall I do my little 5-minute activity? I think this would be a good moment. Oh, I wasn't going to... Sorry, I don't know.
There's a question.
Oh, go on. Yeah, go on, Steve. Answer the question.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. Switch it on. Yeah. Yeah, the innovation space in nuclear is rapidly growing. It's very dynamic. I think the core of the investment, of the capital pool that's got that kind of high-risk appetite is in the United States. I'm a co-founder of a startup, so I know that the pool here is not very deep. I think if you're at an early stage of a venture, you're looking for high-risk venture capital, and you're basically going to the US to tap that would be the center of it. There's a lot of interest in it. That's a lot of conversations. You want experience in pitching and all those things. But I would, encourage anyone here with genuinely innovative ideas not to be afraid of doing that.
I think right now, is your activity related to this, or can we wait a little bit?
I'm just going to do it tomorrow. Okay. But yeah, you can stay right here. It's fine. Yeah. Barbara, do you think you could get me the 3 bags that are just behind that pillar, please? So we wanted to get a sort of little gift for some people, because there are 3 people who are here. Thank you, Vladislava, who I think who made a really special technical, sort of intellectual, technical and organizational commitment to this event. And the 3 people who I really feel, by their commitment and effort and presence, made this into the special event which I now feel it to be. Okay, so what I've got in this bag is I've actually got some UNSW hoodies. And I remember the Director General actually visited UNSW in 2019, but he only visited for quite a late lecture, which we organized at the last minute. And the grad shop was closed. So I've actually been waiting, and we mentioned that you wanted to buy a hoodie at that time. And so I've been waiting like 6 years to buy you a hoodie. So could those 3, or maybe one by one, go on. We'll have to work up. So Tamara, please, you're one of the special people. Here's a UNSW hoodie. They're different sizes. Maybe after I give them to you, you can sort of compare sizes. Okay. There's one for you tomorrow. Alicia. No, really, it's really very special that you're here. And your contributions in many ways have made this a successful event, so thank you.
So much.
Whoops, hang on, it's there. Well, if you want a photo, you have to put it on.
That's what I want.
Yeah. Director General, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Some of them are extra large and some of them are not, so I think this must be an extra large, I think. Oh, this is a large. Alicia's gone to put it on, so I don't think. Brilliant. There we go.
Come in the picture.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, it's good tomorrow. It's good. It's good. It fits.
Oh, this is great. This is the perfect time.
That's fine.
Another piece of advice: never respond to peer pressure.
What's next?
Just to continue with the discussions from earlier, we have created a LinkedIn group that we would be very happy for everyone to join. The QR code is up here. Particularly interesting if many of the experts would join. We will try to just share some opportunities, some interesting discussions. Yeah, please feel free to join. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess there is one other thing I wanted to do before people catch their flights. Not everyone is catching a flight, but certain people are. And what I wanted to do is just give a few people just one sentence of a few reflections from the floor. So if I'll just randomly pick, if somebody wants to say something, I don't know where the other mic is. Do we know? The other mic?
We know we have.
Okay, so if you can run, so, okay, let's just see, who do we have here? Anybody want to do a few reflections from the floor? Oh, okay. There, oh, pardon me? Eric, one, okay, there you go.
Thank you very much. I will reflect like these 3 days of nuclear future workshop. I got a lot of discussion in table, individual. Every discussion I did was very insightful. I didn't say my name. My name is Taiga. I'm from Japan. I'm currently studying in the University of Sydney. While I'm studying in Sydney for 6 months, I didn't notice that the possibility and potential of nuclear energy in Australia. So that's the main finding I got in this workshop. I also found that there is one thing that is not discussed, which is about past of nuclear technology. Well, it's nuclear future technology, nuclear future workshop. It may be natural, but how many of you noticed that today is a historical day for Japan or nuclear technology? In 1945, August 6th, the first atomic bomb was dropped in Hiroshima, Japan. 43 seconds later, it exploded 600 meters above the ground. 1 second later, the temperature on the ground hit 2,000 to 300 degrees Celsius. And as a result, 140,000 people died. I was a little bit sad that not many people are discussing this topic in this workshop, although the main focus is not about the past of nuclear technologies. As a Japanese, as a student who studied nuclear engineering, I strongly think that I am responsible to advocate safety and peaceful use of nuclear technology. And I also believe that everyone here, every student, every leaders, also have a responsibility to advocate the peaceful use of nuclear technology. So, well, we are running out of time. There is one more commemorial day in 3 days, which is the second one in Nagasaki, August 9th, 11:02 a.m. So I would strongly encourage everyone to reflect your thought and idea, how everyone here individually can contribute to the peaceful use of nuclear technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those heartfelt words. It is something that is important to all of us for safe, secure, and peaceful uses. So thank you for that. Does anybody else want to say something at all? Or would any other reflections?
Can I respond briefly?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing that. My personal reflection on that is that on August the 6th, 1983, I was a 15-year-old boy in high school in Geelong, and my English teacher spent most of that year convincing us all everything nuclear was bad, and on August 6th, commemorating that day. And as a result of that, I was afraid of nuclear energy for a lot of my life. And so I think what you've done is just now is wonderful. I think the way we talk and think about these things so that people have a clear picture in their mind of what are nuclear weapons and what is nuclear energy is such an important part of the debate. So I just want to thank you for that. I've come on a big journey myself. It took me 35 years to come to the view that I have now about these topics. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think at this point, with those very insightful words for us to learn from our history, and I think it's an important lesson, we're going to move to celebrate the discussions that we had this week and to think about, I guess, how we can use what we've learned to achieve what has been said. So thank you. So we would ask DG Magwood and Edward Ober to come to hand out the certificates for everyone. We will send you a formal certificate with a proper code so that people can show that it's real. And then there's a few award winners in the room as well that we would like to acknowledge and celebrate. So, yes. So I guess, yeah. Yeah, we're, I guess, here. Patrick is going to take photos here. And then if... Now, do you want to read the names out, or do you use it? Pardon me? Yeah. Do you want me to call them up and then you can hand it to him? Okay. Mr. Taigi Suzuki. So if you can come up. Okay. Yep. I'll hand them to you. I'll go here. I'll go here. Yeah. These are participation, and then there's going to be awards. Yep. Thank you. Dr. Mariam Zaid, so if we can, if you can just be ready to come up. Ms. Prachi Batra, and I apologize in advance for my mispronunciation. Oh, she left, okay. Thank you. Dr. Matt Brand. Ms. Casey Alston. Okay. And then Ms. Melanie Ranger, please line up here. Sorry, what do you? Okay. All right. Just 1 minute. Okay. Ms. Stefania Lazic, please, to get ready, along with Mr. Matthew John Griffiths, please. And then Miss Nesmi Sandalika Godwatha, I apologize for that. Okay, and just if you take your certificate here when you go by, there you go. Just have it, you guys can hand it, you can hand it back and forth like baseball cards. Ms. Narita Neumann and Dr. Mia Merrick. Miss Sana Elvira. Mr. Patrick Doran, but we'll do yours in a minute. We'll do Patrick's in a few moments here. And then Ms. Ursula Katarula, just line up here so we get them right. Okay. Okay, so you can grab it there, yeah. Then Dr. Merrick, is she here? Or Ms. Ursula Katalura? Okay, there. Oh yeah, there you go. And Dr. Doigu Silver Matoglu. Sorry, I'm really wrecking this here. This one, she's not here, she's not coming. And Ms. Rebecca Snow. Ms. Akancia Gorong. You'll have to really, I'm gonna get killed for these pronunciations. Mr. Shane Ricks. Mr. William Murray. And then Ms. Rebecca Mangelson. Sorry. Ms. Paulina Keim. Okay, there you go. Great. No worries. Okay, we'll keep going. Mrs. Jess McWilliams. And can you move this way, please? Yep, just over here. Thank you. Is she here? Okay, and Mr. Jeffrey Whittle-Walls. Mr. James Stuckbury. Yeah, this one is. Miss Pamela Amaglio. Okay, sorry. Ms. Ilya Filipev. Pamela's still here. She's here. Pam is here. The one you just took there. She's under there. Yeah, that's her. There you go. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, Mr. Oh, who is it? Oh, there you go, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. I'm really gonna get. I think I owe you a drink. Okay, Ms. Mia Bennett. If we can ask people to go over here, it helps us here. Okay, Mr. Benjamin Aranovich. Dr. Myrana Bilokar. I'm getting in big trouble here. Miss Indiana Brown. Just wait to give them time before you start moving them back. So what's your name again? Yeah, I think you're moving too fast. There it is. Yeah. Go. Okay. There you go. Ms. Anu Prethi. I'm just going to say Miss Anu Prethi B as you put in your email because I can't pronounce that, and I'm sure you will not like me very much if I try. Ms. Tina Baradaran. Ms. Seville Fendick. Is that you? Okay, and then Mr. John Mobley IV. Mr. Clayton Fang. Is that you? Okay. Mr. Clayton Fang. Mr. Aloy Batala. He just left. Oh, did he? Okay. Can you give that to him? Hey, that's okay. We can just follow up. Mr. Abdus Shaikh. John Mobley. There you go. Clayton. Yeah. Mr. Maximilian Krause. Okay. Do you want to give it to me? Mr. Art Cotterell. Dr. Anthony Hooker. I know you're. Okay, so Maximilian. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's because you registered. You don't have to get it. No, it's okay.
I'll type it.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. It's good. Okay, Mr. Jason Holland. Mr. Jason Holland. I think I do know how to pronounce that if I can speak. Dr. Thomas Haynes. Mr. Jason Holland. Okay. Oh, no, did I give you the right one? Okay. Ms. Emma Cooney. There you go. Mr. Patrick Carter Cortez. So we'll just keep that there just in case. Yeah. Mr. Peter Crematis. I'm probably saying that wrong. Mr. or Ms. Giselle Lloyd. Mr. Finley Wallace. There you go. Almost there. And then Mr. Yanuar Adi Sataiwan. Mr. Matthew Purcell. Mr. John Leadbeater. Mrs. Corrine Hatton. Mr. Elliot Ayers. Mr. Elliot Ayers, okay, and then Mr. Sufyan Salim. Okay. Yep, we can wait a minute. Dr. Wanchis Saktura. I think so, yeah, it was right there. Yeah, she left. Mr. Lachlan Whittle. Mr. Matthew Lewis. Mr. Frederick Zhang. This person, I don't know if they're here. Okay, Ms. Mia Bennett. But do you know where she is? Okay, is that her? You can give it to us. Go ahead. Mr. Richard Breen. There's not so many more, right? Okay. Ms. Jizu Kang. Ms. Vladislava Butelko. I know Vladislava is here. I don't know. I'll go back in a minute. Okay. What? I'll try it again. Mr. Matthew Lewis, is he here still? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where Vladislava went. And this is a special one. They're all special. Okay, but just not. See that for a minute. Yeah, I think this one first. Okay, so now we're going to go through the award winners. So these are awards, like we ended up having submissions of around 130 abstracts for this event. And we went through a panel of experts, went through the abstracts and identified the top abstracts in each of a number of different categories because we know nuclear is diverse. So these are the top of the group in each of the categories. So Dr. Doigu Sever Metmaluga. I'm sorry, I had to pronounce your name twice. Maybe you should pronounce your name on your way up here.
Okay, Duygu Sever Mehmetoğlu. Think of the question, do you go? And it's easier to remember.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So here we go. Then we got Ms. Ursula Caturla Rodriguez. There you go. Mr. Matthew Purcell. Mr. Maximilian Kraus. Ms. Seville Findick. You won an award, yeah? You won an award? Congratulations. Okay. And Ms. Paulina Keim. Cool. And Ms. Emma Cooney. Mr. John Mobley. Oh. There you go. Oh, do you want to take it on her behalf? Okay, you can. Okay, great. And then Mr. Patrick Carter Cortez. And Ms. Rebecca Snow. Now, John Mobley's award was for the social outreach. So just to mention that, the LinkedIn likes and all that stuff, we really appreciate it. Okay. And the next awards are for the best presentation. So this is the team that was unanimously voted by a group of judges. It's team 1. So it's Tina Darren, Matt Brand, William Murray. You'll have to help here. Melody Ranger, Thomas Haynes, Ilya Felipev, sorry, there you go, Mr. Rebecca Mangelson, and Seville Findick, as well as Scott Hirth. Oh yeah, you have to be in the photo, here you go. Alicia can be in the photo too if you want. You're helping. Okay. Okay. And then we didn't see Vladislava. Do we see Vladislava again or no? She's gone. Okay. Okay. So. Oh, yeah. Excellent. Woo! Excellent. There is one more award, and it's the last one. And if we missed anybody, we apologize, and come and see us. We apologize. We think we got everybody, but there's so many of you. There's something that we're calling the Fantastic Achievement Award. And anybody who knows Patrick Doran will know that this award is especially for him, for exceptional service. So he's going to have, you have 2 things. You have your participation and your exceptional service award. And this is somebody, we could not be here without this man right here. So thank you. Okay, that's it. So this, that's really exciting. So this leads us to the final part. Oh, Vladislava, can we just quickly get a picture of Vladislava for her certificate? There you go. Yes. I need my little book. Okay. Excellent, right on, perfect timing. So that we have just the last part is the closing, and I'm going to hand it over to these 2 gentlemen here, DG Magwood and Professor Obert, Associate Professor Obert, to say a few words.
Go home. So I won't spend a lot of time, but I wanted to emphasize something. Robin said something I thought that was important. You know, we certainly emphasize hard work, intellect, integrity, but the truth is, and I wanted to highlight this, the truth is there's a lot of luck in a good career. And I thought I would share a story with you because it really reflects this more than anything. There's several, when you go through your careers, you'll find that there's probably 2 or 3 key moments where just that one moment changed the direction of your career and your life. And I'm going to tell you one for me because it really, I tell this story a lot because it's absolutely true. So I used to work for a trade association called the Edison Electric Institute, and I was in charge of nuclear programs there. But I also had some extracurricular things that I did that my management chain wasn't thrilled with, but I did it. So one of the things, I put together a committee of people in the electric utility industry that worked on research. So I had like what was then called the Research Management Committee. And through that, because of that committee, I've discovered they had no desire to work with the DOE national laboratories. And I wanted to find out why. So I did this survey and collected a lot of information about why they didn't want to work with the national laboratories. And it was actually quite interesting. And so I did a survey, we got a little bit of notice on it. And I sort of set it aside and did some other things. And a few weeks later, it was summer. And back in those days, in the summer, some organizations in Washington started doing Casual Friday. So this was a Casual Friday day at the Institute. And Alicia knows this about me. I don't know how to do Casual Friday. For me, you're either wearing your hoodie or you are wearing a suit. There's nothing in between. So I really struggle with Casual Friday. So the concession I made was I wore a casual watch instead of my usual watch. And otherwise I was dressed the same. So while I was in the office, I got this phone call. And the president of the Institute had a meeting with the Secretary of Energy, and he wanted to get briefed on some things that he could bring up with the new Secretary of Energy. So I was asked, because they knew I had done this survey, to come up with a bunch of other people and give him a quick briefing on this, on work I'd done. So when my turn came, I told him about the study I'd done, and he was taking some notes and some things he wanted to bring up. And this briefing went on for about an hour, and then we all started filing out of his conference room. And as I was walking out, he said, "Bill," and I said, "Yes." He said, "Why don't you go with me?" And I said, "Okay." So I met the Secretary of Energy that day. And so I explained to the Secretary, why electric utilities hated the DOE National Laboratories, which he thought was quite interesting. And I thought, okay, that was really cool. And I went back to my office. Within probably about 8 months later, I was asked to be a political appointee at the Department of Energy, working for that Secretary of Energy. And that probably would never have had, and that really set the rest of my career, because I was at DOE, as you heard, 11 years. Eventually became an NRC commissioner, came to the NEA. None of that would have happened if I'd worn jeans that day. Don't do casual. It's just think about it for a moment. Just that one thing. If I had responded to peer pressure, and come wearing a sweatshirt and jeans and sneakers, he clearly wouldn't have asked me to go with him to see the secretary, and I may have never have had that opportunity. And it just shows you how fragile things are, and how little tiny things that don't seem like they mean much turn into big things. And I just wanted to emphasize that, because all of you will go through your careers over the years, and you're going to run into these moments. And sometimes you don't know until years later you look back and say, this moment was really important for the following reason. So don't discount luck in all this. And don't think because you see people progressing and you're not progressing as quickly, there's a lot of luck involved in it. But at the same time, I think many people make their own luck. And what I would encourage all of you to do is keep your eyes open. Because there is a lot of opportunity out there if you know how to use it and take advantage of it. And so while I didn't know about the Secretary of Energy that day, in my mind, you're always looking for the opportunity to stand out in the crowd, to make a difference, to think differently than everybody else. And that's part of how you make your own luck. So go forth, make your own luck, change the world, make the world a better place, and more important than anything else, have fun. Because if you're not having fun, you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah. Does it work? Yeah. I've suddenly thought what I meant to say at the end of my 7-minute talk and had forgotten. it's really great, you know, this mix of serendipity and hard work and chance in one's career, and these sort of touch points that we establish on that journey. I'm just so happy, and yeah, just happy really that you're all here, and now Australia, Sydney, UNSW, and us is now a touch point on all of our shared careers, and I'm sure we'll see each other again. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, if you two can just stay here for one moment, I found out something and I'm going to apologize. Did anybody miss their certificate? And there's still a photo chance here before anybody leaves. Did everybody get a certificate? Please come up, and I really apologize for that. So, come up for the photo. And I'll give you this one, but we will make sure you get a certificate. And I'm really sorry. So if you go up and there we go, perfect.
I'll try not to show the microphone.
Excellent. Excellent. She's like wonderful too. She told us so much on the ANSTO tour about safeguards and everything. This is really an impressive scientist right here. So thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay.
All right, one more photograph I think we should take with the two of us, and that's with Tamara, because Tamara, because you know of all the people who worked hard to put this together, nobody worked as hard as Tamara did. This was a labor of love. I knew, you didn't think I've noticed? She killed herself to pull this together. And you should see the mission book she wrote for me. It just goes on page after page after page after page. So she worked extraordinarily hard on this, and this would not have happened at all had she not put herself into it. So Tamara, congratulations on such a successful program.
Thank you very much.
Now you can go home.
If anybody would like to give some sound bites to Patrick Doran for our different social media, please come up. And for anybody who was wanting to talk with me that I said later in the day, please come up. Thank you. There's one more thing I want to mention. If anybody's here and wants to go for a walk from Coogee Bay to Bondi, there's a group of people leaving at around at 1:30 in the afternoon tomorrow. So I would ask if you want to sign up or just show up at the rainbow. There's a rainbow at Coogee Beach, and we're going to walk along, and there's a beautiful walk. Everybody's welcome to come. So thank you. if you just show up at 1:30, and then we'll wait about 10 minutes, and then we'll be walking there, and you can catch us because we'll be on the way, on the path.
9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
wiggle your hip and shake your chest. Just wiggle your hip and shake your chest. Just wiggle your hip and shake. Just wiggle your hip and shake your chest. Just wiggle your hip and shake your chest. Just wiggle your hip and shake. Just wiggle your hip and shake your chest. Just wiggle your hip and shake your chest. Just wiggle your hip and shake. Just wiggle your hip and shake
change anything, but I mean, there's always things to improve. But